The opening scene unfolds in the sky, where violent storms rage endlessly, lightning bolts crashing down toward the ground below. This place is known as the Demon Sky Tower. Beneath it, towering fortress walls stand firm and unyielding. Amid the chaos, a man named Kim Nok-vian sprints desperately through the streets, his face twisted with pain as he cries out. It's clear he's trying to escape something or someone. He runs as fast as he can, but no matter how quick his feet move, the glowing marks on the ground seem to target him relentlessly. A deafening crack echoes as bolts of lightning strike him from above, one after another. Just watching, you'd think no one could possibly survive that yet. Inexplicably, the man keeps running, his expression frantic and determined. He has only 3 bullets left in his gun. With his lean, agile frame, he clutches his hat with one hand, grips his weapon with the other, and races forward like he's in a life or death battle against fate itself. As he sprints ahead, far in the distance, someone is already waiting for him. He can sense it, a confrontation is inevitable. The figure waiting is a woman, none other than Kim Nok-vian, the overseer. A cruel, calculating smile spreads across her face, revealing her malicious intent. Thick storm clouds swirl overhead as she slowly extends her hand toward the ground, signaling the beginning of something far worse. Suddenly bolts of lightning rain down near Ranger, that's what they call him. He has no choice but to run faster, dodging strike after strike. But he refuses to give in. The tiny spark of hope for survival fuels him, pushing him beyond exhaustion. His fingers tighten around his gun as he fires rapidly at her, trying to land a shot. But she's no easy target. With a casual flick of her hand, she effortlessly deflects the bullets, stopping a dozen rounds mid-air like it's nothing. Growing impatient, she decides to end this. Dark clouds churn above as she summons even more lightning, directing it mercilessly toward him, as if determined to finish him off right then and there. But what she doesn't know is that no matter how many times the lightning strikes, he's never once considered giving up. In the moment she lets her guard down, he seizes the opportunity. Slipping behind her unnoticed, he spins around and unloads a barrage of bullets into her back, causing her to scream in rage and agony. Realizing she can't allow Ranger to humiliate her any further, fury overtakes her. She whirls around, eyes burning with the desire to tear him apart. This time she utters just 2 words: "It's over." Now, she's truly enraged. CNB, as they call her, turns sharply and ascends high into the storm-filled sky. The battlefield below is marked, ready for what comes next. At that moment, a dreadful realization strikes him. His eyes widen with panic as he stares ahead. Thunder rumbles across the heavens as lightning snakes and coils together, building into something catastrophic. Sibe raises her hand toward him, shouting with venom, "Turn to ash." With this lightning, only God can save you now, Ranger. The blackened sky unleashes a relentless barrage of lightning bolts that tear into the ground, cracking and splitting the earth apart. The strikes come faster, heavier, overwhelming him. The ground beneath him is devastated, gaping, charred craters appear everywhere, leaving nothing but ruin in their wake. As Sibe finally calmed herself, the land around them had already been reduced to complete devastation, a wasteland scarred with deep, gaping craters. It seemed she was more than satisfied with the destruction. Only when she spotted Ranger's familiar silhouette lying motionless on the battered ground did a true sense of victory settle in. A wicked, gleeful smile crept across her face. She truly believed she had won this fight. Standing there, she laughed loud and crazed, like someone completely unhinged. But in her moment of arrogance, a voice cut through the air, sharp and unexpected. "Something funny to you?" Startled, her eyes widened as she whipped around only to find Ranger standing right in front of her, gun raised, aiming squarely at her before she could react. Maybe, just maybe, the real winner wasn't her after all. Ranger's lips curled into a cocky grin as he prepared to pull the trigger, his voice calm and confident, as he offered his final farewell. "Goodbye." Before she could even process what was happening, her eyes flickered with panic. Sparks of electricity crackled wildly from Ranger's gun, but it wasn't ordinary gunfire. A deafening boom echoed. Ironically, it was lightning, her weapon of choice, now turning against her. The same merciless bolt she had summoned to destroy him came crashing down, engulfing her without mercy. Seeing the sheer scale of the blast, Ranger wasted no time. He leapt backward, distancing himself from the blast zone, cautious and ready for whatever came next. But as the dust settled, the expression on his face darkened. Of course this wasn't over. His attacks hadn't been enough to finish her off. His frustration showed plainly. Across the battlefield, Sibe rose to her feet, her fury reaching its breaking point. Clutching her arm, she glared at Ranger, pure rage in her eyes. He can channel lightning from his body now. As Ranger stood there, uncertain of his next move, a new presence slowly approached the scene. A familiar voice echoed across the devastated ground. "Need a hand, Ranger?" Hearing those words, Ranger's eyes widened slightly. He turned, confused, only to see Jinsang swaggering onto the battlefield. His face was cold, unreadable, his sharp eyes locked onto Sibe without hesitation. But Ranger didn't look impressed. His response was quick and dismissive. "No, you forgot already?" Even if I died before he could even finish the sentence, Jinsang casually cut him off, never taking his eyes off Sibe. Yeah, don't interfere, but come on, sitting around watching this without knowing what the hell's going on is getting old. With Jinsang's sudden arrival, Ranger's expression shifted into something more cryptic. He casually adjusted his hat, settling it on his head as a sly smile played on his lips. "Trust me, something's about to happen that you won't see coming." Jinsang gave no response, only watching him in silence, confused but curious. Suddenly, movement ahead drew both their attention. Sibe wasn't done yet, not even close. Dark clouds swirled violently as she prepared her next attack, her expression twisted with amusement and malice. Jinsang observed her, clearly unimpressed. "She's gearing up for something big. Want me to help with that stance of yours?" Ranger sighed, clearly annoyed but resigned. "Yeah, just a little." "Don't make a habit of it." But there was no more time for banter. This time Sibe was ready to go all out. Raising both hands toward the stormy sky, a wicked grin spread across her face as she taunted them. "Let's see if you can dodge this, my dragon fang." In an instant, a massive beast materialized from the clouds, towering and monstrous, with razor-sharp fangs glistening as it lunged straight for them. Just looking at the creature was enough to understand the scale of Sibe's power. Two massive dragons, one black, one white, both forged entirely from crackling lightning, hurtled straight toward them. Ranger, still clutching his hat, stared wide-eyed in confusion. "What the hell, what is that?" he blurted out. Beside him, Jinsang remained completely calm, offering a brief explanation without even flinching. "Heavenly Thunder Dragons." Sibe's signature move, Jinsang said coolly. "We need to split them up. Take them one at a time." Realizing how messy this fight was about to get, Ranger's frustration boiled over. He snapped his head toward Jinsang, yelling, "No, I'll handle this alone. Stay out of my way." But Jinsang wasn't moved by his outburst. He casually stepped forward, eyes fixed ahead, tossing a final remark over his shoulder. "I'll take the black one." Seeing how stubborn Jinsang was, Ranger could only grit his teeth in frustration. "Shut up and get out of the way," he shouted. But there was no time to argue. Like it or not, they had to cooperate. Quickly, they exchanged a plan. "I'll go up," Ranger said reluctantly. "You take the ground." Before they could say more, the white lightning dragon lunged straight at Ranger. He raised his gun, shouting, "Hey, you crazy bastard, back off." The white dragon's maw opened wide, roaring as it dove at him. Ranger barely had time to react. Ah, shit, everything began to blur. Out of nowhere, an enormous foot crashed down into the battlefield, interrupting the clash entirely. Even amidst the chaos, neither Ranger nor Jinsang immediately noticed something was wrong. But deep beneath the surface, the wheels of fate had already begun to turn. Suddenly, Ranger found himself standing atop a colossal gear, the Gear of Destiny, suspended in some bizarre, otherworldly space. His eyes glazed over, his expression shifting, his whole body tense with confusion. His mouth opened in a wild, unexplainable scream. The Gear of Destiny spun faster, mechanical and relentless, its metallic chains tightening around him. No matter how he struggled, they only coiled tighter, constricting him, suffocating him. Panic overtook him. Despair settled in. His eyes darted wildly as he screamed, "No, this isn't me. You've got the wrong person. I didn't tell him to do that." Time itself seemed to freeze. In the real world, Jinsang was still locked in battle with the Black Dragon, unaware of the nightmare Ranger was trapped in. Ranger's frantic voice echoed across the void. I told you not to do it. I was handling it. That bastard acted on his own." The chains constricted tighter, the gear grinding mercilessly beneath him. He couldn't move. He couldn't fight back. His voice cracked with desperation as he begged, "Please, let me go. Don't do this, you saw it. You know this wasn't my fault." Reality itself seemed to fade, the edges of existence blurring as massive doors creaked open, leading into the unknown. "No, don't leave me," Ranger screamed, his voice breaking, his body vanishing little by little. Even as he faded from the real world, his desperate plea lingered. "Just give me one more chance, please." Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Jinsang was sprinting at full speed, intentionally drawing the attention of everyone around. As he glanced over his shoulder, a satisfied grin spread across his face, pleased with how his plan was playing out. Perfect. Two of them showed up after all. Without me, this could have gotten ugly. See. This time but his words cut off as the massive white lightning dragon came barreling straight toward him, jaws wide open, ready to strike. Oddly enough, Jinsang didn't seem all that concerned. His mind wasn't on the dragon. His focus was elsewhere on his friend. Suddenly his eyes widened with concern. Something wasn't right. Off in the distance, Ranger lay sprawled across the ground, motionless. Panic shot through Jinsang as he bolted toward him, calling out urgently, "Ranger! What the hell are you doing?" Ranger's body was drenched in blood, his clothes torn, his face pale with despair. His hollow eyes stared ahead, the weight of hopelessness suffocating him. Slowly he lifted his head, as if ready to accept his fate, ready for it all to end. The last image seared into his mind was Jinsang sprinting toward him, waving his arms, calling out desperately. But in Ranger's head, the thoughts spiraled out of control. It can't end like this. What a goddamn waste. His voice cracked as he called out weakly, "Jinsang." But then, rage overtook him. His eyes darkened, filled with fury. He clenched his teeth, cursing through gritted teeth. "That damn bitch. That damn Nemer. Do you know what I went through to get here? Everything I've suffered, because of her." Jinsang froze, standing there in stunned silence as Ranger's furious, broken voice kept pouring out. You worthless piece of trash. You ruined everything." Jinsang's face twisted in confusion and disbelief. Why was his friend saying this? He couldn't make sense of it. Meanwhile, somewhere else entirely, Jinsang's real-life face reflected faintly on a computer screen. A voice from behind him snapped. "What the hell are you even doing?" Frustrated beyond belief, the real Jinsang clenched his jaw and shouted back at the monitor. "You couldn't dodge that on your own, and now I'm the bad guy." And just like that, the story began to unfold. The online action game Dungeon Fighter, known to players as NEF. The screen lit up with vibrant scenes of players, immersed so deeply it looked like a real world. The backdrop. Arad, a vast continent brimming with adventure and danger. But of course it wasn't just about heroism. It never was. Some risked their lives clad in golden armor, fighting for rare loot. Others walked around dripping in overpriced jewelry, throwing real money at the game just to flex their wealth. And then, there were those players, the oddballs. Like the brawlers parading around the streets wearing maid outfits. No one wanted to comment on that. Some things were better left alone. But in every game, there are always the weird ones. And when it came to death, they were in a league of their own. Voices echoed nonstop in Jinsang's ears. "Sir, are you Jinsang? The real Jinsang?" Confused, Jinsang turned his head, blinking in disbelief. Ranger, standing right there, reached his hand out and spoke in that weird, cryptic way of his. "Please help Arad. The continent is on the verge of destruction." Of course, this guy wasn't just dramatic, he was obsessed with his own fantasy. One of those die-hard role players, living and breathing their character. Naturally, he looked completely heartbroken when Jinsang didn't buy into his performance. "We have to stop ISIS. It's awakened," Ranger declared, dead serious. Jinsang could only sigh, staring at him like he was speaking another language. "So, you mean someone needs to go handle that? Sounds intense," he replied, clearly unimpressed. But Ranger wasn't done acting cool. He adjusted his hat, lowered his head dramatically, and delivered the line like he'd practiced it 1,000 times. "I don't need to know the dangers along the way to ISIS. Stopping it, that's my burden alone. I was born to fight alone, until my last breath." Back in the real world, Jinsang sat at his computer, Ranger's ridiculous speech still fresh in his mind. He couldn't help but smirk. Man, this guy's really got his whole persona locked in. Jinsang stared at his monitor, confused but mildly entertained. "Fighting alone? Destiny. Dude, we're literally raiding a boss. What the hell are you even talking about?" Shaking his head, he leaned back and returned to his game, lost in his own little world. It was like this guy Ranger actually thought he lived inside death. The way he talked, the way he acted, completely in character. Jinsang never really understood how that could be fun, but weirdly enough, there was something about the guy. Something oddly valuable. Meanwhile, every move Jinsang made was being captured by his overhead camera. His livestream screen lit up with non-stop comments and laughing emojis. But that was to be expected. Jinsang lived for the views. Beak Jinsang. 29. Veteran Dent player. Dent YouTuber. A good-looking guy. And according to himself, blessed in every department. He rapidly clicked at his keyboard, eyes glued to the monitor. Known for his detailed tutorials or what his viewers called union education, Jinsang addressed his livestream audience with a grin. "Guess that guy found out I'm part of the union education squad," he joked. The chat exploded with comments scrolling by at lightning speed. Jinsang casually skimmed them, chuckling to himself, and dove back into the game. Alright, you wanted to make it on stream, didn't you? Fine, Ranger. For the continent of Arad, I'll play along." On-screen, the two dragons lunged at him again. And sure enough, there he was, Ranger. Occasionally, nonsense phrases mixed into their interactions. At first, Jinsang thought Ranger was just another clout chaser desperate to get on camera. But that was only the beginning. Before long, the in-game chat was blowing up, filled with furious, borderline unhinged messages from Ranger. Ranger. Ranger, no way. This can't be how it ends. Ranger. Jinsang, you bastard. Ranger, how the hell did I even end up here? Ranger. Because of that bitch Nemer, I've been stuck here. Ranger. You worthless trash. You ruined everything. And then, the final message: Ranger has left the party. Right after getting screamed at by Ranger, Jinsang's computer suddenly shut off by itself. His eyes widened in confusion as panic crept in. No, what the hell, what's happening? That's when he realized his foot had accidentally yanked the power cord out. His stomach sank. He scrambled awkwardly to plug it back in, muttering curses under his breath as he bent over, butt sticking out. Shit, this is bad. If I lose the recording, there's nothing to upload to YouTube. Once the computer powered back on, he leaned in toward the screen. But all he could think about was Ranger's furious face. That hateful glare burned into his memory as the guy practically spat venom at him. You ruined everything, you son of a bitch. Jinsang sighed, annoyed, lips curling into a bitter pout. Come on, just pop a resurrection scroll. Why all the drama? Clout chasers always pulling this crap. Still grumbling to himself, he clicked rapidly back onto the screen, shaking his head. Honestly, anyone watching probably thought you actually died. But this time something was off. He hadn't noticed the name of the game had changed. It now read My Life. In his usual impatient way, Jinsang clicked the game window without thinking, eager to jump back in. But the moment he did, cracks spiderwebbed across the screen, the image distorting into something unsettling. His eyes widened in shock. What the hell? The shattering sound grew louder. Everything was breaking apart: his screen, the game, reality itself. He could only stare, frozen in confusion, as his room began to crumble around him. The walls peeled away, fragments vanishing into golden light. Terrified, Jinsang stumbled backward, nearly falling over, shielding himself from the glow as he shouted in panic. His eyes darted around wildly. What the hell is this? What's happening to my room? The space around him shattered completely. The fragments that fell painted surreal, otherworldly scenes, pieces of countless different realities, none of them familiar. And towering above it all, a supreme, godlike figure, watching him from above like he was nothing more than a speck of dust. Jinsang's jaw practically hit the floor. His what the F might as well have echoed all the way to Cambodia. Then, the god spoke, voice deep and unnerving. You have interfered with the blade of tempering. A flash and image of Ranger's furious face appeared, and the blade shattered to pieces. The memory hit Jinsang like a brick. Blade of tempering? What the hell? A blade breaking? Wait, is this about Ranger dying earlier? His eyes darted forward, still completely lost. No, forget that. Who the hell are you? Where am I? I was literally just in my room. The god ignored his questions entirely, pointing straight at him with an accusing glare. Take responsibility for your mistakes. More shards rained down around him as the floor beneath his feet gave way. He fell, helpless, unable to react fast enough. The next thing he knew, he was plummeting through total darkness, tumbling, spinning, screaming. Jinsang crashed through the vastness of space, plummeting past endless galaxies, then bursting through some unknown, sprawling landmass, until finally he hit solid ground by the edge of a roaring sea, where seagulls circled overhead. The ground welcomed him with a bone-rattling thud as he slammed down hard. Cracks spiderwebbed out from the impact, deep and jagged, a dramatic entrance if there ever was one. A proper landing, for the soon-to-arrive badass protagonist. This time Jinsang finally looked down at his own hands, thin, bony, with long, ugly black nails curling from his fingertips. His face twisted in confusion. What the hell is happening to me? His breath quickened as panic set in. He glanced down at the sword gripped tightly in his hand, then back at those hideous, clawed fingers that didn't even look human. What is this? He blurted out. What the hell happened to my hands? Before he could make sense of anything, something shot through the air toward him. A deafening explosion went off right in front of his face, forcing him to dive to the side. Smoke and flames filled the air around him, clouding his vision, making it impossible to think straight. His heart raced as he tried to process what the hell was happening. Suddenly, a group of those same bony, grotesque feet thundered toward him, goblins. A whole pack of them, snarling, eyes glowing red with hunger like they were ready to tear him apart. Jinsang's blood ran cold as the creatures crept closer. His legs instinctively backed him away, his voice cracking in pure terror. This can't be real. Then she appeared, Benoshu, stomping toward him, furious. Her eyes burned with rage as she shouted, "What the hell do you think you're doing? You dare destroy my precious forest? Do you have a death wish?" Before he could even respond, her goblins surged forward, teeth bared, ready to shred him to pieces. Jinsang, flustered and overwhelmed, flung his hands out in front of him, trying to explain. Wait. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. But wasn't it your fire that caused all this? The moment he said that, her face twisted with even more rage. Shut up, you'll pay for ruining my forest. The goblins let out bloodthirsty howls and charged at him like a pack of wild animals. Jinsang's eyes widened in terror, his whole body frozen for a split second. But instinct kicked and he turned on his heel and bolted, sprinting as fast as his thin legs could carry him, the goblins chasing him like rabid dogs. His mind raced just as fast as his feet. What the hell is going on? But before he could process another thought, his foot slammed into a rock. Of course. He tripped hard, smacking into the ground like a complete idiot. Pain exploded through his body, but there was no time to lie there like a sitting duck. Gritting his teeth, he scrambled back to his hands and knees, panting for air. Seriously, the goblins were nearly on top of him now, fangs glinting, claws ready to rip him apart. Jinsang caught a glimpse of his familiar in-game character reflected in the blade, but this only fueled his confusion. His voice cracked as he screamed, "What the hell is going on?" The scene opened with a forest being relentlessly consumed by roaring flames, devouring everything in sight. High above the chaos stood Benoshu, her voice sharp and commanding as she barked orders to the goblins scurrying through the burning woods. Find the target. He couldn't have gone far. Hidden beneath a scorched, twisted tree, Jinsang crouched low, struggling to steady his breath, his whole body trembling with fear. He could barely believe this was actually happening to him. His mind raced as he pieced everything together: Vinasugo's flames, Idowu, the woman towering above him, conjuring blazing fireballs with ease, the goblins, the terrifying boars roaming the woods. It was all too familiar. Wait, all of this, these are monsters from Dungeon and Fighter. His wide eyes drifted down to his own hands, skin blackened, fingers bony and twisted, nails jagged and ugly. And now my appearance, this is I'm one of them, a dark knight from Dungeon and Fighter. The ground was littered with corpses, the aftermath of pure chaos. Jinsang's heart pounded in his chest. Did I, somehow end up inside the game? Inside Dungeon and Fighter? The memory of the Supreme God's voice echoed in his head, the god who cast him down here. The more he thought about it, the more panicked he became. All I wanted was to play the game. His thoughts spiraled as flashes of his happy face live streaming for his viewers, laughing behind the computer flooded his mind. His breath trembled, and dread filled his chest. How the hell do I get back to the real world? Before he could process anything else, loud screams rang out behind him, making him flinch and whip his head around in confusion. A massive, muscular wild bull, its 8 packabs glistening beneath its fur, let out a pained roar as it collapsed to the ground. Benoshu's sharp eyes snapped toward the sound, her attention immediately drawn to the scene. Jinsang's eyes lit up with a spark of hope as he turned to see where the noise came from. What was that? And then, from the flames and smoke, 2 figures emerged, players. But not just any players. The man wielded a blade with practiced ease, his expression cool and confident. The bloodthirsty Ghostblade. Alongside him walked a young woman, small and strikingly beautiful, her face familiar. Jinsang's jaw nearly hit the floor as recognition flooded his mind. No way, that's the Ghostblade class from Dungeon and Fighter. His eyes darted to the woman beside him, quickly realizing who she was. Saria, an iconic NPC from Dungeon and Fighter, her presence unmistakable. Saria calmly approached Benoshu, her voice steady, her expression unreadable. I figured it was you, Benoshu. But you, she paused, coldly asking again, how did you get here? Hiding nearby, Jinsang's mind raced to connect the dots. This dialogue, wait a second, is this about the burning forest? A realization dawned on him the moment the two of them entered the forest. It's a quest event. The pieces clicked together in his head. Hold on, if this is a quest event, that means the Ghostblade guy, he's here on a mission. Jinsang's eyes tracked the Ghostblade's every movement, his heart pounding. He's real, he's actually here. Without wasting another second, the Ghostblade leapt high into the air, his figure slicing through the smoke as Jinsang watched in awe. A few swift strikes, precise, effortless, sent him barreling toward Benoshu without uttering a word. But she wasn't about to go down easily. Snarling, Benoshu clenched her teeth in fury, summoning blazing fireballs that she hurled toward him. The Ghostblade's speed was unreal. His body twisted and danced between the flames like it was nothing, gracefully dodging every attack. With the perfect opening, he launched himself high into the air once again, gripping his sword tightly, aiming straight for her. The determination in his eyes was crystal clear. He plunged down like a bolt of lightning, blade first, driving his attack toward her. A deafening crash shook the ground as the impact scattered dirt and rock in every direction, the battlefield now engulfed in pure chaos. Binochu was clearly starting to lose her footing under the relentless pressure of the bloodthirsty Ghostblade's assault. She stumbled backward, leaping high into the air, pausing for a deep breath to steady herself. Her hands shot forward, ready to strike back with all she had left. But it didn't faze him one bit. His eyes burned with unwavering determination, locked onto his target as he prepared to deliver the finishing blow. Sensing the danger, Binochu panicked. She hastily reached her hand out, about to say something, maybe to plead or to defend herself, but it was already too late. A deafening crash echoed through the air as the Ghostblade slashed downward with his sword, his strike sharp and merciless. The blows landed hard, sending Binochu hurtling to the ground, her screams of agony filling the forest. Jinsang, still hiding nearby, could only watch in awe, his jaw practically on the floor. Holy crap, he's insane. That's not just strong, that's pure brutality. I've only ever seen this on my screen before, but watching it in real life, it's a whole different beast. His eyes drifted toward Binochu, her body sprawled on the ground, bloodied and beaten. It looked like she'd been completely wiped out, or so he thought. Just as Jinsang let his guard down, she stirred. Slowly but surely, Binochu sat upright, blood dripping from her mouth, her expression hollow yet strangely composed. Now he understood why Syria had quietly stepped back. Jinsang's eyes widened in horror. She's not dead. Binochu spoke, her voice eerily mechanical, as if reciting lines burned into her very being. This is the consequence born from the Great Fire, 10 years ago. A tragedy for the forest. Jinsang froze, utterly dumbfounded. She's literally bleeding out, and still delivering scripted dialogue. His panicked gaze flicked to the Ghostblade and Syria. Crap, this is not the time to sit around being impressed. That Ghostblade, if he's a real player, maybe he can help me. Desperate, Jinsang bolted from his hiding spot, waving frantically as he sprinted toward the two of them. Mighty Ghostblade. Sir, please just wait a second. But before he could even get his full sentence out, a familiar grinding noise echoed beneath him. He froze as glowing gears materialized at his feet, locking him in place. Meanwhile, the conversation between Binochu and the Ghostblade continued, seemingly oblivious to Jinsang's struggle. Her voice was cryptic, yet her expression darkened with each word. These flames, they cannot be extinguished, because of him, or rather, because of that child. Jinsang writhed helplessly, his body completely immobilized by the gears. No matter how hard he fought, it was pointless. Panic crept in as his muscles refused to respond. Then, a commanding voice cut through the air. Go. Jinsang's eyes darted toward the source of the voice. Binochu stood tall now, her expression grim, pointing toward a newly opened path in the woods behind her. If you truly wish to throw your lives away, then be my guest. Jinsang's heart sank as he watched the scene unfold. Damn it, that's literally the dialogue that triggers the next dungeon. Without hesitation, Syria turned away, leading the Ghostblade down the open path. She glanced back briefly, her voice calm yet final. Thank you, Binochu. Jinsang's entire being screamed in frustration as they vanished from sight. Wait, what? No way, you can't just leave me here like this. The two figures disappeared into the distance, leaving only Binochu behind, her battered form lying still on the ground. The moment they were gone, the gears binding Jinsang's body finally dissolved, freeing him from their grasp. But the bitter sense of helplessness remained, gnawing at his chest as he stood there alone. Once the restraints vanished, Jinsang wasted no time and bolted down the same path the other two had taken. As he ran, frustration simmered beneath his breath, his voice laced with anger. Damn it, I missed him. What the hell were those eyes? What the hell just happened? Did I screw up his dungeon entrance? The more he thought about it, the more his frustration morphed into outright rage. His face twisted with irritation as he clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. This stupid system. I don't know which damn dev programmed this mess, but you think this'll make me quit? You think I can't handle this? But just as quickly, his expression shifted 180 degrees, his face drained of color, as pure fear overtook him. And no way, Jinsang found himself alone, walking down a narrow, pitch-black tunnel that seemed to stretch endlessly. The deeper he went, the colder and more lifeless it became. His voice quivered as he muttered to himself. Wet, dark, creepy, is this what the realm of darkness feels like? Damn, this place gives me the creeps. Still he pressed on, his mind racing to calm himself. It's a starter dungeon, it shouldn't take more than 10 minutes to clear, right? The more he convinced himself, the more his resolve hardened. He clenched his trembling fists, determined to catch up. I have to hurry. If that Ghostblade finishes the dungeon and leaves, I'm screwed. But just as those thoughts settled, a strange sensation crept down his spine. A chilling feeling. as if countless eyes were drilling into his back. His gut twisted with unease as he cautiously glanced over his shoulder. The moment he turned, his heart nearly stopped. Dozens, no, hundreds of grotesque creatures clawed their way up from beneath the ground. Their eyes gleamed with feral hunger, their twisted faces oozing malice. Jinsang's body locked up in fear as a blood-curdling scream escaped his throat. Those aren't corpses, they're zombies. That's definitely not a bear. The horde staggered toward him, their snarling faces and decaying limbs closing in fast. Panic surged through Jinsang as he instinctively clutched his sword and shouted in desperation. Stay back. I don't even have a real weapon. One of the zombies lunged, its rotting hand swiping at him. By pure luck, he narrowly dodged the attack, yelping helplessly. His eyes darted to its bony, filth-covered hand, then to its grotesque face, sunken eyes, and sickening tongue lolling from its mouth. Hopelessness flooded his chest. No other choice. With that, he shamelessly embraced the path of the coward and bolted in the opposite direction, his voice cracking as he screamed. Watching them on a screen is nothing like this. They're so disgusting. So damn gross. This is terrifying. The zombie horde shrieked behind him, relentlessly giving chase. Jinsang's mind raced. Crap, these things were just weak mobs in the game. But here, this is way too real. Just as panic threatened to overwhelm him, a faint glow appeared in the distance, accompanied by frantic shouting. A spark of hope ignited in his chest. Suria's voice. That means without a second thought, Jinsang swerved, sprinting toward the source of the noise. His eyes locked onto a familiar silhouette ahead, hair he recognized instantly. His heart soared with relief. Found you, Ghostblade. With everything he had, Jinsang charged forward, desperate to finally catch up. But this time, something was off. A strange tension filled the air. Different players, armed to the teeth, circled around two massive blocks of ice. Inside one of them, completely frozen in place, was Suria. Her expression was frozen in helpless terror. Meanwhile, the monstrous demon opened its mouth wide, only to suddenly pause as if it sensed something was wrong. Its cold, menacing eyes slowly turned, scanning the area. It was the boss of the Land of Clay and Shadows Go With. Jinsang caught sight of the scene and instantly froze in disbelief. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. For the first time since this nightmare started, he genuinely felt fear creeping down his spine. Without thinking, he rushed toward the Ghostblade player, desperation in his voice. So you're fighting the boss already? Hey, can I just— Before he could even finish his sentence, the boss slowly raised its weapon, preparing an attack. Jinsang's eyes widened in panic. Wait, no. A thick sheet of ice shot across the ground, racing straight toward them. Jinsang barely managed to dive out of the way, saving his own skin by a hair's breadth. But the Ghostblade wasn't so lucky. Turning back, Jinsang's stomach dropped. The man stood completely still, encased in ice. Ghostblade. Jinsang shouted, his voice cracking with desperation. The towering boss bellowed, its voice echoing with fury. Do not interfere. Panic surged through Jinsang as he frantically slammed his fists against the icy prison trapping the Ghostblade. His voice broke as he screamed. Come on, sir. Please snap out of it, wake up. But no matter how hard he pounded on the ice, it refused to break. His fists ached, his strength draining. Jinsang's face contorted with frustration. Damn it, why isn't he reacting? Before he could figure out his next move, one of the undead charged at him, attacking without mercy. Jinsang was too slow to dodge completely. The blow slammed into him, sending pain lancing through his body as a deep gash appeared across his side. For the first time since this began, he felt real, brutal pain. His scream was pure raw panic. Mom. Oh, hell no. There was no time to catch his breath. The zombie lunged again, raising its clawed hand to strike him down. Reflexively, Jinsang threw his sword up in defense, blocking the blow. His whole body trembled uncontrollably, his legs weak. It hurts so much, I'm gonna die. The rotting face of the zombie loomed over him, its sunken, hollow eyes fixed on him like prey. Jinsang's mind raced with fear and desperation. I don't want to die. I'm not dying here. With adrenaline surging through him, he swung his sword wildly, his strikes clumsy but frantic. Get off me, you rotten freak. By some miracle or sheer dumb luck, his frenzied attack landed, severing the zombie's head clean off. The body collapsed to the ground in a heap. Jinsang froze for a moment, stunned by what he'd just done. His eyes widened in realization. Wait, I actually killed it. But before he could savor the moment, the zombie leader pointed a decaying finger toward him, growling in command. More undead surged forward. But this time something clicked. Jinsang's fear melted away, replaced by determination. A sly grin crept onto his face as he gripped his sword with newfound confidence. I get it now. With practiced movements, he swung his blade, effortlessly cutting down 3 zombies in a single stroke. He pivoted, driving his sword straight into the skull of another, dropping it instantly. One after another, the undead fell before him. His body moved on instinct, fueled by years of watching gameplay videos, his hands mimicking the very skills he had memorized like muscle memory. The combos, the patterns, it all flooded back. His strikes were clean, precise. His confidence soared as he cut through the horde like a true warrior. For the first time since being trapped in this nightmare, he wasn't just surviving, he was fighting back. Jinsang's grin widened as he pointed his sword at the zombie leader. Looks like your skull's next, you damn corpse. Seeing Jinsang's fierce counterattacks, the zombie leader hesitated for the first time. Jinsang immediately caught the shift in momentum. With sharp precision, he swung his blade, effortlessly slicing through the creature's incoming strike as if it were nothing. But the leader wasn't backing down so easily. It lunged forward again, its jagged sword slashing relentlessly, blow after blow raining down on Jinsang. The air crackled with tension. Jinsang's face hardened, his eyes narrowing with laser focus. He wasn't the panicked streamer from earlier anymore. Memories flooded his mind, countless videos, tutorials, pro gamers pulling off impossible moves. It all clicked into place. Basic attack. Quick slash. Another basic. Without hesitation, Jinsang leapt high into the air, flipping gracefully, ready to unleash his finishing blow. But the zombie leader had tricks of its own. With a guttural roar, it summoned a massive glacier from the ground, jagged spikes of ice shooting upward like a deadly fortress, blocking Jinsang's path. The sheer size and sharp edges of the ice made the battlefield treacherous. As the leader coughed violently, drained from the energy it had just used, it smirked, convinced this battle was already over. But it was wrong. A crimson glow suddenly lit up the sky. Bursting through the ice with blazing speed was Jinsang, his sword now engulfed in fiery energy. His body twisted mid-air, his movements fluid and calculated as he spun around behind the creature. The zombie leader froze in terror. Its guttural shrieks of fear echoed as Jinsang's flaming blade came crashing down. With a thunderous crack, the leader's body was torn apart, shattered into hundreds of pieces, fragments scattering across the frozen ground. Even as it died, its face twisted in disbelief, unwilling to accept it had been slain by a nameless knight. Jinsang's eyes were sharp and cold, his entire demeanor transformed. With calm confidence, he raised his sword high, cutting down any lingering threats in the area. His strikes flowed seamlessly, one after another, chaining together like muscle memory. Each skill cancelled into the next, his movements so smooth it looked like he was teleporting short distances, exactly how the system was designed. With flawless execution, Jinsang dashed forward, slicing the towering glacier to pieces, shards of ice raining down like confetti. This was protagonist-level domination. After wiping the battlefield clean, Jinsang tilted his head upward, eyes burning with determination. Skill combo system, time break, he declared with a proud smirk. His voice carried unwavering confidence now. He stretched out his hand, addressing no one in particular. That's the Dark Knight's basic combat technique. The ground was covered with deep slashes and splattered blood. A trembling, broken voice echoed through the air. The magic circle, it needs to heal. The zombie leader staggered forward, its bony hands shaking as it desperately reached out, muttering nonsense in its final moments. But before it could even finish, a sword plunged straight through its skull. Jinsang stood there, cold and unbothered, slashing mercilessly at the creature's head, not giving it a chance to breathe. Enough already. Just die, he scoffed in frustration. Fake ghoul voice. How annoying. With one final strike, the creature's body shattered into pieces, disappearing as if logging out to another server, its eyes filled with unwillingness. As the leader fell, the wall of ice imprisoning Saria instantly shattered. The icy prison broke apart like glass, freeing her. Jinsang barely paid attention. His eyes were on the strange card that appeared after defeating the monster. He picked it up absent-mindedly, muttering in annoyance. Isn't this supposed to trigger the ghoul sub-event? Great, I probably just screwed up the Dark Slayer's quest. But then, he noticed something odd behind him. Frowning, he turned around, still holding the card. On the surface of the card, the image of the zombie leader flickered faintly. What is this? Jinsang muttered, confused. Before he could think further, cracks suddenly spread across the card. It shattered mid-air, fragments vanishing into glowing particles. And then, she appeared, that damn deity, the one who shoved him into this game in the first place. The moment he saw her face, Jinsang's expression darkened with irritation. Oh, you again? Are you kidding me? The radiant being smiled, speaking in a calm, ethereal voice. Wonderful work, outsider from another dimension. You've completed the first step, as my appointed guide. That sentence stopped Jinsang cold. His eyes widened as realization clicked in. Nemer? It finally hit him. The hazy memories from their first encounter cleared up. His mind replayed the moment, her face, her ridiculous speech. That's right, back then I was too shaken to recognize her. But now it's obvious. His gaze sharpened. You're Nemer. The so-called guide of wisdom. The radiant figure fully materialized before him. Jinsang gritted his teeth as the truth settled in. A god. No, not exactly. In this world she's known as a transcendent, someone who can cross dimensions at will. Nemer, the one with the power to leap between worlds. His mind spiraled with questions. None of this made sense. His voice rose in frustration as he demanded. But you're just a character in a game. An NPC. A scripted line of code. How the hell did you pull me, a real person, into this world? Nemer remained composed, her voice gentle but unwavering. I've been watching you for a long time. You have the potential to become a blade, forged for a greater purpose. You've dedicated your life to Arad, haven't you? But you can't remain a mere sword forever. Jinsang's expression twisted into pure exasperation. Did I ask for your philosophy? I asked how you dragged me here, not for your weird speech about swords. But then, it clicked, the puzzle pieces fit together. Wait, in Dungeon and Fighter the blade, that refers to the adventurers, the playable characters. And the players, they're the ones wielding the blade. The realization made his stomach drop. His head throbbed with more questions than answers. So she summoned me, the player, to do something other than just play as an adventurer. Before he could process further, Nemer spoke again. You are, but Jinsang cut her off sharply, his voice full of defiance. No. I don't agree to anything. His patience had officially run dry. He shoved his hand forward, snapping at her. Whatever crazy thing you want me to do, I'm not interested. Just send me home. Nemer let out a tired sigh, as if she'd expected this. That is your responsibility. Her hand extended calmly toward him. Fury flared in Jinsang's chest. Responsibility? Don't feed me that crap. Before he could even react, a glowing shard of crystal shot from her fingertips, embedding itself directly into his forehead. A sharp jolt ripped through him. His pupils constricted as waves of images flooded his mind, memories that weren't his. Ranger instincts, combat techniques, strange gears turning, the clockwork of fate grinding into place. His body froze. He couldn't move, couldn't resist. Every motion, every ability, every purpose forced itself into his head, locking into his brain as if they had always belonged there. Nemer's expression remained unwavering. Her eyes locked onto Jinsang, sharp and resolute. And at that moment, something finally clicked inside him. His hand shot up to cover his mouth as nausea surged through his body. Hovering in midair, Jinsang doubled over, retching uncontrollably. Like the horrifying reality had just hit him all at once. Seeing that he had finally pieced things together, Nemer continued with her unnerving, steady voice. The sword you broke was a person. Just like you. Someone from another dimension. Her tone was laced with scolding disappointment. Your arrogance, your reckless interference with that sword's fate, was what triggered the appearance of the Time Lords to correct the distortion. She took a breath. Her voice cold and absolute. All of this is your responsibility. Those words struck Jinsang like a punch to the chest. His eyes welled up with helpless, bitter tears. His breathing quickened as anxiety twisted in his gut. He stared down at his trembling hands, still trying to process it all. The Ranger, he was like me. From the real world. He was still alive. Back then, did I really kill him? A twisted, knowing smile curled at Nemer's lips, as if she had anticipated every ounce of his guilt and confusion. A holographic map flickered to life beside her as she continued to speak, her voice as calm and matter-of-fact as ever. Arad is infected. The contamination is spreading. Her words made Jinsang freeze, his brow furrowed. Contamination, he repeated, confused. A terrifying vision unfolded before him, gigantic, invisible hands descending from the sky, grabbing hold of the players like puppets. The hands shoved them forward, pushing them mercilessly toward a deep, endless abyss. Nemer's voice echoed like a warning. The contamination corrupts the trials. It sends the blades astray. And if this continues, Arad's future will be twisted beyond repair. Her eyes hardened as she stared directly at him, her voice leaving no room for argument. You must become my representative. Guide the blades through the proper trials. Jinsang hesitated, torn, his mind racing with doubts. Proper trials? A proper representative. His thoughts jumped back to everything that had happened. The memory of the zombie leader fighting the blood swordman. But both had been taken down far too easily. The moment during the newbie tutorial when the player was supposed to fight the ghoul, and Syria was supposed to purify the magic circle that was the intended progression. But instead, the swordman hadn't moved, Syria had been frozen solid. Realization slammed into him. Wait. Even if it was all just random, if I hadn't stepped in, Jinsang's body tensed with dread. Cold sweat dripped down his face as the horrifying truth unraveled in his mind. Without Syria, you can't access the next dungeon. The story can't continue. That's a critical error. His eyes snapped to Nemer. The error you're talking about, that's the contamination, isn't it? Nemer nodded slowly, confirming his worst fears. She unfurled her radiant wings behind her, her voice echoing with authority. Exactly. That is the mission of the representative. With those words, she soared higher into the sky, her wings spreading wide as she prepared to send Jinsang back down to the world below. If you understand now, then go. Panic surged through Jinsang. His arms flailed as he shouted desperately, wait, hold on a second. But Nemer was already turning away, her voice drifting down like an order that couldn't be refused. Help the blades. Purge the contamination. And find the source behind it, quickly. Jinsang tried to cling to the fragments of shattered space around him, desperately trying to stay in that realm a moment longer. Why are you talking like you're about to disappear? He shouted angrily. I never agreed to this. Nemer made one final vow to him, her voice steady and cold. When your mission is complete, you will return. You'll go back to the place you long for. And just like that, she soared away, leaving Jinsang suspended in that strange space, alone. Hey! At least listen to me first, he shouted after her, but she was already gone. The more he thought about it, the worse this whole situation felt. His expression twisted in frustration as he yelled after her, no way. What do you expect me to do with a character this weak? At least give me some overpowered skill or something. As soon as the words left his mouth, the space around him started to shift. Golden lights shimmered and pulsed all around him like stardust. Nemer's voice echoed in his ears, calm and unwavering. While I can't grant you the power to bend space and time itself, suddenly, a glowing interface appeared before him, displaying an array of different weapons and equipment. Her voice continued. There is something I can give you. Choose what your heart desires. Jinsang's eyes sparkled as he scanned the items in front of him, his jaw practically hitting the floor. These are rare outfits and epic-grade equipment. There's even mist gear here. But then, something clicked. His excitement gave way to sharp suspicion as he stared straight at Nemer, his expression turning serious. Forget that. Give me the permanent Emperor's Pact. The non-tradable one. The one that lets me equip gear 10 levels higher, with no expiration. The space around him pulsed with a bright, blinding light, catching him off guard as he stumbled back. Nemer's voice drifted through the air. It shall be granted. Before his eyes, a radiant insignia materialized, the Emperor's crown. Jinsang's heart skipped a beat as he instinctively reached for it. The moment his fingers touched the crown, it flared with an overwhelming brilliance, forcing him to squint as a surge of power rushed through his body. His eyes widened with disbelief. Even now, he still wasn't used to how real this game world felt. Moments later, the crown's glow subsided, settling softly into his palm. Strange, unfamiliar power pulsed through his body, coiling around him like invisible flames. Seeing that everything was settled, Nemer's voice returned. Now then, but before she could finish her sentence, Jinsang, as always, cut her off. Wait. That's really it? You're not throwing in unlimited healing or something? Amused, Nemer let out a light chuckle, opening her arms wide as if presenting some grand revelation. Unnecessary. As my representative, I'll grant you freedom from mortal needs. You'll no longer feel the burden of exhaustion. Jinsang's face twisted in horror as he protested. No. I don't want that. But she only shook her head, her voice firm. Listen to me. Golden light enveloped the space once more as her final instructions echoed around him. From this moment on, I won't call upon you again. When the time comes, you will seek me. Though you may never see my true form again, a mere shadow of me awaits within the corridor of dimensional tides. And with that, she was gone. Her form dissolved into shimmering light, leaving behind only her eerie, knowing smile and final words. I'll be watching everything you do. The scene shifted. Night had fallen over a strange swamp forest. Jinsang had been tossed back into the game world yet again. Face first in the dirt, he groaned in frustration. This landing again. As he struggled to push himself up, a soft, hesitant voice stammered from behind. Error. Before he could even process what was happening, he caught another voice from a different direction. Error. Syria hurried over, her expression filled with concern. Adventurer, are you alright? Jinsang stayed hidden off to the side, cautiously observing the two figures ahead. Watching them carefully, his thoughts spiraled. That's the same Dark Slayer from earlier. The boss fight's still active. Wait, why aren't they moving? His brows furrowed, confusion flooding his face as another thought hit him. Is this some kind of artificial Time Lord? A quiet voice suddenly echoed in the air. Look, the magic circle. Jinsang quickly disguised himself, blending into the environment as a massive tree. First things first, follow him, he muttered to himself. After a long trek forward, dawn finally broke. The rising sun painted the sky in soft orange hues as Jinsang trailed the two figures, arriving at a vast, open area. Tilting his head up, Jinsang took in the scene before him with wide eyes. This is Elvongard Village? Familiar memories flooded his mind, the bizarre village where every house was nestled within massive tree trunks. His hands clenched into fists as he took cautious steps forward, still struggling to believe it. I've really stepped into this world, the so-called representative of contamination. Lost in thought, his steps grew steadier. But one thing was clear, his mind kept returning to the pointless death he had caused Ranger earlier. I won't accept a meaningless death like that again. Lifting his chin, his eyes burned with determination as a small, confident smirk crept onto his face. Without hesitation, Jinsang broke into a sprint toward the unknown ahead, his mind resolved, representative or not, I will survive in the world of Arad. This time he was ready to step onto a different part of the map. In front of Jinsang now stretched a vast forest, the ground littered with fallen berries. The story, too, slowly began to unfold. The assistant role Nemer had spoken of. It was to help players correct events that had been contaminated or corrupted. Which meant the first step was obvious: head to the village where that questline was still happening. His expression grew serious as his eyes scanned the ground. Walking steadily, investigating his surroundings, Jinsang brought up the system screen, his fingers tapping rapidly. I've discovered something in my inventory. The system window popped up in front of him, displaying the various items he had collected so far. His eyes widened. First, I've got an inventory. He stared in disbelief at the sword displayed on screen. Wait, didn't I drop that thing back there? Moments later he bent down to gather some of the berries scattered across the ground, muttering with a half smirk, did Nemer sneak these back into my bag for me? How considerate. After stuffing the berries into his inventory, he tapped the system screen again, confirming everything. Alright, looks like I'm good to go. As he flipped through the menus, his brow furrowed with confusion. Not the status window. This is just my personal info. It felt off. No minimap, no auction house interface. Compared to the actual game, tons of features were missing. Shouldn't I at least see something basic like HP or MP bars? Jinsang lifted his gaze toward the forest ahead, his face now solemn. His thoughts kept racing. Alright, let me think. The system displayed his basic stats: character info, level 2. Adventure reputation, 6. His jaw tightened, weak, even weaker than I expected. His mind drifted back to Nemer's cryptic words, the dimensional corridor. A place where he might encounter a faint version of her true form. He recalled the image of fate's gears turning endlessly, this world woven with threads of destiny. That was his only way home. But to even enter the Great Mage's dungeon, the dimensional corridor, he needed one thing: reputation. And not just a little. The required reputation to access that dungeon. A whopping 38,095. Jinsang's eyes snapped back to reality, staring at his system screen once again. My info, level 2. Reputation, 6. A deep, exasperated sigh escaped him. 6, staring at his pitiful stats. Jinsang let out a groan. This is hopeless. But as frustrating as that was, there was something far more concerning. Nemer. She wasn't exactly the sweet, benevolent, transcendental being she liked to pretend to be. Since arriving, Jinsang had spent every waking moment chasing after small critters from morning till night. Even when he finally struggled his way to the dimensional corridor, it had been a nightmare. Blistering heat, dehydration, and yet he still kept pushing forward. Yeah right, like she's gonna let me go home that easily. By the time late night rolled around, Jinsang sat alone under the moonlight, munching on the berries he'd gathered earlier. Surprisingly, they weren't bad. Biting into one with exaggerated enthusiasm, he couldn't help but smirk. Guess I don't need to pack rations after all. I'm not hungry, but I'm not exactly full either. So, this is what Nemer meant by freedom from physical needs. As he sat there in silence, the eerie stillness of the swamp forest surrounding him, Nemer's words echoed in his head again: if you don't help, the contamination will destroy Arad. His grip on the berry tightened slightly. Whether he liked it or not, the gears of this world were already turning. Jinsang's mind raced as images resurfaced: the memory of a pair of hands, swiftly recreating everything from scratch. But based on what he knew, Nemer's goal within the game was to resurrect the god of creation, to rebuild the world entirely. Which meant, the next image that appeared was Earth itself shattered into 1,000 pieces. Fragments of the planet drifted endlessly into space, golden streaks of light flashing across the dark void. Even if he helped Nemer, Arad's fate was still total destruction. The more he thought about it, the more his head throbbed. His eyes wandered back to the flickering campfire in front of him. With a sigh, he tossed the half-eaten berry into the flames and muttered under his breath, "Whatever. This is just a game. I just need to get back home. That's all that matters." The next morning Jinsang set off again, his steps firm and steady. He kept reminding himself, gotta survive this, no matter what. To do that, standing atop a hillside overlooking the massive city below, he quickly set his next destination in mind. Hendenmire, I have to get there. But things weren't that simple. The place was packed, crowds moving everywhere. The whole scene chaotic. Getting through was nothing like what Jinsang had imagined. At the gates leading into Hendenmire, the capital city of the Velmare Principality, he followed the line of people, steadily inching forward. As he walked, his frustration boiled over. How many days have I been running already? His mind drifted again. If this were the game, what? 10 seconds tops, done and dusted. The thought made him chuckle under his breath. But as he approached the checkpoint, 2 guards suddenly stepped forward, swords blocking his path. Stop right there. Their eyes were sharp and unfriendly, practically radiating hostility. Jinsang froze, his nerves kicking in. He forced a stiff, awkward smile, still unsure why these guys had singled him out. But moments later that forced smile completely faded. Cut to Jinsang slumped under a tree, utterly defeated. His voice was low, full of frustration. A pass, right? Of course there's a pass system, stupid game mechanics. Almost as if reading his mind, a large muscular man approached and asked, "A pass? Why do you need to enter Hendenmire?" Jinsang's eyes widened as he recognized the man's familiar face. His heart skipped a beat and he blurted out in shock, "Linus." The man raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. "You know me?" Jinsang's expression brightened with relief. "Know you? Man, I practically know everything about you." But just as he was basking in that small victory, another realization hit him like a slap in the face. His eyes narrowed. Wait, of course. Linus. The NPC who gives the pass during the quest. Without wasting another second, Jinsang scrambled to his feet and pleaded, "Sir Linus, would you happen to have, an extra pass lying around?" The burly man looked him up and down like he was sizing up a stray dog. Then shook his head. Not interested. Scratching his head, Linus added casually, "Why would I hand that over to some random drifter passed out by the side of the road?" Jinsang froze. His mind raced. Damn it, I rushed it. In the game, you only get the pass after saving Syria. The realization made him groan inwardly. He scratched his head, lost in thought. Okay, think. What do I say to get this guy to trust me? How do I convince Linus to hand over that pass? Thinking quickly, Jinsang switched into full acting mode. His eyes welled up with tears. His nose started running. It was a pitiful sight. Covering his face, he began sobbing right in front of Linus, who looked utterly confused. Then came the sob story, completely fabricated but delivered with Oscar-worthy emotion. "The truth is, I have a friend suffering from demon hand, just like me. He sees monsters, hears voices, but lately the symptoms have gotten worse. No medicine, nothing can help anymore." Jinsang's voice cracked with desperation as he clutched his face, sobbing louder, laying it on thick. In the end, he lost control, started attacking people. "In my despair, I heard there's a famous alchemist in Hendenmire, so I rushed here." Dropping to his knees, he pleaded, "But, I didn't know you needed a pass to enter. Please, I'm begging you, if I don't get there my friend's demon hand will spiral out of control." He even coughed a few times for added realism. "And when that happens I'll have no choice but to." But, contrary to what he expected, Linus's face remained completely blank. His expression was stiff, unmoved, as if he hadn't heard a word. Seeing this, Jinsang gritted his teeth in frustration, cursing internally, "Damn it, it's not working. My emotional play totally flopped." But just as he was about to abandon hope, he noticed something strange: the sound of water hitting the ground. He looked up, and froze. Linus was crying. Tears streamed down the old man's face, grief written all over him. Jinsang's jaw dropped in disbelief. "No way, that actually worked." "Sir Linus?" he asked cautiously. The old man quickly wiped his eyes and turned away. "Dust got in my eyes." Before Jinsang could say another word, Linus tossed a small bag at his feet, filled with coins and various items. His voice was gruff but deliberate. "If someone were to accidentally pick up this pass, along with some travel money, and a boxed lunch, or even the famous Jiba sword from my forge, well, I wouldn't know anything about it." Then, still wiping his tears, Linus turned and walked away. Jinsang snatched up the items, overwhelmed with relief. "Thank you, Sir Linus." Before disappearing into the crowd, Linus shot him a hand signal and called out, "I hope your friend gets the help they need." Jinsang had no idea how to respond to that. Time passed quickly. Jinsang now stood in a long line at the city gates, panting and exhausted. Finally, I'm almost through. Clutching the pass in his hand, he let out a sigh of relief. Good thing I remembered Linus's official quest dialogue at the last second, but then a pang of guilt crept in. Wait, technically, I just exploited someone's old emotional trauma. Why do I feel so guilty about this? Up ahead, the guards shouted next. Jinsang shook off the guilt, plastered on a smile, and handed over the pass, mentally reassuring himself. Guilt? For what? He's just an NPC. Don't overthink it. The gate slowly creaked open. Beyond it, a bustling city full of players, crowds moving in every direction. Jinsang's eyes lit up with excitement as he sprinted ahead. Hendenmire, finally here. Street vendors on both sides shouted enthusiastically, come take a look. Fresh stock from the docks this morning. Big discounts. Jinsang soaked it all in, utterly impressed. Man, this feels so real. This is awesome. At that moment, a woman's confident voice echoed across the crowd. Only those brave enough to challenge can claim victory. You know that, right? The voice was low, a little flirty. Curious, Jinsang turned his head and froze. Standing there was a stunning woman with a toned, graceful figure. It only took him a second to recognize her. Chu Bang. He blurted out without thinking. The woman turned to him, a little surprised. You know me? Jinsang scratched the back of his head awkwardly, trying to play it cool. Well, you're the champion of the tournament, right? She chuckled, noticing his eyes lingering a bit too long. Huh, you look like you've got some muscle on you. So? Wanna go a few rounds? Hot and intense? Jinsang's face flushed red, stumbling over his words like an idiot. Hot and intense? Before he could embarrass himself further, loud laughter erupted from behind him. A group of people walked over, snickering. Huh, what's this guy doing? Mumbling to himself for ages right outside the arena. Walking around in circles. Jinsang turned, confused, staring at the group. Man, they even sound like NPCs. But then, reality hit him like a brick wall. His face changed instantly. Oh no, wait, no way. All that stuff I said, that wasn't showing up in the chat window, was it? Panic set in as he quickly pulled up the system screen to confirm. His face flushed with embarrassment. It totally was. Mortified, he covered his face with both hands and bolted down the street. Oh God, kill me now, that's so humiliating. Behind him, Chu Bang called out, amused, hey, customer. Jinsang didn't stop. His face burned as he sprinted away. Right, grapplers can see the chat too, oh God. The teasing laughter behind him only made it worse. Stop laughing, damn it, I've become that guy. The scene quickly cut to a quieter part of the city. Jinsang finally stopped running, completely out of breath. I have been running for ages. Is anyone chasing me? He sighed and looked around. Great, talking to myself again. In front of him stood a small, simple tavern. Recognition hit him immediately. The Moonlight Tavern. He stepped inside, memories flooding back. Right, this is where players used to gather for the Sky Castle quest. His eyes scanned the familiar interior. Yeah, this place, it's where you came for rumors and quest info. As he walked in, every head in the tavern turned his way. All eyes locked onto him, cold, suspicious, borderline hostile. The room practically screamed, outsider. A chill ran down his spine as he froze in place. They're all staring, like they want to eat me alive. For a second, he debated turning right back around. But then, he clenched his teeth, steeling himself. No, don't chicken out now, first impressions matter. Beak Jinsang knew that much. Especially in a place like this. As he stood there lost in thought, a cheerful voice snapped him back to reality. Welcome, sir. Startled, Jinsang flinched. Ah geez, you scared me. The waitress smiled sweetly. I'll help you place your order. Without thinking, Jinsang blurted out. I'll have milk. There was a pause. Her face froze for a second. Right. Immediately realizing how weird that sounded in a bar, Jinsang awkwardly leaned closer. Actually forget that. Hey, anything unusual going on in here? The waitress raised a brow, looking him up and down with a teasing smile. Yeah, there's something weird right in front of me. She glanced down at him again, as if sizing him up like a strange exhibit. Jinsang, still distracted, wasn't paying attention. His eyes lit up as he spotted a curious-looking item on the counter. Whew, that's what is that? Pretty weird, but cool. How much is it? The waitress chuckled, amused by his sudden enthusiasm. That's what you were talking about. You should have just said so sooner. Before he could dig himself into a deeper hole, someone else walked over. Hey there. A familiar voice called out. Jinsang turned to see Syria approaching with a few of her friends. She smiled politely. Is this the owner of the Moonlight Tavern? I'm Syria. Jinxiang's jaw nearly dropped. He recognized the lines instantly. Wait, Syria, isn't that her quest dialogue for the Sky Tower mission? His eyes shifted to the muscular woman standing beside her. So, the person next to her must be the player doing the quest. A grappler class, cool. From outside another voice chimed in, hey grappler girl. Finish your quest and get moving already. The voice was familiar, tugging at Jinxiang's memory. That voice sounds so familiar. The source of the voice walked into the bar, swaying with an air of casual arrogance. Amateurs, you gotta get straight to the point and ask the right questions. She stepped fully inside, sighing dramatically. Even you're just a trainee, aren't you? The woman beside Syria, clearly named Fiona, lost her patience. Hey, show some respect. That's an order from the captain. Jinxing's face turned pale. His heart skipped a beat. No way, and no way, this can't be happening. Right in front of him were all the powerful NPCs he only ever saw from afar. The Iron Wolf Knights, here in front of me. He quickly glanced at the map in his mind. Elvongard, Hendenmire, Velmare Duchy, yup, I'm definitely screwed. A new image popped up on Jinxiang's system screen, an intimidating squad of elite knights, clad in heavy armor radiating raw power. The Iron Wolf Knights. The Emperor's personal guard from the Daros Empire, currently stationed in Hanelseong, conducting investigations. Wait, they show up here too. Jinxiang thought as he watched the knights approaching the Moonlight Tavern. His eyes darted from one familiar face to another. First was Fiona and Dan, both armored to the teeth like proper bodyguards. Then the silver-haired doll-like beauty and NPC from the Doll Museum dungeon in Hanelseong. And finally, the cold, pink-haired girl Lenny, known for lurking around the dark hall of Hanelseong. But none of them were supposed to be part of the tavern's storyline. Jinsang listened carefully to their conversation, his mind racing. This dialogue, it only triggers after clearing 2 dungeons. So that grappler girl, she's doing the Sky Tower quest. To his side, Syria leaned in, whispering something to the waitress. Sorry about the magic stone. The waitress just smiled. It's alright. Looks like you pulled it off. Jinxiang's thoughts kept spinning. So, the grappler's quest doesn't connect to those 3 at all. But if those knights are following her, that's a sign of contamination. The conversation wrapped up quickly. Syria turned to leave, calling back cheerfully, thank you Shusha. Finally done, Wu. Jinxiang watched them walk off, his heart pounding. I need to follow them, I have to. Keeping a careful distance, he tailed them down the long streets, eavesdropping on every word. Come on, the captain's already upstairs. Why is the captain so interested in some random adventurer like this? Jinxiang's head tilted slightly. But, which one of them is contaminated? I need to figure it out, fast. Determined, he pressed forward only to be blocked by the palace guards standing at the entrance. Stop right there. His eyes widened as he suddenly remembered something crucial. The guards continued. If you don't have proper travel clearance before they could finish, Jinsang grabbed his head, groaning in pure frustration. Damn it, the blasted travel pass, again. His outburst caught the attention of a tall, well-dressed man nearby, who glanced over in surprise. Jinxiang's brain kicked into high gear. Wait, NPC who issues passes for Hanelseong, Roger Levin. The moment that realization hit, Jinxiang bolted, sprinting down the street. Roger. Roger. After what felt like an eternity of searching, he finally came across one of Roger's apprentices. She smiled awkwardly. Sorry? You said he's on a business trip. Then, as if twisting the knife, she added, travel pass? Oh sorry, I don't have permission to issue those. Jinxiang just stood there, utterly defeated, as the apprentice shrugged, leaving him behind, drowning in disappointment. At this point, Jinxiang was practically losing his mind. He slammed his fists onto the ground, shouting in pure frustration, what the hell is this? If the NPC who gives out travel passes is gone, how the heck am I supposed to get into Hanelseong? As he sat there wallowing in despair, a strange voice called out, hey. Startled, Jinsang looked up. Off to the side, a blue-haired guy casually handed his travel pass to the gate guards. The guard carefully inspected it, nodded, and said, travel pass from Roger Levin verified. You may enter. The guy shot a cold glance Jinsang's way. But before the guard could even blink, Jinsang rushed over, snatched the pass, and cheered seriously. I'm going in then. Laughing, Jinsang followed the guy right through the gate, waving back no pass. Easy. Just team up with someone who has one. Grinning ear to ear, Jinxiang turned to the blue-haired guy. Dude, thanks a ton. I owe you one. The guy turned around slowly, giving Jinsang a curious look. I've been watching you for a while now, huh? Jinsang froze. But then the guy burst out laughing. Man, you're really into it. So in character. You've got everyone fooled. This is hilarious. Jinsang blinked, speechless. What? No, I'm not role-playing. This is literally my real situation. The guy kept laughing, clearly amused. What is even happening here? He kept chuckling while casually typing something into the chat, then started walking off. Ah, you're cracking me up. As a thanks, I'll take you to Behemoth. Jinsang stood frozen, his mind racing. Huh? Take me where? Sure, he had years of dungeon fighter experience, but still, this isn't a carry, right? No way, it's just help, right? But the moment that terrifying thought crossed his mind, Jinsang quickly shook it off. Nope, I'm out. Disband party, disband. And just like that he disappeared, leaving the guy behind, completely dumbfounded. Meanwhile, on the other side of the screen, slender fingers hovered over a keyboard. A young woman let out a sigh. Wait a second. Her expression turned sour as she leaned back in her chair. Dang it, they're gone. They were kind of funny though. The more she thought about it, the more puzzled she looked. But why didn't their nicknames show up? The scene transitioned to a towering slanted skyscraper deep within the city. Jinsang dragged his feet toward the building, sighing in exhaustion. Sansu, what was his name again? Gotta steer clear of that guy. The endless, dark corridors of Hanelseong stretched before him. Jinsang looked around, clearly overwhelmed. Where do I even start? This place is huge. Where did those three go? I've wasted too much time already. I've gotta clear the contamination fast. Before he could make a move, a pair of small feet darted past him. It was Lenny, carrying Dan on her back, running down the hall. Fiona followed close behind, flustered and yelling in frustration. Oh come on. I seriously couldn't dodge that attack. Dan, completely worn out, tried to reassure them. I'm fine. Really fulfilling the escort mission for the adventure on the captain's orders. Before the poor guy could even explain, Lenny cut him off coldly. Don't get blood all over me. Now's not the time to worry about some random adventurer. Jinsang watched the whole thing unfold, completely lost. What, the lower-ranking knights? Wait, what the hell's happening here? Are they just abandoning the player? The more he thought about it, the more it freaked him out. His mind raced. Wait, was that guy already infected? Suddenly, images of Fiona's expression from earlier flashed through his mind, along with Syria and the others quickly leaving. His heart sank. Don't tell me it's not them, the infected one. A terrifying image crept into his head. His expression froze. The one giving the orders, the one controlling the whole night squad, Captain Van Balstedt. The second that thought clicked, Jinsang took off like lightning, sprinting at full speed down the corridor. The massive tower came into view in his mind as he pushed forward. He could picture Grappler already approaching Van Balstedt. If those two clashed, what then? The thought made his stomach churn. What if that guy's controlling the entire night squad to spread the contamination? Panic rising, Jinsang sprinted even faster. I gotta hurry and do. But right behind him, a strange little dragon suddenly swooped in, clawing at him. The sharp claws grazed his face, stinging with pain. Jinsang stumbled to a stop, clutching his cheek. But the dragon wasn't done. It came at him again, vicious and relentless. No choice, Jinsang gritted his teeth, yanked his weapon straight from the system interface, and slashed. The little dragon was torn apart easily, falling to pieces at his feet. But before he could even breathe, more dragons came rushing out from the shadows, teeth bared, wings flapping furiously. They swarmed him from all directions. Jinsang's muscles tensed, and his expression darkened. Damn it, got careless again. The truth hit him like a truck. A dungeon, of course. A roar echoed as even more dragons, bigger and armed with crude weapons, charged at him. The leader swung a massive blade toward him. Its reach was ridiculous. Jinsang barely rolled aside in time. Seizing the opening, Jinsang gripped his weapon tight, spinning low. His foot lashed out, landing a solid kick right into the creature's side. The beast howled in pain, clutching its body, stumbling back. But Jinsang had no time to gloat. Fighting alone, in a situation like this, impossible to relax for even a second. More of them lunged, sharp fangs glinting. But Jinsang wasn't backing down. A flash of blue light burst beneath his feet. His body shot upward with insane speed, soaring above their heads. They barely had time to react as Jinsang raised his weapon, aiming straight down at them mid-air. But right as he prepared to strike, more little dragons swooped in from every direction. The swarm attacked relentlessly, clawing and biting from all sides. Overwhelmed, Jinsang gritted his teeth. Damn it, no time to react. After wiping out the annoying little dragons, Jinsang's real headache was now standing right in front of him, a whole group of massive, towering dragons waiting to tear him apart. Seeing how many of them there were, Jinsang clenched his teeth in frustration and cursed under his breath. Damn it, His eyes darted across the battlefield as the giant dragons started to lift off, circling in the air, ready to strike. Jinsang had no choice, there was no way to fight head-on. Way too many of them. I gotta bail. He turned and sprinted full speed, trying to escape. But up ahead, another monster blocked his path. It raised its weapon high, preparing a devastating strike. Are you serious? Boss ambush now. The battlefield descended into chaos. The enemies swarmed him from every direction, weapons swinging non-stop. With so many targets attacking at once, his stamina was draining fast. Jinsang collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Damn it, I'm out of MP already. His mind raced with regret. I rushed in too fast, such a rookie mistake. Should have leveled up more first. Suddenly, something in the distance caught his eye. A massive dragon statue shimmered with light. Before he could even react, the statue unleashed a blast of flames that roared across the battlefield, scorching everything in its path. Startled, Jinsang dodged to the side, eyes wide in shock. The inferno engulfed the entire area, reducing the monsters to ash within seconds. Frozen in place, Jinsang stared at the glowing statue. The statue. Right, this game has environmental mechanics like that. Then it clicked. His eyes lit up with realization. Wait, at the end of the statue line, I remember now. The remaining monsters, confused by the sudden flames, didn't even notice as Jinsang bolted forward. Thinking he was fleeing, they all gave chase. Up ahead, a strange glowing magic circle came into view, radiating bright, pulsing light. The moment he saw it, Jinsang's face lit up with joy, just as I thought. A full recovery zone. He dashed toward it at full speed, ignoring the smaller dragons trying to cut him off. Blood splattered through the air as he carved through them ruthlessly. The dragons were ripped apart, torn to pieces within moments. With the last of them down, Jinsang finally stepped onto the glowing magic circle. Perfect. Instantly his health, stamina, and mana surged back to full. Glancing at his status window, his face beamed with excitement. Level up? Alright, time to. Gripping his sword tight, he couldn't help but grin. Let's power up right now. The map interface appeared in front of him. He was still on the first floor, Lord's Tower, Heavenly Dragon Palace. The dragon-headed monsters, armed to the teeth, charged at Jinsang like they were ready to shred him into 1,000 pieces. But Jinsang wasn't about to go down that easy. A wicked grin flashed across his face as he unleashed his signature move, Dark Cross. Blades of dark energy ripped through the battlefield, slicing the enemies apart like paper. The dragons watched in horror as their comrades were torn to shreds. They hesitated, fear creeping into their eyes. Jinsang wasn't done. Spotting an opening, he leapt high into the air, sword gleaming in the dim light. He dove straight at the largest of them, driving his weapon clean through its chest. The beast collapsed instantly, dissolving into pixels. Triple blade technique. But that still wasn't enough to satisfy him. Jinsang followed up with a flurry of basic strikes, tearing through the remaining enemies with ease. The more he fought, the wider his smile grew. The thrill of the battle pumped through his veins. This feels like I'm the protagonist of a web novel or something. He didn't regret his build choice for a second. Good thing I picked the Overlord's Pact when I had the chance. His system screen had shown the crown stats earlier. Rare equipment, untradeable, allows equipping items 10 levels higher than normal, permanent effect. Time flew by as the carnage continued. Inside the tower, the sounds of brutal combat echoed off the walls. Slashing down one enemy after another, Jinsang roared in challenge. Bring it on, you bastards. Who's next? As the last of the weaker monsters fell, a new threat emerged. A towering, humanoid dragon figure stepped over the corpses of its fallen allies, the boss of the Dragonkin Tower, Rockius. The dragon boss glared at Jinsang with cold contempt. An outsider, staining the Sky Castle, you've been discovered. But instead of charging in himself, Rockius simply pointed at Jinsang and barked an order. Dragonkin commenced the purge. More of the dragon-headed soldiers rushed at him, their weapons gleaming. They roared something Jinsang couldn't understand, Kia, but Jinsang was ready. Dodging nimbly, he twisted through the air, landing clean hits on their legs. One by one they fell, screaming in agony. Springing into the air, Jinsang prepared his next strike, Dark Slash. His blade carved through another enemy like butter. But just as he finished, another dragonkin lunged at him, its weapon aimed at straight for his head. In the blink of an eye, Jinsang vanished only to reappear right behind the monster, grinning like a maniac. Too slow. Catch this. The dragonkin's eyes widened in terror as it realized its fate. Game over. Jinsang went for the finishing blow only to completely whiff and slam his weapon straight into a giant statue nearby. The entire room fell silent. The monsters froze, staring at him in disbelief. Jinsang stood there mortified. Oops. Time itself seemed to stop. He had no idea what to do next. Before he could react, A massive fist collided with his face, sending him sprawling across the ground. Air GH, damn it. The battle raged on. Gritting his teeth, Jinsang pushed through the pain. Unleashing his final move, he blitzed through the enemies with ruthless efficiency, shred M. The little dragons weren't about to back down. As soon as they saw Jinsang mess up, they all swarmed toward him like a pack of vultures. A loud crash echoed across the battlefield as the ground shook beneath him. The place was already a war zone, but now it was turning into an absolute disaster. The little dragons froze, their eyes flickering with fear at the overwhelming, terrifying power radiating from Jinsang, but their hesitation didn't last long. While they kept their distance, sizing him up, Jinsang suddenly reappeared right behind them, weapon drawn, roaring, "You little pests!" But Jinsang let us all down. Turns out, he really was a noob after all. His attack completely whiffed, and he face-planted right onto the battlefield. The little dragons, seeing their opening, pounced without hesitation, clawing and biting at him. Damn it. Furious, Jinsang pulled himself together, analyzing the situation in his head. The Dark Knight's combo system could bridge the gaps between skills, chaining them together smoothly. But the trade-off? He had to execute them in the exact right order, mess it up, and he was screwed. This class, mastering combos is everything, and to make it worse, Jinsang couldn't fly, he could only flail his weapon wildly from the ground. The little dragons laughed, circling overhead like bullies on a playground. "Get down here, you cowardly bastards." Dark slash. Cyclone strike. But Jinsang wasn't satisfied. Cursing under his breath, he realized his sloppy combo management had wasted two valuable skills. Just then a sharp, deadly weapon lunged toward him from behind. Instinct kicked in. Jinsang spun around, raising his arms to block. This isn't a game anymore, one mistake, and I'm dead for real. But before he could recover, a massive leg swept his feet out from under him. Caught off guard, Jinsang slammed hard onto the ground. Towering above him, Rockius sneered, clearly enjoying this. The dragon boss wasted no time, unleashing a brutal assault with his weapon, strikes raining down relentlessly. Jinsang struggled to defend himself, the attacks coming too fast to counter. Suddenly, Rockius's massive tail coiled around him like a vice, lifting him off the ground. Jinsang thrashed wildly, trying to break free, swinging his weapon with everything he had. After a fierce struggle, his blade finally connected, slashing across the beast's thick scales. The hit landed. But instead of falling, Rockius simply recoiled, his expression unreadable. Then, like nothing had happened, he straightened up, eyes narrowing with renewed aggression. All around him, the other monsters joined in, launching a coordinated assault. They didn't give Jinsang a second to breathe. But the more they pressed him, the fiercer Jinsang became. Fueled by adrenaline, he fought back with relentless fury. His blade gleamed under the dim light as he unleashed his ultimate move, finishing strike. Blades of energy shot out in rapid succession, cutting through the enemy ranks. Screams and howls filled the air as the monsters fell, writhing in agony. But despite his success, Jinsang knew the real fight was far from over. His eyes locked onto the boss, rage boiling in his chest. "Damn it, you're the boss for a reason, huh? You're not going down that easy." Rockius's tail lashed toward him again, paired with raw, monstrous power. Jinsang found himself being overpowered, barely able to stay on his feet. The boss's attacks didn't stop, wave after wave crashed down on him. It was clear Rockius wasn't just trying to defeat him. He was trying to grind him into dust. But Jinsang's eyes sharpened with determination, burning with defiance. His gaze never left Rockius. The smug bastard was still gloating like he had already won. "We'll see about that." A massive surge of electricity burst through the air, crackling like a thunderstorm unleashed indoors, crashing down toward both of them. The room filled with smoke and dust. The sheer force of the battle was enough to shake the entire tower. Jinsang collapsed to the ground, his body trembling from the lightning strike. His muscles ached, his vision blurred. Rockius didn't hesitate. He strode over and kicked Jinsang hard in the chest, sending him sprawling backward. The relentless fight had drained him. Jinsang gasped for air, struggling to push himself up, his body screaming in protest. His mind raced. I can't believe how strong this guy is." Across from him, even Rockius showed signs of exhaustion, his chest heaving with each breath. But Jinsang wasn't ready to quit. His grip tightened on his weapon. His eyes sharpened with fierce determination. Pushing through the pain, he charged at Rockius with everything he had left, attacking with wild, reckless abandon. Shred them apart. He slashed again and again, his strikes faster, sharper, desperate. His body screamed in protest, but he didn't stop. Launching himself into the air, he twisted his body, ready to follow up with another aerial assault, but his battered frame gave out mid-air, sending him crashing hard to the ground. Rockius sneered, raising his massive trident. His cold voice cut through the chaos. Done struggling yet? The deadly weapon plunged down, but at the last second, Jinsang activated a teleport, disappearing in a flash of light. Appearing a short distance away, he collapsed to his knees, breathing raggedly. His energy was nearly gone. 1, 2, 3, he muttered under his breath, an unreadable look in his eyes. Rockius's expression darkened. The hell are you mumbling now? Ignoring the insult, Jinsang rose to his feet, charging in for a fourth strike. Every ounce of strength he had left went into this one final assault. His blade carved through the air, infused with raw, desperate energy. The ground beneath them cracked and split apart as their weapons clashed. The watching monsters recoiled, unable to believe what they were seeing. This time, Rockius was the one faltering. What is this? The boss's eyes widened as the crushing force of Jinsang's blow sent shockwaves across the battlefield. How the hell did this guy suddenly get so strong? A wicked grin crept across Jinsang's face, his breathing still heavy, but his confidence undeniable. The real meaning of the combo system, it's not about dodging, it's about syncing everything, perfectly. A golden flash erupted from his weapon as the final strike connected. Rockius's weapon cracked under the pressure, then shattered entirely. The boss let out a furious, agonized roar, stumbling backward. His defenses crumbled. His body shook with pain. But Jinsang wasn't done. Golden light enveloped him as he summoned a radiant protective shield. Gripping his weapon tightly, eyes sharp with resolve, he charged forward for the final blow. The roar of the crowd faded, replaced by the thunderous sound of Jinsang's footsteps, his expression unyielding this time. Rockius was going down. Jinsang's eyes burned with a deadly intensity as he locked onto his target for the fifth time. In that moment, all the knowledge from his past life as a streamer and gamer flooded back into his mind. The more consecutive combos you land, the stronger the damage scaling becomes. 130%, 150%, 180%, and the final strike of the fifth combo, a devastating 200% damage multiplier. Fueled by raw instinct and perfect timing, Jinsang unleashed a relentless assault. His weapon blurred through the air as strike after strike landed clean, chaining seamlessly together. Rockius couldn't react, he was overwhelmed. And then, the final blow. With pinpoint precision, Jinsang delivered a brutal, critical strike straight at his exposed weak point. There was no dodging it. For the first time, real fear filled Rockius' face. The proud boss who had looked down on him now stared death in the eye. He knew this was the end. Outside the tower, the sound of chaos erupted. Pigeons scattered into the sky, flapping wildly as if sensing the coming storm. Inside, beams of blinding light burst from the walls, slicing through the darkness like holy fire. Jinsang's final strike detonated like an explosion. The entire tower shook. The blinding light surged outward, illuminating the streets below. The sheer force of his combo shattered everything in its path. Rockius never stood a chance. His body was torn apart, shredded into countless pieces. There was no dramatic scream, no second wind, just complete annihilation. Jinsang stood over what was left of him, his breathing ragged, his face calm but drained. The Dragonkin Tower, he muttered, eyes flickering with fatigue. His legs finally gave out. Exhausted beyond measure, he collapsed to the ground, whispering the words that confirmed his victory aria, cleared. Meanwhile, on the upper floors, the heavy stomps of armored boots echoed down the staircase. The Iron Wolf Knights rushed down in a panic. What the hell happened down here? Check the situation immediately. They arrived at the scene. The remains of the battlefield lay before them. Shattered debris, twisted bodies. And those creatures, what the hell are these things? At that moment, Krueger stepped onto the scene. The knights immediately saluted, reporting the situation with urgency. Vice Captain, over there's someone. Jinsang collapsed to the ground, utterly drained. His lips quivered as he forced out the words. Dragonkin Tower cleared. His vision blurred from exhaustion, his body completely spent. That was brutal. Thank God I survived. But just as he thought he could finally breathe, a sudden surge of energy rippled through him. His eyes widened in surprise. Huh? A familiar system chimed at his mind. Level up, Lev.15 achieved. Jinsang's fatigue faded almost instantly. A grin crept onto his face. Level up, finally. Stamina's back. Alright, let's grab the loot and get the hell out of here. Excited, he scanned the battlefield, but, huh? There's nothing. Confused, he wandered forward, checking the fallen enemies. Where's the loot? There should be something. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed behind him. Loot? You talk like you actually killed them yourself. Jinsang froze. That voice, slowly, cautiously he turned around. A tall, stern man stood there, armed and glaring. His sharp eyes burned with suspicion. That voice, no way. The man stepped forward, his expression hard as stone. Who are you? How did you get into Sky Castle? Jinsang's eyes darted to the man's name floating above him. Hats von Krueger. The Iron Wolf Vice Captain, the notorious, impossible to please NPC every player dreaded. Shit, I remember him now. The one guy who's so obnoxious, his popularity rating literally got nerfed. Before Jinsang could speak, the knights surrounding them raised their weapons, aiming directly at him. Blades and spears glinted in the dim light. He was completely surrounded. Hat's voice cut through the tension. State your name. Your affiliation. Now. His eyes narrowed. And how exactly do you know me? Jinsang sighed in defeat, raising both hands as if surrendering. How could I not know you? But saying that would only make things worse. Instead, he blurted out, why you're the vice captain of the Iron Wolf Knights. That's how I know you. Hats did flinch. His glare intensified. How did you enter Sky Castle? Jinsang's mind raced. His heart pounded. He needed an excuse fast. Roger Levin. I got a pass from him. Hat's expression shifted. His eyes darkened with suspicion. Roger Levin? Let me see it. Jinsang winced. Crap, he awkwardly scratched his head. I don't have it, it's with my friend. Hat's stare could have frozen lava. Your friend? His voice dropped dangerously low. And where exactly is this friend of yours? Maybe downstairs. I think Jinsang stammered, his eyes darting nervously. Hats clearly wasn't buying it. His hand hovered near his weapon. Lead the way. If your pass and identity check out, you'll walk free. Jinsang clenched his jaw in frustration. This stubborn bastard. With no other choice, he followed as Hats led him away, knights flanking him on all sides. Be warned, Hats said coldly. If you're lying, you better be ready to deal with the consequences. Jinsang's fists tightened in frustration as he trailed behind. Damn it, of all people to run into, it had to be this guy. Jinsang's mind raced as he pieced everything together. Syria and the grappler, they've already headed to Sky Castle, damn it, no time to waste. They were climbing towards the castle lord's chambers, the highest floor. And if his memory served him right, Banbelstedt the commander would be waiting up there. But Banbel wasn't supposed to be normal, he was already infected. Jinsang clenched his fists in frustration. If I waste any more time here, they'll run into Banbel. And if Hez really infected, damn it. He cursed loudly, drawing the attention of the knights around him. The Iron Wolf Knights turned toward him, puzzled. Before they could react further, Jinsang struck. With lightning-fast movements, he drew his training sword and lashed out at the nearest knights, sending them stumbling back in shock. Hey, what the hell? Hat's expression twisted with rage as he saw his subordinates overwhelmed. Teeth clenched, he charged forward, blade gleaming, snarling. Where the hell is he hiding that thing? But before his attack could connect, Jinsang vanished, teleporting away with a flash of distorted time. Hat skidded to a halt, blinking in confusion. He's gone. But it wasn't over. A chill ran down his spine. Jinsang had reappeared right behind him. Hats whipped around, his combat instincts kicking in. You little runt. You want a real fight? I'll show you what that means. Jinsang smirked, eyes gleaming. Let's go jump. In an instant he teleported again, this time, unleashing a heavy force fist, knocking Hats off balance. The knights scrambled, shouting after him. Jinsang bolted, sprinting down the corridor with everything he had. Thank God I kept that training weapon, no way I'm picking a real fight with the Iron Wolf. As he ran, a glint from his inventory caught his eye. Wait, this'll work. Behind him Hats roared with fury, charging at full speed, blade raised for a decisive strike. Jinsang glanced back, saw the attack incoming, and acted fast. He tossed a small device to the ground. Boom. The explosion rocked the floor, forcing the knights and Hats to retreat, coughing in the smoke. Hats snarled, eyes blazing with fury. You little bastard, seizing a fallen knight's spear, he prepared to hurl it like a javelin. Enough of this nonsense. But then, a strange squelch echoed beneath his boots. Hats looked down. Dark, slick liquid coated the floor around him. A growing pool of black ooze. His gaze shot to Jinsang. The kid stood further down the hall, confidently pouring the strange substance everywhere. Bombs littered around him. A dangerous smirk spread across Jinsang's face. His plan had just begun. Seeing the scene unfold left the knights completely dumbfounded. Hats's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Jinsang. You don't tell me. Before he could finish, loud explosions erupted all around them. The blast rocked the area, smoke filling the air, cutting off their line of sight. In the chaos, Jinsang bolted forward at full speed. Behind him, Hats roared in pure frustration, You crazy little terrorist. If I catch you, I'll kill you myself. Jinsang glanced back, waving mockingly as he ran. Relax. The explosions are mostly sound effects. Barely any damage. It used to be a popular combo back in the day, oil and fire bombs, remember? As he disappeared down the hallway, Jinsang couldn't help but smirk. Who would have thought that dumb souvenir I picked up at the tavern would actually come in handy? Thanks, Syria. Time skipped forward. Evening shadows stretched across the city as Jinsang wandered through the towering spires. Hands in his pockets, he grumbled, damn it, it's getting dark already. He scanned the empty street, muttering to himself, Grappler, vanished without a trace. Typical. But just as he cursed his luck, familiar figures appeared in the distance, Syria, the Grappler, and several Iron Wolf Knights, all walking toward him. Jinsang's jaw dropped. Speak of the devil, and they literally show up. Syria tilted her head in confusion, noticing him. Huh. Another adventurer. Agonzo, leading the group, turned to him and warned, Adventurer, it's dangerous here. You should head to safety. But before Jinsang could respond, a cocky voice interrupted. No need for that, Uncle Agonzo. Jinsang froze, eyes narrowing. I know that line. That's straight from the game. Sure enough, the smug figure stepped forward, Banbul. A familiar, cocky grin on his face. If you cared about staying alive, you wouldn't be here in the first place, would you? Banbul sneered. Do whatever you want, adventurer, just stay out of our way. Jinsang's eyes widened as the memories clicked into place. Banbul, it's him. The guy who only cares about getting stronger. That means before he could finish the thought, a furious voice roared behind him. Found you, you bastard. Jinsang spun around and nearly tripped over his own feet. Hat stormed toward him, looking like he'd been through hell. His face was covered in soot and scratches from the earlier explosions. Jinsang's eyes popped wide in disbelief. Damn, he looks completely different after just a few bombs. Hats clenched his teeth, eyes burning with rage. You little rat, you threw bombs in my face. You've got guts. I'll give you that. The surrounding knights tensed, ready to pounce. Van Balstedt stepped forward, raising an eyebrow. What's going on, Hats? Hats pointed directly at Jinsang, spitting with fury. Commander, arrest him. Now. Van Balstedt looked Jinsang up and down, then nodded. The knights advanced, weapons ready. Jinsang's heart dropped into his stomach as the walls closed in. His eyes darted around, frantically searching for an escape. But it was hopeless. Every path was blocked. Shit, no, there's no way out. Hats gripped his weapon tightly, roaring at Jinsang, get ready, punk. But just as things were about to kick off, a reckless, absurd idea flashed through Jinsang's mind. Without missing a beat, he pointed toward the sky and shouted at the top of his lungs. Look. There's a naked guy flying through the air, peeing on everyone down here. The entire group froze in confusion. What? All eyes instinctively turned upward. But nothing. Only a few birds flapping lazily across the sky. The knights frowned, puzzled. What the hell? There's nothing there. But Jinsang was already gone. Seizing the moment of distraction, he bolted forward like his life depended on it. With zero hesitation, he threw himself off the edge of the tall tower. As he free fell toward the ground below, the only thing that came out of his mouth was shit. The cold wind whipped past his face as he plummeted. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Even Hats and Van Balstedt, standing there watching the whole thing, couldn't believe what they were seeing. Thankfully, Jinsang's quick thinking saved him. Mid-fall, he plunged his dagger into the side of the tower, using it to slow his descent. His body jerked from the force, but it let him land smoothly on one of the lower floors. Catching his breath, he crouched down behind the tower wall, completely exhausted, his chest heaving. The whole ridiculous situation replayed in his head, making his anger bubble up. Damn it. It was right in front of me. At least there's no sign of contamination yet. Gotta move fast. The memory burned in his mind. They were all headed in the same direction. Whatever their goal is, I need to deal with this before they reach the next dungeon. Meanwhile, Syria glanced back, curious. Who was that guy just now? Van Balstedt, walking at the front, answered coolly. Who knows? This place is full of weirdos. A sly, unsettling grin crept across his face as he spoke. Raising a hand casually, he suggested, anyway, we've been walking nonstop. What do you all say we rest at the next floor? Back in the shadows, Jinsang was still climbing the endless staircase, barely able to catch his breath. God, my legs are jelly, he kept muttering to himself, completely drained. I feel like I've climbed every staircase in existence. Wiping the sweat off his brow, he looked around, frustrated. Where's the grappler? Did they already reach the next dungeon? Suddenly, a shout echoed from above. Banbal, stop right there. Jinsang's eyes snapped wide. Something was happening ahead. Without hesitation he darted forward to get a better view. Up ahead Van Balstedt had drawn his weapon, poised to strike. Jinsang's heart dropped. Crap, I'm too late, but to his surprise, Van Balstedt simply cracked his knuckles and smiled at Aganzo. If you keep running away from the pain, you'll never heal. That soreness. It means your muscles are finally waking up. Aganzo chuckled, stretching his arms. Alright, but go easy on me this time, will you? Hearing the unexpected conversation, Jinsang ducked back behind cover, sighing with relief. Thank God, false alarm. Van Balstedt turned to the girls behind him. You two want in on the training too? Saria quickly shook her head, no thanks. Jinsang let out a long shaky breath, wiping sweat from his forehead. Not yet, but I'll keep watching. You'll slip up eventually, I know it. Time passed as Jinsang kept tailing them through the floors of the tower. But the longer he watched, the more confused and frustrated he became. It's been ages, but nothing. Van Balstedt wasn't attacking players or NPCs. In fact, he was helpful to the knights, and didn't seem to be manipulating the squad at all. Grinding his teeth, Jinsang muttered under his breath, no, there has to be something. But Van Balstedt remained perfectly calm, friendly even, chatting and laughing with the group. It made no sense. He's acting completely normal. At that moment Aganzo chimed in, first we should map this place out. Once we've got the structure down, finding the boss will be much easier. He clapped a hand on Banbal's shoulder. Banbal, you're with me. We'll check the opposite side. Suddenly Van Balstedt turned, walking straight toward the grappler girl. Jinsang's body tensed like a spring, ready to leap in if needed. Van Balstedt's smile stretched unnervingly wide. Reaching out, his hand landed gently on her shoulder. See you around, adventurer. Jinsang's eye twitched, his fists still clenched, frozen in place. That's it. Jinsang clenched his fists, frustration boiling over. Just as I thought. His eyes darted around, replaying everything in his mind. That bastard didn't do anything suspicious. His lines were exactly the same as in the game. With his thoughts spiraling he sprinted forward, stuck in his own head. So Banbal isn't infected. But if it's not him, and not the lower-ranking knights, then what is? A tangled mess of theories raced through his brain. I assumed the knights showing up at the tavern were infected based on my game knowledge, but thinking about it now, they never actually appeared on the player's screen inside the tavern. They were probably just waiting outside the whole time. The game must have skipped that part. A new possibility formed. Maybe there wasn't any infection after all. Suddenly, a thunderous stomp echoed ahead. A group of heavily armed, intimidating knights appeared, cutting off their path. Every one of them looked like bad news. Van Balstedt's lips curled into a cocky grin as he eyed them. The owner of this place sure lacks manners. Sending foot soldiers to greet honored guests? Bring out your master. Jinsang, hiding nearby, froze as the words hit him. Master? A memory resurfaced, the elite boss card he'd earned after defeating WWW. For a second he pictured himself bringing Banbal down in an instant. But then hesitation crept in. Wait, Banbal isn't supposed to die here. If I kill him now, that'll completely mess up the storyline. Wouldn't that count as contamination too? His head throbbed with the conflicting logic. Or maybe, the infection is the boss. Like Gulgish, that grotesque dungeon monster. Letting out a frustrated sigh, Jinsang turned away. Yeah, that actually makes way more sense. Meanwhile, Van Balstedt, still fighting, glanced around and shouted, by the way, where the hell is Hats? Aganzo, clearly puzzled, chimed in, still chasing the blonde guy, maybe? Van Balstedt nodded and thought, if you see him, grab him. We can't let him keep sneaking around. Jinsang, watching from the shadows, clenched his jaw. They're already wary of me thanks to that mess with Hats. If I want to join the boss fight, I'll have to find a way in. The scene shifted to a vast, eerily empty hall. Heavy footsteps echoed as a lone man approached. Weapon gripped firmly in his hand, he walked with slow, deliberate steps. Wherever he passed, the shattered remains of defeated knights littered the floor. At his side Sharan smiled, impressed. You never disappoint, your skills are as sharp as ever. The old man chuckled, quit teasing an old man like me. His voice carried the weight of countless battles. We've come a long way, but there's still a ways to the top, huh? Sharan closed her eyes for a second, sensing the air around them. The atmosphere was thick with magic. They're close. I can feel it, we're almost there. Sensing something off, the old man's expression darkened. Sharan, step aside. She tilted her head, confused, but obeyed. All right. In an instant, he struck forward, swift, precise, and powerful. Sharan's eyes widened at his sudden action. Lord GSD, what's wrong? Lowering his stance, the old man shook his head. Sorry. His sharp eyes narrowed as he explained. I thought it was a monster, Only now did he get a proper look at his target Jinsang. The young man stood there, having somehow blocked the strike. Duncan's eyes flickered with quiet recognition. Not bad, you managed to block my attack. Even if I was holding back, you've got potential. But then, his eyes narrowed further still. You've got a long way to go before you truly master the magic pulse flowing through your arm. Contrary to what Duncan was thinking, Jinsang was fuming inside. That crazy old man. I almost died just now. Spotting the two in front of him, Sharan tilted her head, confused. Adventurer, why are you following us? Jinsang didn't waste a second. Sharan, Master GSD, I need your help. His eyes briefly landed on the pale, doll-like woman Sharan. His mind quickly replayed what he knew. Sharan, Darkstar Mage, head of the Mage Guild in the Magic Academy. Sharan's lips curved into a faint smile as she glanced at Duncan. Seems like he knows us. You recognize him. Jinsang turned to the old swordsman and clenched his fists with resolve. Master GSD, legendary swordsman. Head of the secret training ground for ghost swordsmen. His mind was spinning, but his plan was clear. According to the storyline, they're key NPCs during the upper floor battles. If they vouch for me, the knights can't touch me. Jinsang straightened his posture and spoke up. Let me join you as an ally. Sharan looked completely thrown off by his sudden offer. An ally? We just met, why would Jinsang immediately cut her off, nodding. I know. It sounds crazy. Memories of his old days as a dungeon fighter streamer flashed through his mind. Yeah, I'll probably get rejected saying it like this, but I have to try. Sometimes being suspicious at first, then building trust, works better. He remembered the endless trolling and comments from his chat back then. And now there was only one way to earn their trust. Pointing at them dramatically, Jinsang declared with all the confidence he could muster, I need you. His eyes locked onto Duncan. The legendary swordsman Duncan. Sharan's eyes widened in shock. What? A smug grin spread across Jinsang's face. There, that got their attention. Inside, his mind raced. No one's supposed to know his real name at this point in the storyline. But I do. Duncan, caught off guard, couldn't hide his surprise. Sharan turned sharply toward him. Is that true? But Jinsang laughed nervously, waving his hands. Relax. Relax. That's just what people say. Not your real name, right? Sharan's expression darkened in frustration. What are you doing? Jinsang forced an awkward smile, but his thoughts were frantic. Crap, how did I forget? That name, it's from the swordsman questline. Suddenly, a realization hit him like a bolt of lightning. Wait, that line got removed in the latest patches, didn't it? They didn't just remove it, they rewrote the entire quest. His thoughts spiraled as he stood there, stunned. Before the conversation could go any further, a group of strange soldiers approached from behind. Duncan immediately grabbed his weapon, preparing for battle. Looks like more guests. We've got to move. Jinsang stayed frozen, his thoughts tangled in theories. Think, Jinsang. Dig into the lore. Why do they use the initials GSD? What does it stand for? Grouper. Gosang D. His knowledge of dungeon fighter lore swirled in his head. But then, something clicked. His expression hardened. Standing on that battlefield, Jinsang boldly declared grandson from the Tower of Despair. The moment the words left his mouth, Duncan fell completely silent. Meanwhile, as the knights closed in, Sharan glanced at Jinsang with curiosity. You're interesting, but we're busy. Maybe next time. Suddenly, Duncan's energy exploded outward. The sheer force shook the ground, rocks crumbled beneath their feet. The knights didn't even stand a chance, they were wiped out in an instant. Sharan looked stunned, her voice laced with concern. Master GSD. Duncan slowly turned, eyes sharp as blades, staring directly at Jinsang. Hey Blondie. A chill ran down Jinsang's spine. Duncan's aura was terrifying now, completely different from earlier. The old swordsman stepped forward, his gaze piercing. Who are you? Jinsang's face drained of all color. Panic overwhelmed him. Why yeah, good question. After wiping the floor with those rookie knights, the three of them continued moving forward. Jinsang walked alongside them, unable to hide his excitement. I gotta say, meeting you in person, you're way more intimidating than I expected. Sharan, walking beside him, stayed quiet, lost in thought. I've never seen Master GSD this scary before. Duncan, clearly annoyed, finally turned his head toward Jinsang. Jinsang. What exactly do you want? Jinsang answered calmly, as if he'd rehearsed this 100 times. To reach the top of Celestial Tower, as your disciple, that's all. Duncan froze for a second. Disciple. Jinsang didn't flinch. If anyone asks, just say we're close like that. It'll keep me safe. Meanwhile, not far away, Hats was still frantically searching for Jinsang. Hearing this little exchange, he immediately nodded. I get it. Then let's get started. Sharan, pulled from her thoughts, couldn't hide her confusion. You're just agreeing to that. You've never trusted a stranger that quickly before. Clearing her throat, Sharan called out Jinsang. Huh? Jinsang turned back, puzzled. She casually closed the distance, gently grabbing his arm with a sly smile. Up close, your eyes are really something. You know, our Mage Society has all kinds of fine tea. How about we grab some, chat a bit, satisfy my curiosity? But Jinsang instantly pulled his arm away, eyes sharp. Sorry. But I have no intention of talking about the Tower of Despair. Sharan's smile cracked. What is this? The 80s. Playing hard to get. But then something clicked in her mind. Ah, I see, then how about we trade? You sell me the information. Jinsang shook his head. No deal. Her frustration finally boiled over. Seriously? Where do you get your intel, the black market? Why is it so expensive? But Jinsang just kept walking, completely unfazed. Can't say. Imagine aimlessly scrolling dent forums for years and stumbling on this stuff? Yeah, not happening. Sharan sighed, exasperated. Suit yourself. But you're the one losing out. The Mage Society's got plenty of perks, you know. Transit permits, airship tickets for Magatha, rare magic ingredients, all within reach. Those last words actually made Jinsang pause, his eyes lighting up. Wait, Mage Society perks? An idea popped into his head, and he quickly turned back to Sharan. Hey Lady Sharan, you guys got any colorless cube fragments? Sharan raised a brow, then casually pulled some out, showing them off. These, you mean these? Jinsang didn't hesitate, snatching the fragments right from her hand. A system notification popped up immediately. Colorless cube fragments acquired. Used for high-level skills, cube contracts, and unified decision purchases. Sharan blinked, her jaw nearly hitting the floor. Hey, what the hell? Give those back. Further ahead, Duncan's voice cut through the bickering. Enough chit-chat. Keep moving. The three of them pressed onward. Duncan eventually slowed his pace, scanning the area. Looks like we've arrived. Jinsang glanced around and quickly confirmed it. This is the boss room, Lord's Palace. Sharan glared daggers at him. Fine, but you owe me now. Don't think I'll forget. Before anyone could respond, a new group of people approached. At the front, Van Bolstedt and Duncan locked eyes. Introductions were swift and cold. Just call me GSD, Syria. As Van Bolstedt moved forward, he scanned the surroundings, his brow furrowing in confusion. Where's the path up? Suddenly the atmosphere around them shifted. A strange bluish light filled the space, so bright that everyone instinctively shielded their eyes. Even Van Bolstedt flinched, covering his face as he shouted in confusion. What the hell? This light. His eyes widened in shock as a figure lunged toward him through the light. Luckily, his reflexes kicked in just in time. He barely dodged the attack. Agenzo called out, concerned. You alright? Van Bolstedt chuckled, brushing it off. Well, I was wondering why things felt too easy. At that moment, a tall man stepped forward, his weapon gleaming in the light. His voice boomed with authority. I am the Holy Lord of Light. His gaze swept over the group, ice-cold and merciless. Who dares try to advance? With eyes sharp enough to pierce through steel, he took another step toward them, declaring, Servant of the Dragon God. Lord of Light. The Gatekeeper. Jinsang's eyes widened as he watched the scene unfold, his memories flooding back. Servant of the Dragon God. I've heard this before. He recalled the lines of dialogue from the game he'd played countless times. Servant of the Dragon God. Holy Lord of Light. The Gatekeeper. Step aside. The man repeated those exact words, his voice echoing through the palace. Back then, Jinsang never paid attention to cutscenes. He used to spam the skip button, brushing off the dialogue entirely. But now it was playing out right in front of him. Grappler didn't hesitate. He charged in, fists first, kicking off the battle. The brawler looked on, concern flashing across his face. Hey adventurer. Agenzo chuckled, shaking his head. Hot-headed as always. Van Bolstedt grinned as well. Guess we're all getting dragged into this. Just then, a hesitant voice spoke up behind them. Mind if I join the fight too? Everyone turned, startled. Hatz's expression darkened the moment he recognized the voice. He spun around, his eyes narrowing. You, that blonde terrorist. His voice boomed across the room, pure fury behind every word. You shameless little, I'll kill you right here, right now. Before he could make a move, Duncan calmly raised a hand to stop him. Hold it. Hatz's anger flared. Get out of my way. Let me at him. But Duncan's voice was sharp, unyielding. No. Jinsang is my disciple now. The declaration hung heavy in the air. Duncan continued, "Seems there's a misunderstanding here. How about we settle this with words?" His gaze hardened. "But if you're not the talking type, we can do this the other way." Hats clenched his fist, teeth grinding. "What did you just say?" Van Balstedt, standing nearby, gave a subtle signal. "Deputy." Hats hesitated, then reluctantly backed down as Van Balstedt turned to the group, assessing the growing danger ahead. "If you want to survive, set your grudges aside for now." The warning barely had time to sink in before the enemy forces arrived. Waves of multicolored night warriors charged toward them. "They're here." Duncan sprang into action, cutting them down with expert precision, every movement sharp and efficient. Sharan unleashed her magic, dispatching enemies with ease, her spells tearing through the advancing soldiers. Van Balstedt and the others weren't far behind. The whole squad surged forward, eyes locked on the fight ahead. Even Hats, still simmering with rage, unleashed his fury through his blade, clashing violently with the knights. Jinsang gritted his teeth, pushing himself into the fray. "Damn it, thanks to GSD, I'm in the boss fight now." But his fists clenched tighter as he powered forward. "No way, I'm just standing here watching. But seriously, how many of these guys are there?" Jinsang kept his eyes locked on Hats, who was still fighting fiercely against the grappler. His mind spun with thoughts. "When I played the game, I always thought it was just straight to the boss fight. That red crystal pillar, that's the boss zone. This place. Just the pre-room, but even the areas players can't see are soaked in blood like this." The grappler showed no signs of letting up. Her fists hammered into Hats, each blow hitting its mark. He grunted in pain, stumbling back, unable to react in time. And then her final punch crashed down from above like a meteor. Hats hit the ground hard, the impact echoing across the room. The surrounding knights froze. Confused, they all turned their heads, eyes wide with disbelief. Even Van Balstedt, locked in battle nearby, paused. "What the? Why do they suddenly look like broken puppets?" Aganzo, equally puzzled, muttered, "Is it cause their leader went down?" Sure enough, Sieghart had been taken out almost instantly. The lifeless body sprawled across the floor, silent. "So it's over." That was fast. But before the shock could fade, Sieghart's body twitched. His hand suddenly sparked with energy, a bright blue light radiating from it, blinding everyone in the room. Seconds later, Sieghart rose to his feet, completely unscathed. His voice echoed coldly through the palace. "My master protects this place. Anyone who gets in the way will be reduced to dust." Hats groaned, glancing at Van Balstedt with a look of pure annoyance. "Man, you really jinxed it with your big mouth." Van Balstedt just laughed. "Sorry." Aganzo's eyes narrowed, his expression growing serious. "Is this some kind of immortality?" Jinsang analyzed the situation carefully, thoughts racing. At least Phase 1 played out the same as the game. Memories flooded his mind. In the game, Sieghart's mana source was hidden in Mirage City. Destroy the mana array and the demon guardians there, then come back to Celestial Tower for Phase 2. Sensing things were about to escalate, Sharan called out, "Everyone, we retreat. Now." Jinsang wasted no time. He bolted, grinning to himself. Perfect. Everything's going according to plan. As he manipulated the controls, the screen transitioned to the bleak, ruined streets leading to Mirage City. The massive demon eyes, the strange cryptic arrays, they all appeared, just as expected. The system notifications flashed. Immortality Array and Demon Guardians encountered. Demon eyes present. Objective complete. All threats neutralized. Array sealed successfully. Cutscenes and monster spawns will resume normally. Returning to reality, Hats now stood, gripping his sword tightly, advancing slowly. Jinsang's eyes narrowed, observing every detail. A new system prompt appeared. Defeat Sieghart. The battle raged around him. Hats charged forward, cutting through the remaining enemies like they were nothing. But the grappler wasn't about to back down. Her fists flew once again, both sides crashing together with overwhelming force. The sheer power of their clash shattered an entire floor of the massive tower. A calm, almost playful voice echoed across the scene. "Well, that's it then. Celestial Tower is cleared." Syria's voice chimed in, cheerful and relieved. "Everyone really worked hard." She casually turned to the screen, already rummaging through customization menus. "While the cutscenes play, might as well check out some new outfits." As she strolled away, she mumbled to herself, "Let's just hope the Grandmaster Array isn't bugged, that'd be a mess." But none of them noticed the eerie, swirling energy rising from Hatz's body. Those strange, green-blue wisps coiled around him like smoke, ominous and unnatural. Jinsang cautiously approached the now lifeless body, his eyes filled with uncertainty. What the hell is this? His confusion only deepened. No drop. No boss token. At this point, both Jinsang and the grappler had arrived at the Lord's Palace, the towering Dragonkin Tower. The morning sun shone down on the enormous structure as flocks of pigeons circled overhead. But oddly enough, a few of the birds flew straight into the tower's walls, crashing to their deaths. The bizarre sight left Sharan visibly surprised. Well, that's unsettling. The group continued staring up at the massive tower in front of them, puzzled. How the heck are we supposed to get inside? What even is this place? While the others speculated, trying to make sense of the situation, Jinsang quietly slipped off to the side, lost in thought. The expedition team found traces of the apostle, hidden beneath a massive magic barrier, but there were no signs of contamination. Still deep in thought, Jinsang slowly made his way down the stairs, muttering under his breath. The Sky City scenario's already done, but I never saw the contamination card. Did I miss something? Or maybe the contamination's already here, and I just didn't notice. His eyes darkened with doubt as he stared off into the distance. If I can't even detect contamination properly. Just then, a familiar voice pulled him from his thoughts. Captain, where are you? Jinsang's eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized her. Huh, the newbie. Sure enough, it was Lenny, looking worried as she called out for her team. Hearing footsteps behind her, she turned around, her expression confused. Their eyes met. Lenny's face lit up in surprise. Jinsang. You're here too. Jinsang quickly shot back. Wait, what? What are you doing here? You came up again. Lenny laughed, brushing it off. Of course. If the captain's up here, then his right hand's gotta be here too, right? Besides, I haven't been officially promoted yet, but if I rack up some achievements here, it's basically guaranteed. Her smile quickly turned into a scowl as she grumbled under her breath. Damn it, I could have been up here from the start if it weren't for those idiots. Jinsang finally pieced things together. Ah, so the three of them only went back earlier to evacuate the injured. At that moment, Van Balstet's voice echoed from above. That magic barrier, is there a way to disable it? Like how we stopped Hats earlier. The moment she heard her leader's voice, Lenny's eyes lit up. She dashed toward the stairs. Captain, you're up there. But just as she was about to run past, Jinsang stepped in front of her, blocking her path. Hold it. She skidded to a stop, glaring at him. Seriously, you're stopping me. What are you playing at? Jinsang's eyes flicked toward the others, still deep in conversation. His thoughts raced. Why would I stop her? The dialogue event is still playing out. If she shows up now, it'll trigger contamination. Then it hit him. Wait, this is my quest this time. Stop Lenny, disrupt the event. Lenny tilted her head, confused by his intense stare. Why are you looking at me like that? But Jinsang had made up his mind. Lenny's the source of the contamination this time. Everything started to make sense. No wonder I couldn't detect anything unusual back at Sky City. Noticing he was still holding her wrist, Lenny yanked her hand back. Hey, what gives? Jinsang quickly let go, offering a more reasonable excuse. The captain's having an important meeting with the expedition team. Just wait down here for now. His expression hardened. Good. If I can get Lenny down to the first floor, maybe the contamination card will appear. With renewed determination, he glanced toward the stairs, a smirk curling on his lips. Alright, let's see how this plays out. At that moment outside the tower, something bizarre was happening. It looked like dolphins flying through the sky. After a long discussion, Van Balstet finally turned around and waved to everyone. Alright, let's head back. We've got reports to file, tons of them. But Duncan suddenly raised his hand, his expression sharp. Wait, I can feel it. Something massive in the air. Sure enough, everyone froze as a colossal blue whale-like creature floated through the clouds, swimming through the sky like it was water. Their jaws dropped at the unbelievable sight. But that wasn't all the giant creature was, in fact, a flying ship rapidly approaching the tower. Van Balstet's eyes went wide. Wait, that's Lenny quickly recognized it too. A flying ship. Standing off to the side, Jinsang remained perfectly calm, as if he'd seen this coming all along. It's starting, the final event. His mind raced through the familiar plot. Once it crashes into the tower, or more precisely, once the escape shuttle detaches, that's when the NPC Ophelia lands in front of the expedition team. That's the beginning of the next storyline. Jinsang looked up at the ship in the sky, muttering to himself. But this isn't the time to think about that. We need to get downstairs fast. Lenny, wide-eyed, turned to him in shock. But the ship's crashing. Jinsang let out a tired sigh. That's how it's supposed to happen. Don't worry about it. Lenny scowled at him, her expression full of disbelief. What? What the hell are you talking about? We need to warn the captain, evacuate the area. Jinsang tried to calm her down. It's not dangerous. Relax. But the ship kept hurtling toward them, closing the distance fast. Lenny's frustration boiled over as she shoved past him. Move it, you lunatic. Jinsang blocked her path again. I told you don't go upstairs. The ship is crashing, she shouted. It's fine. Jinsang snapped back, turning to reassure her. It's not gonna hit us, but before he could finish, a strange sound rumbled behind him. His expression froze. Slowly he turned his head to look, and saw the massive ship barreling directly toward them. His heart sank. Wait, that's not how this goes. In my previous run, the ship crashes at a higher elevation, not right where I'm standing. It all clicked in an instant. I see, this is the real contamination in Sky City this time. Without hesitation, Jinsang pulled his weapon from the system interface, stepping forward to block Lenny. It's not about stopping Lenny. It's about stopping what happens to Lenny. His eyes narrowed as he stared down the incoming ship. It's too late to run. There's only one option: destroy the ship. His mind quickly calculated the odds. Specifically, destroy the escape pod. The fragments of the game's plot flashed in his head. Ophelia, the NPC aboard the escape pod, she's supposed to land right in front of the expedition team. That triggers the next storyline. Everything made sense now. Just seconds ago, I literally said this was how it plays out. Standing in front of the oncoming ship, Jinsang's mind raced with options, but none felt right. Lenny doesn't die here. And the ship, it has to land in front of the expedition team. Sure enough, as he looked closer at the ship, he could make out a figure frantically waving at him from inside, someone signaling for help. Her anxious eyes locked onto his, full of desperation. Jinsang recognized her immediately. Ophelia. His expression tightened, jaw clenched. Of course it's her. The weight of the situation sank in. His viewers' sarcastic comments from his old livestreams echoed in his head, all the ridicule and jokes they made when he thought he had everything figured out. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Jinsang muttered under his breath. Damn it, what the hell am I supposed to do now? A deafening explosion rang out, shaking the entire tower. The air around them filled with thick smoke as the massive ship barreled straight toward where Jinsang was standing. Dust and debris swirled everywhere, choking the view. After what felt like an eternity, the smoke began to settle, revealing a scene of absolute chaos. Rubble everywhere, the ground cracked and scorched. But thankfully, both Jinsang and Lenny were unharmed. Suddenly the massive ship in front of them started to tilt backward, hovering mid-air as if reconsidering its path. Jinsang's eyes widened in shock. Giving up? Seriously? A faint, disbelieving smile crept across his face as he stared at the ship. Me? Give up in Sky City? His expression darkened with determination. Don't be ridiculous, I'll see this through to the end. Lenny, still catching her breath, stared at him in disbelief. What the hell was that? The ship stopped. It didn't crash. She took a cautious step closer, trying to make sense of what she just witnessed. What did you do? The answer lay in his hand, a peculiar object had collected earlier. The system's familiar notification popped up. Sky Orb. When thrown, instead of causing damage, it launches the target into the air. Be cautious when used near teammates. The massive ship began drifting downward toward the ground again. Jinsang wasted no time. He whipped another Sky Orb from his inventory and hurled it straight at the ship. Where is it? The orb sailed through the air, striking the front of the ship. Instantly, it expanded, inflating like a giant balloon and launching the ship skyward with incredible force. Meanwhile, Van Belstedt and Aganzo, hearing the strange noises outside, stepped out to investigate. What the hell? That sound, something's happening down there. But as they looked down, their expressions froze in disbelief. The giant ship, flung high into the sky, was now rapidly ascending toward their floor. Jinsang meanwhile sprinted forward, eyes locked on his target, another Sky Orb clutched in his hand. Just a little more, I can do this. He hurled orb after orb, each one keeping the ship airborne, redirecting its descent. Off to the side, Lenny watched the whole scene unfold, utterly stunned. What the hell is this guy doing? Is he seriously? But Jinsang's intentions were crystal clear now. He wasn't just pushing the ship away, he was aiming to send it all the way to the top of the tower. Just as everything seemed to be going according to plan, Jinsang's face suddenly fell. Wait, he quickly opened his inventory and his heart sank. His Sky Orb count had hit 0. Damn it, I was so close. With no more orbs left to throw, the ship lost momentum. It tilted backward, gravity taking over, and began to plummet toward the ground again. Lenny's expression tensed, watching the ship fall. Not enough. It's coming down again. Just when Lenny thought everything was doomed, she suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. Jinsang had leapt high into the air, launching himself straight out into the open. Seeing him recklessly charge forward, her heart nearly stopped. Hey! What are you doing? She shouted, panicked. But Jinsang's eyes were filled with determination. He clenched the cube Sharan had given him tightly between his teeth, his mind made up. His body moved with incredible agility as he propelled himself forward, shouting mid-air, "If that's how it is." He kicked off the platform with all his strength, launching himself toward the ship. Ahead of him, a strange magic circle shimmered in the air. Still biting down on the cube, Jinsang gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with resolve. 200%. This time he was putting everything he had into it. Drawing his sword, he plunged it into the shadowy magic circle. The moment the blade made contact, the entire scene around him began to shift, the sky distorted, the air crackled with raw energy. Jinsang's gaze sharpened, a wild, almost reckless light flashing across his eyes. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Explode." The magic surged through him, amplifying his strength as he threw his entire body forward, pushing the massive airship higher into the sky, away from the collapsing tower. The ground quaked violently. Cracks spider-webbed across the tower's surface as chunks of stone fell away. But Jinsang didn't care. All that mattered was pushing the ship out of harm's way. Inside, Van Balstedt sensed the commotion outside. His face twisted in panic as he bolted toward the interior. "Everyone, get down now," he shouted. With one final desperate push, Jinsang succeeded. The giant airship, now stable, floated safely down onto a higher platform atop the tower. The chaos slowly subsided. Everyone stood frozen in disbelief. What the hell just happened?" someone whispered. Jinsang hovered in mid-air, breathing hard, watching as the ship settled safely into place. Suddenly, the familiar system notification popped up in front of him. "Quest clear. Contamination resolved." Grinning, Jinsang held up the glowing card that materialized in his hand. "Right on target, just like I thought." Relief washed over him, but it didn't last long. Gravity caught up with him, and he began plummeting toward the ground. His eyes widened in panic. Crap. What now? His dagger, his only fallback, had shattered during the last push. There was nothing to slow his fall. But just as the ground rushed up to meet him, a hand reached out and grabbed his wrist, halting his descent. Jinsang turned his head, shocked. It was Lenny, clutching his arm tightly with both hands. She flashed him a sly smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Guess we're even now, huh?" Jinsang stared blankly at the broken sword in his hand. It actually shattered. The aftermath of Shadow Explosion was way more intense than he expected. As he walked forward, his mind wandered. Was the sword just cheap junk? What do I do now? The one I got from Linus had snatched that. The one from the tavern, and my gold almost gone too. A system notification popped up in front of him. Level up, 23. At least that was something. He quietly sighed. Fine. Learning Shadow Explosion makes up for it. The image of himself inside the magic circle from earlier flashed in his mind. That devastating skill power like that required a price. He remembered biting down on the cube in his mouth to trigger the boost. Those high-tier skills, they all required items like colorless cubes. Jinsang opened his skill window, eyes narrowing at the details. Skills that burn through colorless cubes. I'll call them cube guzzlers. With more cube guzzlers coming soon, he knew he'd need a stockpile of materials. He exhaled, glancing toward the horizon, mind already made up. No other choice. Looks like it's time to visit the Mage Association, in the Behemoth Principality. One day earlier, at the entrance to Sky Castle, Jinsang looked like a complete mess. His hair, normally a proud golden blonde, was a tangled disaster. He had no idea what the hell was happening. What? Standing right in front of him, Lenny smirked, pointing straight at him. So yeah, turns out both sides didn't want to die, so they stopped the airship. But technically I saved your life, didn't I? Her face practically glowed with excitement, clearly expecting gratitude. But Jinsang just stayed calm, expression flat as ever. If you try to sneak into Sky Castle again, I'll report you to the AV squad leader. Lenny froze, her face twitching with disbelief before she snapped, "Shut up. Say that again and I will kill you." Her cheeks flushed red, some awkward thought flashing through her mind. She punched him on the arm, hard enough to make him wince. Before Jinsang could even react, she turned away, flustered, calling back over her shoulder. West Coast Port. Before 6 p.m. this Saturday. If the Ice Beast Temple run sucks, that punch won't be the only thing coming your way. Jinsang blinked, completely lost. What the hell? Suddenly a familiar laugh echoed behind him. Dungeon crawling turning into flirting, huh? Jinsang spun around. It was Van Balstedt, grinning smugly. Busy little guy, even got your mentor standing right there. Hat stood beside him, arms crossed, glaring daggers at Jinsang. Surprised, Jinsang muttered, huh? Commander Bonball, Vice Captain Hats. The two men strolled over casually. No need to be so tense, Banbal said smoothly. We just came to say goodbye, right, Vice Captain? Hat stepped forward, scowl deepening. Yeah, Real shame I won't get to see you again. I'd love to bring your head along as a souvenir. With that, they turned and walked away. But just before disappearing from view, Banbal glanced back over his shoulder. Your name's Jinsang, right? His tone turned icy. See you around. Jinsang watched their backs disappear, unease swirling in his gut. Banbal Stedt. The name rang in his mind, stirring old instincts. He might not be contaminated, but if we're sticking to the storyline, that guy's way more dangerous than contamination. He shook his head. Best to avoid him altogether. Just as he turned to leave, a deep cough startled him from behind. Jinsang jumped out of his skin, spinning around. Duncan was standing there, arms crossed, calm as ever. His heart practically leapt out of his chest. Oh God, it's just you, Duncan chuckled softly. Rough time at Sky Castle, huh? Jinsang straightened up quickly, forcing a smile. Yeah, thanks for the help back there, GSD. Duncan waved it off with a casual grin. Don't mention it. I'm sure you had your reasons. But right now Duncan's presence had shifted completely. He looked downright terrifying. Step by heavy step, he approached Jinsang, his voice low and commanding. Kid, looks like there's still something we need to clear up. Jinsang flinched at the pressure in the air, his mind spinning. Yeah? With no other option, he quickly blurted out the oath he'd prepared just for this moment. Yes, of course. The Tower of Despair, I swear. I'll keep my mouth shut till I die, and even after, I'll be silent all the way to hell. Sharan, standing nearby, stared at him speechless, clearly unsure how to respond to that. Duncan simply nodded in satisfaction. All right, I trust your sincerity. Jinsang gave a small, awkward bow, and quietly slipped away from the area. Once Duncan left, only Sharan remained. She tilted her head, a curious expression on her face. That oath, did you say that for my benefit too? Jinsang exhaled deeply, relief washing over him. Hey, I don't care about all that anymore, so sure, why not? But Sharan's eyes narrowed as she continued to press, her tone sharp and knowing. You're the one who directed that airship toward us. Weren't you, Jinsang? His body stiffened at her words. Her expression was deadly serious now, leaving no room for escape. You could have destroyed it or run away, but instead, you made sure it came straight to us. In that moment, a vivid memory flashed through Jinsang's mind, the scene of the woman stumbling out of the ship, walking straight toward them. Her voice echoed in his ears. You made sure we had to meet the one inside. Faced with her accusations, Jinsang hesitated, unsure how to answer. After a long pause, he chose silence. Seeing his reluctance, Sharan didn't push any further. She simply nodded. Fine. You don't have to answer now. With that, she turned and walked away, her voice floating back to him. If you ever want to trade, come find me. The scene shifted to the Mage Association. All around him were figures cloaked in long mage robes, their presence adding to the grandeur of the place. Jinsang wandered in, wide-eyed. So, this is the Mage Association. His gaze swept across the towering structure, unable to hide his surprise. Damn, it's massive. I thought it was just a small shop in the town. His memories from playing the game flickered back. It was just a little house in the game, but in reality, hua. As he walked, his mind raced with uncertainty about his upcoming deal with Sharan. Is this really a good idea? Trading with Sharan, she wants information. A knot of anxiety formed in his chest. If it's about Nemer's contamination, no way I can say anything about that, so what information can I trade? Still uneasy, he tried to convince himself. Either way, with no more gold weapons left, this place is my only hope. Lost in thought, he didn't even notice the footsteps behind him until a familiar voice spoke up. Oh, you got here sooner than I expected. Sharan approached, holding a glass of wine. That sly smile never leaving her face. You feel like having a little chat, she teased. Jinsang hesitated, his words faltering. Well actually before he could finish, Sharan gestured toward the woman beside her. Oh right, this is Iris Nim. Iris Nim, this is, but the woman spoke up first, her voice calm yet oddly poetic. Yes, I know already. Iris Fortune Singer. Her voice was as gentle as a breeze, her words cryptic. The sorrowful wind is blowing, Morellet is crying. Hearing Iris reveal she already knew who he was, Sharan blinked in surprise. Huh. You already knew. From behind, Jinsang sank into his own thoughts. Iris Fortune Singer, a prophet NPC from the Mage Association. But the more he thought about it, the more something didn't sit right. How does she know who I am? A creeping sense of unease washed over him. Behind Iris, he could sense a dark, overwhelming energy, like demons whispering from the shadows. Jinsang cautiously stepped forward, suspicion burning in his chest. No way, he moved straight toward her, his expression turning cold and serious as he stared directly at her. Sharan, noticing the shift in his demeanor, raised an eyebrow. Jinsang. What are you? But he ignored her, eyes locked onto Iris. Iris Fortune Singer. His voice was calm but sharp, cutting through the tension. You've seen my future, haven't you? Which means you already know. Iris said nothing, simply watching him with quiet intensity. Jinsang took a step closer, his gaze unwavering. Then tell me, what's my role in all of this? Only then did Iris lift her eyes to meet his, her expression unreadable, a mixture of calm, sadness, and something far darker beneath the surface. She answered with a cryptic smile, you are someone with far too many questions. Jinsang glanced around the dimly lit room, the weight of her words sinking in. Iris's slender fingers drifted over the strings of her instrument, playing a soft, melancholic melody. Without another word, she turned away, her back to him. All things unfold according to fate, she whispered, walking off into the shadows. Jinsang clenched his fists, his expression clouded with confusion. Everything is predetermined. That suddenly, it clicked. A memory surfaced from his countless hours playing the game. Iris, all things unfold according to fate, space. A small grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. That's a game line. That exact line from the game. But the brief wave of relief faded just as quickly. Maybe I'm overthinking this. Meanwhile, Sharan, still processing what happened, tilted her head in confusion. You thought she seemed off too. Jinsang blinked, snapping out of his thoughts. Huh? What do you mean? Sharan folded her arms, frowning. I never actually introduced Iris. I just mentioned her name. So how did she already know who you were? Seer or not? That doesn't add up. As her words sank in, Jinsang stiffened. Sharan's eyes narrowed, her voice growing more suspicious by the second. First it was GSD, then the airship, and now Iris. She took a step closer, gaze sharp as a dagger. Seriously, who are you? Jinsang's mind scrambled for a way out. Crap, I slipped up. Damn it, desperately trying to salvage the situation, he stammered. Well, that's. But before he could continue, his body moved on its own. His foot stepped forward, closing the space between them. For a moment, it felt like time itself had slowed to a crawl. Guess it's time to come clean. With all the seriousness he could muster, Jinsang finally spoke. Sharan, the truth is, her eyes lit up with intrigue, leaning in slightly. Here it comes. Jinsang clenched his jaw, his expression grave as he declared, I can see the future. The moment those words left his mouth, Sharan's curiosity turned into gleeful amusement. Sellable information. This time, Jinsang had made his way to the Mage Association on the west coast, quite a distance from the Behemoth Principality. Several days later, inside the Mage Association, a sprawling, grand building, strange tremors rippled through the room. It wasn't just inside, even the bookshelves outside rattled faintly as the vibrations continued. Suddenly the door slammed open as a woman came sprinting in at full speed. Her voice rang out, urgent and panicked. Guildmaster. The woman rushed toward the center of the room, her face pale with worry. It's bad. We've got a serious problem. Sharan stood calmly inside, her expression unreadable. She raised an eyebrow, replying in her usual cool tone, What's going on? Why the rush? The woman's face twisted with fear as she explained, She's gone. Her voice wavered with despair. Lorien from the association, she's disappeared. A magical image appeared, displaying a girl with bright blonde hair. The news was so shocking that even Sharan, usually composed, couldn't hide her reaction. Her eyes widened as she turned toward the woman. No way, Lorien? That loudmouth brat? She's missing. Wait, are you sure? The woman's expression hardened with grim certainty. She held out a magical artifact, her voice steady now as she recounted everything. Calm down and listen, this is real. The light from the magic stone she carried. Completely gone. We tried calling her over and over, no response. She was perfectly fine just yesterday. Sharan listened carefully, nodding once as her sharp mind processed the information. Understood. First priority, search the surrounding area. The woman nodded firmly. Yes, ma'am. All the while Jinsang stood quietly near the back, listening to everything with sharp focus, saying nothing. Once the woman delivering the report had left, Jinsang finally stepped forward, emerging from the shadows. He spoke casually, but his words carried weight. Called it, didn't I? Lorien Cornero. 18. Magical prodigy. Graduated top of her class at the academy, but she's more famous for her spoiled little princess syndrome than for her actual skills. He pointed at himself, adding with a smug grin, Yeah, I already knew. Today she goes missing. And in the future, she'll be found safe and sound. Sharan froze, torn between skepticism and shock. Her eyes darted to Jinsang, her thoughts racing. When I first heard him rambling about people disappearing, I thought he was crazy. Maybe this is part of some twisted scheme. Her gaze fell to the magical artifact the woman had just handed her. This is nothing like when he somehow knew personal details about GSD or Iris. Her mind drifted back to the recent airship incident, to how Jinsang had predicted that too. She stared hard at him, suspicion thick in her voice. Could he seriously see the future? On the outside, Jinsang stayed perfectly calm, but inside, he was practically beaming with excitement. The Lorien disappearance event, happening right after the Sky Castle incident. What luck. This is the perfect moment to flex what I know. It's all part of the storyline anyway, nothing to worry about. His eyes flicked to Sharan, still rooted in place, clearly doubting every word he said. Still don't believe me, huh? Sensing that he'd lingered long enough, Jinsang casually turned to leave, tossing one last line over his shoulder. Anyway, I'll be heading out for today. Oh right, by the way, I'll need to meet with Kargan soon. The moment that name left his mouth, Sharan's eyes narrowed, confusion washing over her. What? Kargan? The Black Goblin. Her mind instantly flashed with an image of Kargan. What the hell? That guy's always lurking around. If you've got nothing to do, beat it. His face, cold and intimidating, burned into her memory. But seeing how determined Jinsang was to meet him, she had no choice but to ask again, slightly puzzled. Kargan? Wait, don't tell me. Jinsang nodded firmly. Yeah, that's exactly who. Right in front of them stood a giant sign for Magatha's express delivery service. It couldn't be. Right by Monty Port Kargan's shop. Jinsang's gaze drifted toward the distant skyline. The entire city looked so peaceful, with small houses scattered across the landscape like pieces of a puzzle. He quietly muttered under his breath, Magatha's gonna be real important soon. Time skipped forward again. The scene shifted to the Mage Academy in the heart of the city. The plaza was bustling with people, chatting in groups. Jinsang walked slowly, lost in thought. Sharan's already halfway through her part. When everything goes down, I just need to keep the city or the association safe, right? He scanned the area carefully, his face showing clear boredom. Honestly, most of these incidents, the players handle them before they ever cause real damage. But then, a different thought crept in. The real reason he was here. And I'll get my hands on that gear from the market, for free. Maybe I can even squeeze him for extra gold or potions. A sly, almost guilty smile curled on his lips. Kinda feels like scamming, but hey, I'm not actually lying to anyone. His daydreaming cost him. He bumped straight into a tall figure walking his way. Jinsang froze as he looked up. Familiar eyes stared back at him. It was Sibe. The guy blinked in surprise, recognizing Jinsang instantly. Oh, hey, it's you. Jinsang's mind scrambled. Crap, was I talking to myself again? Meanwhile, in the real world, the player behind me was watching the scene unfold on her monitor, bored expression plastered across her face. Geez, what is it with newbies planning out their characters like this? But then her eyes widened. Wait a second. The Black Knight version of Sibe in game stepped forward, approaching Jinsang, her voice sharp with curiosity. You're the guy I met up in Sky Castle, aren't you? Jinsang's face stiffened. Recognizing her familiar features, he panicked, spinning on his heels to escape. Nope, not me. Too late. She grabbed his wrist, a bright grin spreading across her face. It is you. Wow, long time no see. As Jinsang bolted, clearly trying to get away, she kept right on his heels, calling after him like this was some kind of reunion. You really haven't changed, have you? But why's your level so low? Need me to help power level you? Suddenly she froze mid-sentence, realization dawning on her. Wait, no way. Her eyes narrowed, voice dropping to a suspicious murmur in her head. Jinsang groaned, gripping his head in frustration, completely overwhelmed. In the real world, the player behind Sibe burst into laughter, thoroughly entertained by how flustered he looked. Haha. He's losing his mind over a party invite. Man, this guy's easy to mess with. Fuming, Jinsang shot her a glare, snapping, What the hell are you doing, idiot? But then, something hit him. His eyes widened, confusion all over his face. Wait, how do you even know my name? Sibe burst into laughter, clearly finding the whole situation even more ridiculous. Oh my god. Your character name is your real name? Seriously? Jinsang dumbly tilted his head upward, and there it was. Floating above him like some cruel joke, his name Jinsang. Panic set in as he fumbled through his system interface. What the hell? When did my name? How is this even a thing? More system notifications popped up in front of him, as if to mock his confusion. Personal information, name Jinsang, level 23, title, adventurer. His expression twisted in disbelief. Before I got to Sky Castle, this wasn't there. Unless a memory clicked into place the moment he'd introduced himself to Duncan. I'm Jinsang. Just those simple words. A realization crashed over him. So that's how it works. This game lets you fill in missing details manually, through your own actions. Still frozen in thought, Sibe snapped her fingers, pulling him back to reality. Alright, I've decided you've officially piqued my interest. Before he could react, a system notification popped up again. Invitation. The Black Lance Guild wants you to join. She smiled, bragging like a used car salesman. Join us and you'll get gear, potions, unlimited raid support, basically everything you need. Jinsang sighed heavily, cleaning his ear with his pinky, unimpressed. Yeah, no thanks. But Sibe wasn't finished. Plus, we offer character guides, guild meetups, events. A familiar voice suddenly interrupted her sales pitch. I heard enough. Jinsang's eyes widened. He knew that voice. He could never forget that voice. Sibe, oblivious to the tension, kept going. Most importantly, someone incredibly charming like me is part of the guild inside the nearby room. A loud, angry voice cut through the conversation. I will return, and I will have my revenge. It was Ophelia Vagrant. Jinsang peeked into the room, recognizing her instantly. Ophelia Vagrant, the survivor from the burning airship. But before she could do anything rash, a hand shot out, snatching the small dagger from her grip. It was Van Balstedt. His face darkened as he scolded her. Miss, I understand your anger, but charging in half-cocked when you're weak. That's suicide. Jinsang's eyes swept across the room, recognizing each face. Van Balstedt, Kargan. This is the Behemoth storyline kickoff. A tall, elegant figure entered, the girl's long hair cascading down her back like silk, her features sharp and refined. Muse, Jinsang thought instantly, recognizing the player. She's doing the Archer class questline. While everyone else talked, Jinsang quietly slipped away, blending into the background. Meanwhile, Sibe finally realized he was gone. Huh? Jinsang? Where'd you? Across the room, Ophelia's furious voice echoed. The temple on Behemoth. That's my home. Tears welled in her eyes as memories of her once happy community filled her mind. Everyone there, they were my family, but that happiness was long gone. The place had fallen into ruin. Then, Lotus appeared. Twisting the faithful, turning them against each other. Bloodshed, endless bloodshed. Her voice cracked with hopeless despair, tears streaming down her face. I can't sit by and do nothing anymore. Van Balstedt gently placed a hand on her shoulder, voice steady but firm. Don't rush to your death just to prove a point. If you want to fix this, stay calm. We'll find a way. His mind quickly pieced everything together. The flying whale Behemoth. The image resurfaced, a colossal blue whale soaring through the sky, carrying an entire island on its back. Bit by bit, the information filled his head. Ruins, temples, and the devout followers of the Glau Church, they all live there. That explained everything. Why Ophelia had to flee by airship. Behemoth was under attack. The attacker Lotus. One of the apostles. The apostles, 12 of them. The so-called lords of the otherworld, the demon realm. An image flashed vividly in his mind. Grotesque monsters coiling around the whale, their powers bending Behemoth's will like a puppet on strings. The sheer power those creatures held, terrifying beyond words. There were 12 apostles, first to 12th, the ultimate villains of the entire Dungeon Fighter universe. Jinsang's expression darkened as the gravity of it sank in. Lotus, the bastard who once hypnotized adventurers like they were nothing. This isn't going to be easy. Carefully, he peeked his head into the room again. His thoughts raced. Still, this isn't my job. My role's only to deal with contamination. But his gaze drifted toward Muse. She looked lost, overwhelmed. But Muse, this is way too much for a newbie to handle. Suddenly, Muse turned on her heels and started walking in the opposite direction. Van Balstedt raised an eyebrow, confused by her sudden departure. Hey, the docks are that way. He called after her. Kargan chimed in, equally puzzled. What the hey, where are you going? But Muse didn't even glance back. She just kept walking, completely ignoring them. Van Balstedt could only sigh, exasperated. She always does whatever the hell she wants. Fine, we'll regroup at dawn. Jinsang watched quietly from the shadows, frowning. Did I just skip part of the dialogue sequence? It feels weird seeing it happen in person. His eyes drifted toward Bonbal and Kargan, two incredibly strong and honestly, bizarre individuals. He studied them closely. No signs of contamination, good. When I go to Behemoth, I'll be with Van Balstedt and Kargan. As the scene wrapped up, Jinsang turned to leave. The cutscene's basically over, guess I should get moving too. But before he could take a full step, the sudden sound of shouting ripped through the air. Chaos erupted, people running, screaming, scattering in every direction. Jinsang's eyes widened as he spun around. What? The event should be over. What the hell? Through the commotion he saw them thugs surrounding Ophelia, gripping her arms, holding her in place as she struggled. Her eyes were wild with desperation, her hands reaching out in vain. I want to go too," she pleaded. The thugs sneered, their grip tightening. "Don't even think about running." Jinseong's heart skipped a beat. His eyes darted across the scene in shock. Lenny. His instincts screamed at him this wasn't part of the script. Something had gone seriously off course. The story gradually unraveled following the conversation with the adventurer group. On the map, new locations kept lighting up one after another: the Forbidden Shrine, the headquarters of Daros, the temple's outer wall. A dungeon on Behemoth's back, meant to imprison Lotus. Van Balstedt's expression was hard to read. His eyes locked on the horizon, filled with hesitation, clearly deep in thought about something. Van Balstedt, Kargan, and the adventurer all set off together. The first thing that caught Jinseong's eye was the scene of Van Balstedt and Lenny, locked in a heated argument, voices raised in frustration. Hearing their quarrel, Jinseong let out a helpless sigh. "That means Lenny, you shouldn't even be here." But she refused to back down, her voice trembling with emotion as she pleaded, "Just wait. Give me a chance to prove myself." Van Balstedt, however, remained cold and detached. "This mission isn't for you," he declared flatly. Before Lenny could say another word, Hat stepped in, covering her mouth as he addressed the group. "Apologies, master. I couldn't stop her." Lenny struggled furiously in his grip, but that only made Hats angrier. He scolded her, his voice sharp and commanding, "Be quiet. Calm down. You're not ready for this kind of enemy." Van Balstedt turned toward her, his eyes narrowing with something between frustration and resignation. Who could possibly stop that girl? Fine, fine. Hearing this, Jinseong's eyes widened as a realization hit him. "We're going together." His tone was suddenly dead serious, a quiet storm brewing beneath his calm. Thoughts raced through his mind. If Lenny comes along, this mission's bound to fall apart. Lenny could die, just like what almost happened at Sky Castle. But Lenny, hearing their reluctant agreement, lit up with joy. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Thank you." Jinseong meanwhile remained lost in his own thoughts. Or maybe a different plan began to form in his mind. "I won't let innocent people die for nothing." His fists clenched tightly at his sides. The group concluded their discussion. We set out at dawn. Time skipped ahead to nightfall. As always, the massive blue whale drifted silently across the sky, its enormous body casting a shadow over the land. The scene shifted to a quaint little neighborhood lined with modest houses. Inside one of those homes specifically, a small shop. Kargan stood, grinning as usual. "Good morning, Miss Sharan." As stunning as ever. "So what's going on?" His gaze drifted over to Jinseong, who was sifting through a pile of junk, looking utterly unimpressed. Kargan sighed. "I wanted to talk about that stray over there." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Sharan quickly spoke up. "His name is Jinseong. He's a guest staying with our guild." Hearing his name mentioned, Jinseong didn't even look up from the pile of scrap. He simply muttered, "Stuff like this always happens, better this than bragging with nothing to show for it." Then, without missing a beat, he turned to Kargan, asking with quiet urgency, "More importantly, can Magatha take off right now?" Kargan paused, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "My Magatha. Just finished oiling her up. I'll get her airborne whenever you like, Miss Sharan." Sharan sighed in frustration, rubbing her temples. "It's not for me." While she still looked worn out from the conversation, noises suddenly erupted from outside. A frantic knock on the door. "Miss Sharan. Miss Sharan." That night, Jinseong had rushed straight to her room, pounding on her door without pause. Sharan opened the door, startled. "Jinseong? What's wrong? It's barely morning." Jinseong's face was pale, anxiety etched into every line of it. "We've got a problem." The futures arrived sooner than expected. His voice was tense, his eyes sharp with warning. "Something's about to happen on Behemoth." Hearing those words, Sharan hesitated, clearly torn on what to do. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke. "All right, tell me the details once I get back." But she met his gaze, her tone quiet but firm. "You need me to help you get to Behemoth, don't you?" Back in the present, Jinseong stared down at the pile of old junk in front of him. Potions and those shattered cubes are one thing, but equipment too. Is he saying all that stuff is pocket change compared to the information he's offering? Fine. As he kept sifting through the pile, something unexpected caught his eye. Some of this doesn't actually look half bad." Kargan chuckled, raising a brow. "Why don't you have some tea while you wait?" While they were still chatting, Jinseong suddenly dug out something from the pile. The moment it surfaced, Kargan froze in place, his expression turning stiff. Sharan, standing nearby, looked completely dumbfounded, unable to believe what she was seeing. Jinseong just laughed awkwardly, pretending like nothing happened as he quickly turned to the two of them. I only touched this one little thing. Kargan stormed toward him and smacked him upside the head. What the hell do you think you're doing, you little punk? Without giving him a chance to react, Kargan kept shoving and scolding him. Do you have any idea how much this stuff's worth? How much? It's all garbage anyway. Jinsang shot back. Garbage? You're dead, kid. Frustrated, Jinsang pointed straight at Sharan. Fine. Blame her. She's covering the tab anyway. At that moment the shop door creaked open cautiously. Lorian Cornero stepped inside, walking deeper into the room. Excuse me, is Kargan here? I'm Lorian Cornero, a knight of the Principality. I'm here to board the ship. The scene that greeted her was less than ideal. Kargan stood there, arms crossed, lecturing Sharan. Miss Sharan, is this guy insane? Meanwhile, Jinsang was still getting smacked around, barely managing to plead, I'm sorry. The scene shifted to the bustling airship terminal, packed with people preparing for departure. Kargan stood on an upper platform, surveying the crowd, a puzzled look on his face. What the hell's going on today? Why so many passengers? Get ready to depart. Crossing his arms, he looked back toward Jinsang, frowning. You've really got me scratching my head again. The Mage Association. You wipe that clueless look off your face, explain yourself. Jinsang shrugged, grinning. Hey, I'm not exactly a mage, more like an invited guest. Kargan raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. His gaze shifted to Sharan, who stood quietly nearby. That true. But Sharan's face showed something far beyond what you'd expect for a mere guest. Her eyes burned with expectation, maybe even suspicion. Noticing her expression, Jinsang glanced awkwardly in her direction. She clenched the stack of notes in her hand, her face unreadable but intimidating enough to make him nervously rub his face and force out a weak laugh. At that moment, Lenny and Van Balstedt noticed him from across the platform. Van Balstedt casually walked over, greeting him with that ever-present smug grin. Lenny jogged up beside him, beaming. Jinsang. What's all this? Weren't you GSD student? Jinsang approached them with a polite smile. Hey there. I'm actually with the Mage Association for this expedition. Hearing that, Van Balstedt's face betrayed genuine surprise. He turned sharply toward Jinsang. You're coming with us? Jinsang nodded. Yeah, I was wondering if I could borrow a teammate for a bit. Haven't had a chance to hire a bodyguard yet. His eyes drifted toward Lenny, his grin widening as he suggested. Seems like we've got the perfect candidate right here. Lenny's face flushed bright red. Huh? She stammered awkwardly, visibly flustered. Me? You want me to go alone with him? Jinsang chuckled. I've got no problem with that. Thanks for looking out for me. A mischievous smile crept onto his face, amusement flashing in his eyes. Just as I predicted. Now I can keep an eye on Lenny, without her suspecting a thing. Lenny's gaze narrowed suspiciously as she caught a glimpse of his smug expression. What are you scheming now? Jinsang blinked, playing innocent. Huh? What do you mean? From up above, Kargan shouted down at Jinsang. What are you waiting for? Get on the ship. I thought this was supposed to be urgent. At the same time, the others began approaching, catching Van Balstedt's attention immediately. They're here. The massive hatch of the airship creaked open, signaling it was ready for departure. With a loud hum, the enormous vessel soared into the sky. Kargan, now fully in his element, wore a wide, excited grin. Alright, we're off. The airship blasted forward at a ridiculous speed, leaving everything and everyone behind. Kargan pushed the ship to over 500 kilometers an hour, laughing wildly as he yelled, Next stop, Behemoth. There was no denying it, Kargan was an absolute pro when it came to piloting this thing. He zipped through the air at breakneck speed, sending everyone on board tumbling in every direction. The passengers flailed helplessly, shouting, slow down. Meanwhile, Jinsang found himself tossed from one end of the ship to the other. As he tumbled, his eyes landed on Muse, completely still, perfectly composed, not even flinching. He stared at her, confused. Not even moving in this chaos, she looks like some lifeless doll. A thought flashed through his mind as he watched Kargan and the others pressing forward with ease. Same as always, fighters climbing Sky Castle never seem to get tired. For them, the travel time between locations is basically just a loading screen. For players, it all gets skipped. As their destination loomed closer, Kargan's excitement bubbled over. Alright. Once we get through here, the ship rocketed forward, even blasting past a pair of enormous eyes glaring directly at them. The moment Van Balstedt and Kargan locked eyes with those terrifying, monstrous pupils, they both froze in place. Words completely escaped them. Even Lenny stood there wide-eyed, her jaw practically hitting the floor. That's the first time I've ever seen a monster that huge, she stammered, unable to believe what she was witnessing. Wait, those eyes, that's the giant blue whale, with an entire city riding on its back. All around them. The others whispered in awe, their voices low and reverent. That's Behemoth. The moment they landed, the peaceful awe was replaced by pure horror. The ground was stained with blood, the whole place shrouded in an eerie, unsettling atmosphere. The passengers disembarked quickly, still shaken by what they saw. Kargan spoke up, his voice sharp and to the point. Listen up, I can't anchor here for long. Signal me when you want to pick up. The ruins of the area looked completely ravaged, ancient structures crumbling and splattered with blood. Van Balstedt scouted ahead, his expression tense. Damn, the air here, it's heavier than Sky Castle. Kargan stood beside him, nodding grimly. Worse than I imagined. Jinsang cautiously moved forward, eyes scanning his surroundings. His gaze fell on Muse, standing quietly ahead. His mind raced. The event to unlock the name has already started. Looks like Muse finished loading in. I better keep my distance. I can't let her spot me. As he crept along, his eyes darted around, analyzing every detail. According to Ophelia Lotus's, before he could finish the thought, a chilling voice whispered from beside him. A strange man stumbled toward him, reaching out with trembling hands, eyes filled with desperation. Help me, save me. Jinsang's eyes widened as he noticed the man's mask, its design chillingly familiar. His expression darkened, his voice low and serious. A mask with 3 eyes, shaped like Behemoth. That's the Glail cult. Survivors. The masked man continued, his voice weak but insistent, as if delivering a warning. Kill. In the next instant, the man's body was violently pierced by some unseen creature. Before anyone could react, the body began to twist and morph grotesquely. Kill me! Countless tentacled monstrosities erupted from the corpse, writhing and hissing. A voice, drenched in pure malice, echoed all around them, carrying a dreadful curse. Those who oppose Lotus will die. At this point, everyone had made it onto Behemoth, just outside the temple's outer wall. Tentacled monsters were swarming toward them, vicious and relentless. They attacked without hesitation, their movements aggressive and calculated. Van Balstedt didn't waste any time jumping into the fight. With effortless precision, he twisted his body and cut them down with ease. His expression was deadly serious as he charged forward, slashing without pause. His voice rang out, addressing everyone. Hey, adventurers, don't waste your sympathy on them. Death is a far better fate than falling under the control of the apostles. Consider this mercy. From a distance, Jinsang was watching the whole scene unfold. He called out calmly. All right, Lenny, stay back and observe. Or rather, get ready. Stay close to me. Lenny quickly nodded. Ah, all right. Then, realizing something, she rushed in front of him protectively. Wait, you don't even have a weapon. Jinsang looked surprised for a second, but quickly responded with a grin. Of course I do. Reaching behind him, he pulled out a new weapon. Just bought this earlier. Lenny's eyes widened as she got a good look at it. She couldn't hide her confusion. What even is that? Her expression practically screamed disbelief, maybe even disappointment. Seeing her reaction, Jinsang raised a brow and questioned her. What's that look for? It's a sword. But Lenny just smirked, still eyeing the so-called weapon skeptically. That's not a sword, that's a sword handle. Where's the rest of it? While they bickered, neither of them noticed the massive tentacled monster creeping up behind her. A sudden shift in the air made Lenny freeze. Her eyes widened, fear flashing across her face as she realized something was wrong. But before the creature could strike, Jinsang reacted instantly. In a blur of motion, he lunged forward and unleashed a rapid series of strikes with his weapon. One after another, the monsters fell, overwhelmed by his precise, powerful attacks. They howled in fear as they were flung into the air, completely helpless against him. Within seconds, the threat was eliminated. Jinsang turned toward Lenny, letting out a small sigh. He wiped a bit of blood from his face, a relaxed smile on his lips as he asked, "You okay?" Lenny stood frozen, watching him. There was no escaping that scene. It was the kind that made any girl fall a little harder. Lenny was no exception. Her cheeks flushed bright red as she stared at him in awe. Time passed quickly. More and more monsters appeared, swarming toward them. The attacks didn't stop, but their group was holding their ground. Muse stood calmly to the side, cutting down the monsters with flawless precision, as if nothing could faze her. With the battle slowly tilting in their favor, Van Balstedt called out, "For now, the situation's under control." Kargan approached him, lowering his voice. "Adventurer, I'm guessing you noticed too." He took a cautious step forward, signaling his companions. "Someone's been tailing us, ever since we left the temple's outer wall." Van Balstedt didn't slow down, his expression dark and cold. They picked the wrong group to spy on. You can't hide from me, or from Kargon. Just as they suspected, a young woman in the distance was watching their every move, her eyes sharp and observant. But no one seemed particularly bothered by her presence. They kept walking, casually chatting among themselves. Normally, this be the part where we launch a surprise attack on them, huh? Guess we're doing things differently today. Up ahead, a vast, majestic city came into view. Towering, extravagant architecture stretched across the horizon, leaving them momentarily speechless. Kargan pointed toward the dense forest nearby. Head into that forest. Let's move. Elsewhere, Lenny kept walking forward, her eyes locked onto the scene ahead. Suddenly, she turned to Jinsang, her voice laced with surprise. Hey Jinsang, those brainwashed people, they can use magic too. Jinsang stayed perfectly calm, rolling a few crystal shards between his fingers. He quietly observed them, then shook his head slightly as a thought crossed his mind. No, these are just remnants from the fight with her. A vivid image formed in his head, the mysterious woman, the only one yet to be brainwashed. Isadora. She was constantly watching, keeping tabs on everyone ahead. Isadora had been tracking the adventurers, trying to take them out before Lotus could corrupt them. But what Isadora didn't know was that Muse's group was already watching her. They had flipped the game on her and attacked right there, deep inside the Dendroid zone. When Isadora got caught, she completely froze, flustered and unsure of what to do next. Meanwhile, on Jinsang's side, Lenny was scanning the area with her sharp eyes. She gave a small nod, reporting to the group, I don't see a body, I don't think anyone actually died. But the more Jinsang thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. After the fight, she turns into an ally, and leads them straight to Lotus. Memories from his streamer days came flooding back, the hours he spent playing through this exact scenario. If the fight with Isadora's over, they've already moved on to the next zone. I'm behind, because of Lenny. Just then, Lenny's voice pulled him out of his thoughts. What do you think? But Jinsang was still lost in his own head, completely zoning out. The adventurers are advancing faster than me. Seeing him spaced out like that, Lenny flicked him right on the forehead. Hello? Earth to Jinsang. Jinsang blinked in surprise, caught off guard. Lenny leaned in slightly, her expression worried. You're totally ignoring me. What were you thinking about? Stay focused. Jinsang stared at her flushed face, her brows furrowed with concern, and a sinking realization settled in his chest. If nothing changes, if everything here plays out like it's supposed to, Lenny's going to die. The image flashed in his mind the moment she would fall into an eternal sleep. It hit him like a punch to the gut. His hands clenched into fists, and he forced himself to keep moving forward. Whatever, just keep going. He tried to convince himself. I can't stop this, I'm not supposed to. But deep down he knew, Lenny's fate had already been decided. It was set in stone. Suddenly Jinsang called out her name. Lenny. She turned, looking back at him, confused. Yeah, what is it? He quickly caught up to her, his expression serious. Wait for me. You'll get ambushed again if you keep going alone. Lenny froze for a second, clearly flustered. HU. She tried to brush it off, waving a hand. I was fine last time. I just let my guard down for a second. Jinsang couldn't help but chuckle, teasing her. Yeah, that's called getting ambushed. But behind the playful tone, darker thoughts swirled in his head. If I can't change what's coming, the least I can do is buy her a little more time to be happy. That's all I can do for her. After some light banter between them, Lenny spoke up, her voice quieter, almost shy. Hey, I've been wondering. Jinsang tilted his head, curious. Wondering, about me? Her cheeks turned bright red, her eyes darting away. After a brief pause, she finally managed to get the words out. Do you have a girlfriend? Jinsang froze on the spot. His mind went completely blank. There she stood, face flushed, looking so embarrassed she could barely meet his eyes. Jinsang's thoughts spiraled out of control. Wait, what? Hold on, what the hell is happening right now? Did she just ask that? Did that really just happen? His mouth opened to respond, but the words caught in his throat. Right then, the ground beneath them started to crack. Thick, terrifying roots burst out from underground, lunging straight toward them. Thankfully, Lenny reacted in time. She jumped high into the air, barely dodging the incoming roots, her face tense with worry. Jinsang, however, wasn't so lucky. The vines wrapped tightly around his arm, coiling like they had a mind of their own. More roots shot out from the ground, relentlessly attacking the two of them. Panic washed over them both as the forest itself seemed to come alive. The vines twisted and tangled around Jinsang, locking him firmly in place. One massive root even opened up like a gaping mouth, inching closer to him with a menacing snarl. Jinseong's thoughts spiraled as fear crept in. Diros, damn it. I thought it was safe after the adventurers cleared this area. But there's still a monster here. Determination hardened on his face. Gritting his teeth, he reached toward his system screen and shouted, "Fight me, damn it. I'll slice every last one of your branches off." Just as he struggled to pull his weapon from the system window, a massive shadow loomed behind him. A towering monster emerged, its gnarly, clawed hands reaching for him. Jinseong's heart skipped a beat, panic flashing across his face. This is it, I'm screwed. But before the monster could strike, Lenny charged in, weapon in hand, cutting through the vines with flawless precision. Her eyes burned with focus, every movement sharp and calculated. With a few well-placed strikes, she quickly took down the monstrous roots, clearing the immediate threat in mere moments. Jinseong's face lit up, a blush creeping onto his cheeks as he watched her work. "Ooh, nice one." But the relief didn't last long. More and more monsters appeared, crawling out from every direction. Lenny's confidence wavered as she realized just how many were closing in on them. A tree monster. And that muscle head from earlier? What the hell's wrong with this forest? She exclaimed, glancing at Jinseong in frustration. Jinseong quickly explained, "That big guy. He's a creature called a hunter. He used forbidden rituals to resist Lotus's brainwashing, and ended up turning into a monster himself. And the tree's a dendroid but, before he could finish, Lenny cut him off with an irritated shout, less talking, more fighting." The two of them stood back to back, weapons ready. Lenny smirked, teasing him through the tension. "Caught off guard this easily, rookie mistake." Jinseong chuckled in response. "What? I'm just a little too confident, that's all." The monsters lunged toward them, but both of them held their ground. In perfect sync, they launched into battle, cutting down wave after wave of creatures. Lenny's attacks were sharp and relentless, her strikes landing with precision as she took out the monsters one by one. Jinseong followed her lead, slashing through enemies with growing excitement. The more they fought, the more his adrenaline surged. His expression shifted, a wild grin spreading across his face. "Man, this is getting fun." Lenny noticed the spark in his eyes and couldn't help but smile herself, pleased to see his mood lifting. Inside, Jinseong made up his mind. "Alright, I've decided." Time passed. After wiping out every last monster in the area, exhaustion finally caught up with them. Both of them stood there, panting heavily, completely drained. Suddenly, Lenny's legs gave out and she collapsed onto the ground. Hearing the noise, Jinseong spun around in alarm. "Lenny, you okay?" She tried to play it off, forcing a weak smile. "I'm just a little worn out." Jinseong chuckled softly, still concerned. "You really had me worried there. Can you stand?" She glanced down at her small feet, wincing as she realized the problem. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she extended her hand toward him. "Nope, I think I twisted my ankle. Mind giving me a hand?" Hearing that, Jinseong's eyes widened in surprise. He turned toward her, completely confused by where this was going. With no other option, he finally spoke up, his voice calm but awkward. "Lenny, truth is, I already have a girlfriend." The words hung in the air, instantly making the mood tense and uncomfortable. Lenny's expression froze, a faint flush creeping onto her cheeks as she awkwardly tried to respond. "So, I guess I shouldn't have." But before she could finish, Jinseong gently grabbed her hand and gave it a light pull, guiding her forward. A soft, teasing smile appeared on his face. "I've got a date with her this weekend." His gaze met hers as he added, "You didn't forget your promise, did you?" At those words, her entire face turned crimson. Embarrassment overwhelmed her as she quickly averted her eyes, unable to meet his. But Jinseong's mind drifted elsewhere. His expression shifted ever so slightly as he sank into his own thoughts. "Some people might say this is meaningless pity, others might say I'm doing the wrong thing. Still," he sighed, offering her a clumsy explanation. "To be honest, I don't even know which restaurants are good." The second those words left his mouth, her expression changed completely. But Jinseong knew exactly what that look meant. He understood her better than anyone. "Doesn't matter," he thought to himself, trying to steady his nerves. If she can at least have some happy memories before he could finish the thought, Lenny, her cheeks still flushed, swung her fist hard into his stomach. The hit caught him off guard, making him stumble back in shock. Why'd you hit me?" Jinseong exclaimed, rubbing his side as he backed away. Lenny stormed after him, her voice sharp and full of frustration. "Shut up, you deserve way worse than that." Panic flashed across his face as he scrambled to defend himself. Wait, why? What did I even do? I seriously don't know any good restaurants." Hearing his frantic, clueless response, Lenny couldn't hold back. Her frustration cracked, replaced by an amused smile as she burst out laughing. Before either of them realized it, They had wandered into an ancient, mysterious ruin, its strange, eerie atmosphere wrapping around them like a whisper from the past. On the map, several key locations stood out: Behemoth, the Forbidden Screen, the Daros Hub. The scene shifted to a massive glowing gate, radiating with an ethereal blue light. Two figures sprinted down the long, winding hallways beyond the gate, their footsteps echoing off the walls. Lenny slashed her sword through the monsters ahead with precision, her expression firm and focused. But after a moment, she glanced over her shoulder at Jinsang, her brow furrowed with concern. "Jinsang, are you sure he went this way?" Without slowing down, Jinsang replied confidently, "I told you, this is the only path that leads to Lotus." His mind raced as he mentally replayed every detail of the map. He had already come up with a plan. The first stop on this hunt is White Knight. Then we'll head to the Forbidden Hall. The places we've passed together outside the walls of Dendroid Hub, the Forbidden Hall, White Knight. Suddenly, the realization hit him. So that's where they keep the ancient blood weapons, the ones meant to fight Lotus. But just as he got lost in thought, Lenny's voice snapped him back to reality. "Jinsang, look." Ahead of them, countless monsters lay sprawled across the ground, lifeless. The two of them exchanged a quick glance before their eyes locked onto the telltale signs left behind by another player. Lenny's gaze fell on a piece of glowing armor nearby. Her eyes widened slightly as she pointed at it. "Hey, that thing's glowing. What do you think it is?" Jinsang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he inspected the item left behind from the battle. "My guess. It's a rare drop." He quickly scanned the item details. Rare enchanted chainmail, level requirement 15 to 25. Physical defense 10. Reputation with Adventurers Guild 435. Prestige 31. A grin tugged at his lips. This has gotta be Muse's gear. Did she seriously not notice this? As Jinsang examined the armor more closely, confusion crept into his expression. "Huh, what's with these weird chains?" he muttered. Lenny tilted her head, inspecting the armor as well. "Looks enchanted to me." Jinsang's mind raced, recalling everything he knew about gear from the game. Rare items, hidden enchantments, then you've got different gear tiers: original, epic, legendary, exclusive, rare, exotic, and just plain common. Determined, he reached out and pressed the confirm button on his system screen. "All I have to do is unlock them and they're mine." But beside him, Lenny frowned in confusion. "Unlock? What are you even talking about? Only mages can unlock those." Jinsang froze mid-motion, his face darkening as reality set in. "What the hell? That's completely different from the game." Letting out a disappointed sigh, he turned back toward the path ahead. "I'll have to ask Sharan about this later." As they continued forward, Jinsang's eyes caught on something at his feet. A random item sat there abandoned. But as he looked around, realization struck. It wasn't just one or two, the whole area was littered with gear and supplies. Both of them froze in disbelief. Jinsang's jaw dropped. Lenny, equally baffled, muttered under her breath, "What? Why the hell is there so much equipment lying around?" Jinsang's thoughts snapped into focus, his mind immediately drifting back to Muse. I get it now. She ditched all this junk because she didn't need it. But the more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he became. This is supposed to be a hunt, not some role-playing gig. Why'd they pick a pain-in-the-ass class like Muse, anyway? Despite his doubts, Jinsang eagerly scooped up every piece of equipment he could carry, even if it was still locked. Hugging the pile of gear to his chest, his eyes sparkled with excitement. "I'll take good care of these, thank you very much." The scene shifted to a different place. Van Balstet's group was advancing, taking down the final boss, the Overseer A, the guardian of the Forbidden Hall. The monstrous figure trembled, its grotesque face twisted in despair as it spat bitter words toward them. "Isadora, I thought we were family. Why the hell would you choose to get us killed like this?" Van Balstet frowned, clearly annoyed by how much the creature was running its mouth. He raised his sword to the monster's throat, letting out a tired sigh. "You managed to resist the brainwashing by switching up your skills, but me, I can't go back to being Emily anymore." But Isadora remained calm. Her gaze didn't waver as she looked at her old friend and quietly responded, "You've always been hiding behind your shell." Her voice echoed through the chamber, lingering in the air even as they engaged in the brutal battle inside the Forbidden Hall. At the same time, Jinsang and Lenny had finally caught up, making their way to the scene. Seeing everyone gathered there, Jinsang couldn't help but feel a little relieved. "Nice, we made it. They're already finishing off the Asiri's boss." Next to him, Lenny was practically beaming with excitement as she pointed ahead. "Hey, look, it's him! Over there!" But before she could finish, Jinsang quickly cut her off, his voice sharp. "Hold on, Lenny. Looks like they're discussing something serious. Don't interrupt them." At the same time, Jinsang's mind raced with calculations. I'll stay in the safe zone. When you move past that pillar, be careful. Overseer A, visibly exhausted and defeated, turned to Isadora with a bitter sigh. You're such a fool. With those parting words, the creature swiftly logged out of existence, its body disintegrating. Isadora's face darkened with sorrow as she watched her old friend vanish. But she quickly steeled herself and turned back to the group. We need to move now. There's not much time left. Kargon nodded firmly in agreement. Agreed. Hiding off to the side, observing the entire situation, Jinsang's sharp eyes scanned the area as he quietly analyzed everything. Nothing's been destroyed yet. Without wasting another second, he trailed behind the group, moving deeper into the hall. Alright, time to get ready for the final fight. Just as he was preparing to follow the others, Lenny called out to him again. Hey, listen. But mid-sentence, she tripped over a book lying on the ground, stumbling awkwardly. Her face turned bright red from embarrassment as she fumbled to steady herself. Jinsang, watching from the side, raised a brow in disbelief. Are you trying to be funny right now? His eyes drifted down to the old, tattered book at her feet and then, a realization hit him like a bolt of lightning. Wait a second, this book. His expression darkened as he stared at it, his suspicion growing. Could it be? Lying before him were pages marked with strange, ancient symbols, the Book of Beginnings. Jinsang's mind spun as the pieces fell into place. The Book of Beginnings, it foretells the fate of the apostles, the gathering place of demons. It even prophesizes the destiny of Arad. It's crucial to uncovering the origins of Deros. But before he could process it any further, Lenny, clearly fed up, drew her sword and tore the book to shreds, ripping it apart into countless pieces. Damn it, stupid book. She cursed furiously. Jinsang's face twisted in shock as he rushed toward her, his voice rising with disbelief. What the hell are you doing? Lenny, still oblivious, scowled at him. What's the problem? Jinsang didn't let up, his voice growing sharper with frustration. Do you even realize how important that thing was? His raised voice caught Van Balchet's attention. Slowly, the man approached, his eyes narrowing as he glanced between the two of them. I could have sworn I heard someone talking. Jinsang froze the moment he saw Van Balchet's shadow slowly approaching their hiding spot. Van Balchet casually held out both hands in front of him, scanning the area with sharp eyes. But after a moment of observing his surroundings, his expression twisted with confusion. No signs of anything unusual. Shrugging it off, he turned around and walked away, muttering to himself, guess I'm just being paranoid. Meanwhile, hidden beneath the desk, Jinsang and Lenny crouched together in silence. From a distance, Kargon called out, his voice carrying across the room. Van Balchet. Where'd you go? Van Balchet chuckled lightly and shouted back, I'll be there in a sec. Inside the cramped space beneath the desk, both Jinsang and Lenny exchanged nervous glances, still tense. Jinsang exhaled a deep sigh of relief as he watched Van Balchet's silhouette finally disappear down the hallway. Phew, close call. At least he didn't notice us. But wait, Van Balchet didn't see the book, and the final fight's still unfinished. A hint of frustration crept onto Jinsang's face. Damn it, what should I do? If this keeps up, everything's going to fall apart. While he was lost in thought, Lenny, still tucked beside him, was staring at him with a completely different expression. Her cheeks flushed red, her eyes sparkling as she glanced shyly at him. Jinsang, oblivious to her mood, furrowed his brow in confusion. He leaned his face closer to hers, causing her to flinch and turn even redder. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you getting so close? She stammered. Jinsang simply raised a finger to his lips, signaling for her to stay quiet. Shh, stay still. Lenny's heart pounded as she whispered back, flustered. What is this? Her words trailed off as she instinctively squeezed her eyes shut, bracing herself for something. But instead of whatever she'd imagined, Jinsang casually pulled out a notepad and scribbled something down, mumbling to himself. The best part always comes at the end. What happens next, huh? Whatever. I've played this part 100 times before. Feeling like she had been waiting forever, Lenny finally cracked open one eye and called his name. Jinsang. Without even looking at her, he responded with an irritated tone. Zip it. I need to concentrate. Once he finished scribbling down his notes, Jinsang's face lit up with satisfaction as he admired his messy handwriting. And one of them grew so desperate they nearly lost their mind in despair. Okay, that's chapter 1 of the book done. The more he thought about it, the more smug he became. I'm no genius, but at least I can remember some of this crap. He looked over at Lenny, who was still glaring at him, frozen in place. Lenny, what are you waiting for? Her face twisted in frustration, and she shot back. What do you think? Murdering you, obviously. Meanwhile, just down the hall, Van Balchet paused mid-step. Something on the ground had caught his attention. Frowning, he bent down to pick up a strange-looking notebook lying on the floor. Wait a second, is that a book? Watching from his hiding spot, Jinsang clenched his fist, grinning to himself. Nice, the trade worked. Van Balchette turned the book over in his hands, flipping it open and reading aloud. They are incomplete beings, and their fate. The Book of Beginnings prophesies the following. His eyes darkened with a strange, unsettling gleam as he kept reading. Jinsang, still hidden, frowned, thoroughly confused by Van Balchette's reaction. Suddenly Van Balchette took a step toward the glowing rift nearby, his expression contorting into a crazed grin. He raised his voice, shouting into the void. What the hell? Does this thing record the Lotos events? I've never heard of that before. His demeanor was completely different from his usual cold, calculated self. For once he actually looked thrilled. It's unfinished, good. I guess I'll be taking this with me. With that, he tucked the book under his arm, his eyes glinting with satisfaction as he disappeared into the light. Seeing how strange he looked, Jinsang frowned, confused, and whispered to Lenny. He's shouting. Looks like he's trying to say something. Lenny, equally puzzled, glanced at him, her voice low but filled with tension as she added, "In that expression, I've never seen that before." Memories came flooding back, her frustration boiling over as her fists clenched at her sides. Her teeth ground together in anger. Even when I blasted him with MB, even when he argued with the commander, his voice always sounded so helpless. Her eyes darkened as she practically growled, "But this, I've never seen him this furious." Suddenly Van Balchette's eyes changed entirely, his gaze sharpened, fixed ahead with terrifying intensity. Still shaken, Lenny turned back to Jinsang and questioned, "What the hell did you show him?" Jinsang stiffened at her words, turning to look at her, confused. He's angry? Just from reading that book? His thoughts spiraled as suspicion gnawed at his mind. Van Balchette, angry? Is that even possible? Flashes of memories from the game resurfaced the Van Balchette he used to know. I don't know, his behavior was always so scripted. His paths, his dialogue, everything was fixed. Lost in thought, Jinsang's mind spun in circles. The card hasn't appeared yet. This isn't over, I still need to follow him. But deep down, an unsettling feeling crept into his chest. Lenny's face twisted with fear, her expression tense as her instinct screamed danger. A chilling image filled his mind, the overwhelming, suffocating aura of dark power drawing closer. If I keep chasing him, something terrible is going to happen. Jinsang's eyes narrowed as he turned back to Lenny. Lenny, before he could finish, the ground beneath them trembled violently. A deep rumble echoed through the air as debris and dust rained down from above. Nearby, Kargan's eyes widened in shock as he spun around, surveying the area. What the hell? Isadora. What is this earthquake? Before anyone could react, an enormous monster burst through the shadows, its massive jaws wide open as it lunged toward them. The entire area erupted into chaos. Deafening roars shook the walls as people screamed and scrambled in panic. It's Behemoth. The Behemoth is collapsing. Jinsang's heart pounded in his chest. His eyes darted toward the distance as realization hit him like a bolt of lightning. Lotus, it's Lotus. It's being controlled. And there, creeping ever closer, a monstrous, eerie eye loomed in the distance, steadily approaching Behemoth. At that moment, everyone had already gathered at Behemoth, near the Forbidden Sanctuary. That terrifying eye hovered above them, wide open, staring straight ahead with a haunting intensity. Its presence clung to Jinsang's mind like a curse, refusing to let go. Even Kargan, usually so composed, was visibly shaken, his eyes wide with fear. Clutching his head in frustration, he slowly collapsed to the ground. Oh, the brainwashing. It spread all the way here. Even Lenny, standing nearby, winced and pressed a hand to her temple, as a sharp headache pulsed through her. Slowly, the strange tension in the air faded, as if the giant blue whale above had finally ended its hypnotic spell. Jinsang lay on the ground, panting heavily, his chest rising and falling as he gasped for air. It's over, the earthquake. The signs, though relieved, his expression twisted into frustration as he muttered under his breath, "What a damn bizarre experience. There's no way we can keep going without a plan." Suddenly Lenny's eyes darted to him, wide with alarm as she grabbed his arm. "Jinsang, do you feel that? There's something inside my head." Jinsang's face tensed as he instinctively made a hand gesture, signaling her, "We're pulling back." Lenny. Now. Her expression froze, confused by his sudden shift. "Wait, what?" But before she could finish, Jinsang cut her off sharply. "I just realized something. I need to report this to the guild immediately. Everything, all of this, I've known it all along." His hands lifted, as though manipulating invisible strings in the air, his voice tinged with both urgency and disbelief. Why did they say I wrote it?" The scene shifted to another location. Sharan flinched, startled by the sound of a communicator buzzing behind her. Bzzzt. The person beside her quickly glanced over and relayed the signal. Seeing the notification pop up, Jinsang's eyes lit up with relief. Nice, Sharan got the signal. Magatha's on the way. He and Lenny broke into a sprint, racing forward. As they ran, Sharan's voice echoed beside them, filled with curiosity. Did you find something? Jinsang's gaze fixed ahead, his mind already spinning with calculations. To put it simply, before he could finish, the unmistakable image of the giant blue whale appeared in the sky, soaring above them. His voice turned serious. I found Lotus's destination. The scene cut to another place entirely. Outside a small room, Lenny stood on guard, scanning the area. From within the room came eerie, muffled screams that seemed to ripple through the entire sky ocean. Hearing them sent a chill down her spine. Jinsang, standing nearby, nodded in grim confirmation and explained calmly. Yeah, the sky ocean. Lotus lives in the water. He can't unleash his full power in a dry, landlocked temple. Sharan, listening quietly, nodded as well, her eyes drifting toward the stack of books piled on the nearby table. I see, Jinsang continued. That's why he's steering Behemoth straight into the ocean. A beat of silence passed before he quietly added, almost to himself, maybe it could work. Sharan's eyes snapped back to him. What did you say? Jinsang's expression darkened, his hand slowly rising to cover one eye as his voice dropped. I've seen it. Lotus's plan, it succeeds. A horrifying, blood-drenched vision flooded his mind. Echoing whispers, threatening words, and with it, he'll restore the power of the apostles, and drag Arad into total destruction. The glass in Sharan's hand slipped from her fingers, shattering on the ground. Her face hardened with shock as she stepped closer, her voice trembling with disbelief. Destruction? That's the future you've seen. Jinsang's shoulders slumped as he gave her a hopeless look. Sadly, it can't be changed. The weight of his words left Sharan reeling. She refused to accept it, her eyes burning with determination as she grabbed him by the shoulders and shook him. What the hell are you saying? It has to be possible. There's always a way to defeat Lotus. With a completely calm expression, as if he had planned it all along, Jinsang spoke. There's only one way left. Lenny tilted her head, curiosity flashing across her face. And what way is that? Without saying a word, Jinsang slowly extended his hands toward her, causing her to frown in confusion. His expression remained steady and composed as he stated bluntly, I need 100,000 gold. A moment later, the door to the room creaked open. Jinsang stepped outside, cool and composed. Seeing him exit, Lenny rushed over with a worried look on her face. Jinsang, did you finish the report? We need to get back to Behemoth now. But unlike her anxious tone, Jinsang remained calm as he casually walked forward. Lenny, he turned to her, his voice even. There's a place you and I need to visit first. Still not fully grasping what he meant, she blinked in confusion. Huh? Where exactly? Sometime later, Lenny stood there, completely speechless, her expression frozen in disbelief as she held 2 ice cream cones in her hands. In front of her, Jinsang strolled up to a street vendor, casually chatting. This is Hendenmire Market. There's all sorts of fun stuff here, don't you think? Lenny was still struggling to keep up, her voice uncertain. Are you kidding me? You think we have time to waste right now? Jinsang sighed, responding casually. Who said we're wasting time? But in his mind, Jinsang was already working through his own logic. Good, no other players suspect anything when I talk to Lenny. Guess they can't see her. Because she doesn't actually exist in this world. As he thought this, an image of a ferocious monster flashed through his mind. His voice turned serious as he explained. You know how strong Lotus is? I'm here to grab a few things that can help us fight him. Lenny still looked a bit lost as they walked side by side. Oh, that sounds but ice cream. Really? He smiled. It's delicious. I'll take a chocolate one. As they chatted, a young girl suddenly approached, greeting them warmly. Welcome. Both of them turned in surprise to see a small street stall in front of them, with a cheerful young girl standing behind it. I'm Duncan. This is Duncan's shop. What can I get you? We've got everything. Jinsang handed her a small piece of paper, his tone casual but firm. Could you help me gather the items on this list? Lenny, watching from the side, couldn't help but smile to herself. She's adorable. The girl, Duncan, glanced over the list, her playful expression shifting into a more serious one as she read it carefully. Let's see. Okay, got it. After spending some time mentally calculating the items, she looked back up at them and added, It'll take a while though, not ready till tonight. Lenny's eyes widened as she stumbled over her words. Tonight? But we don't have that kind of time. This is urgent. Seeing Jinsang calmly standing there with no visible reaction, she turned toward him in disbelief. Jinsang, say something. After a brief pause, Jinsang finally spoke, his tone light but resolute. Well, guess there's no other choice. We'll just have to wait. The slightest smirk tugged at the corner of his lips as he glanced at her, clearly several steps ahead in his planning. Looks like we're staying here till nightfall? Huh? Without another word he turned and began walking away, casually tossing over his shoulder, come on. I still owe you that food I promised. Panicked, Lenny hurried after him, her voice full of urgency. Well, hey, wait up. Hearing that, Duncan happily waved goodbye to the two of them. See you later. Then, she excitedly glanced down at the little notes Jinsang had left for her. A bright smile spread across her face. What a wonderful time, she giggled to herself. Meanwhile, Jinsang and Lenny strolled through the bustling market. All around them, vendors enthusiastically displayed enormous fish, proudly showing off their catches to passing customers. The two continued walking forward. But Lenny's face had grown noticeably flustered, unsure of what to say or how to react. Suddenly Jinsang led her over to a display tank with an incredibly ugly blobfish inside. The hideous, droopy face of the fish reminded him of her expression, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Naturally, his teasing earned him a solid smack to the head. By the end of it, he was left with a bruised forehead, and a ridiculous fish-shaped hat perched on top. After that, the two wandered deeper into the heart of the market's amusement area. The vendor there greeted them warmly, beckoning them inside. With their skill levels, it didn't take long for them to master the dart-throwing game. The darts flew through the air with pinpoint accuracy, popping the balloons one after another. It turned out Lenny was especially good at it. After several rounds of popping water balloons, she excitedly received a small, fluffy teddy bear as her prize. Jinsang and the vendor both clapped and cheered in amusement. It was her first prize, and she held the little bear close to her chest, a joyful, genuine smile lighting up her face. Watching her so happy, so carefree, Jinsang couldn't help but smile too, even with the faint trickle of blood running down his face from earlier. Before long, the sky began to darken as evening approached. After spending hours wandering the marketplace, both of them were exhausted, sitting side by side on a bench, sampling the market's famous street food. Lenny took a bite and beamed. This is so good. My little sister would love this. Hearing that, Jinsang looked at her, surprised. You have a sister. His mind drifted as pieces of information clicked into place. Ah, Lenny's family. The memory of her interactions with Van Balstedt resurfaced. It seemed like she looked up to him as a big brother figure. She lived with her mother and younger sister, and they were struggling financially. So that's why she was so desperate to climb the ranks. The burden of being the eldest sibling. A quiet sense of sympathy washed over him. Lenny, he called softly, but before he could say anything else, she spoke up, cutting him off with a smile. Thank you for spending time with me today. His mind filled with images of Van Balstedt expertly cutting down monsters in battle. Her voice continued, tinged with sadness. I know, a weapon master like you doesn't need a low-ranked knight like me tagging along. A faint frown crept onto her face. I'll consider it a miracle if I survive once we're back on Behemoth. That caught him completely off guard. His eyes widened slightly, unsure of how to respond. She absent-mindedly fidgeted with the small chicken plushie in her hands, her voice dropping to a vulnerable whisper. But when I think about my family, I just get so scared. She stood up slowly, looking down at him with an unreadable expression as she added softly. Today's almost over, but I got to enjoy it, without thinking about all that, even just for a little while. As she turned, a bright, radiant smile lit up her face. For a brief moment, time itself seemed to pause, frozen in that simple, beautiful memory. I'll never forget today, she said sweetly. So, how do you feel about our next date in the Zealot Empire? Jinsang stared at her, stunned, torn between disbelief and something deeper. His fists clenched tightly as he hesitated, his voice barely above a whisper. Our next date, he fumbled with his words, the weight of the situation settling over him. After a moment he finally spoke. Hey Lenny. If we have to go back to Behemoth, would you stay here instead? Before Jinsang could even finish his sentence, Lenny gently reached out and brushed her hand through his hair. Her expression had softened completely, so warm and gentle that it made his heart skip a beat. She smiled faintly as she plucked a small leaf from his hair. I have a duty to fulfill, alright? Her face grew firm and resolute as she declared with unwavering confidence, a steel wolf knight never runs away. Jinsang fell completely silent, the words catching in his throat. For a brief moment, he had no idea how to respond. His mind swirled with quiet thoughts. Even if it means dying, huh? Damn, I almost said something I'd regret. The scene quickly shifted to later that evening. The moon had already risen high into the night sky, casting its pale light over Behemoth and the White Knight. Van Balstedt stood there, utterly exhausted after hours of relentless fighting. He looked ahead with tired eyes, turning toward Isadora with desperation in his voice. Hey Isadora, I heard there's a weapon here that can take down Lotus. His voice trembled with frustration and fatigue. "You never mentioned this in front of the others." Suddenly strange, massive eggs began to rise up from the ground around them. Kargan cautiously stepped forward, his brow furrowed as he examined the bizarre sight. "What are these eggs?" Moments later the answer became horrifyingly clear. The giant, three-eyed monsters trapped inside the eggs began thrashing wildly, the shells cracking apart. Kargan's eyes widened in shock and terror as realization hit him. That shape, no way. Muse, standing nearby, stared in disbelief, unable to find words. With a deafening crack, a monstrous creature burst forth, shattering the eggs completely. More and more of the creatures began to hatch, their grotesque forms swarming the area as they multiplied at an alarming rate. They charged straight toward Van Balstedt, catching him off guard. "Lotus." His voice echoed out, filled with horror as the wave of monsters descended upon them. On the map of Behemoth, Muse and her group had already advanced toward White Knight. Meanwhile, Jinsang and Lenny were still in the Duchy of Hendenmire. The scene shifted to Magatha docks. Lori and Cornoro stood by the harbor, looking out into the distance with a puzzled expression. "It's taking them longer to return than I expected," he muttered. Iris smiled softly beside him, asking in a calm voice, "Do you think the other guild members will be alright?" "There's no need to worry," Lorien replied confidently. "The players will definitely take down the Apostle." Elsewhere, Dan was keeping a close eye on their surroundings. He scanned the area carefully before announcing to the group, "Magatha's back." From the peculiar airship, Muse slowly descended, her appearance a complete mess, bandages wrapped all over her body, her steps heavy and weak. The moment Hatz saw her, his face filled with confusion. He quickly approached, questioning her firmly, "Player, why are you back alone? Where's our guild master?" Muse's expression was frighteningly calm. Without a word, she pulled out a card and held it in front of him. Hatz's eyes widened in shock the second he recognized it. It was the guildmaster's insignia, and it was still stained with blood. Muse stared forward with cold determination, her face unreadable. Looking down at the bloody insignia, Hatz's mind raced with uneasy thoughts. This is a summon, a call for the knights to gather. There was no room for hesitation. Hatz turned to Muse and said urgently, "All right, take us to the summoning site." Then, raising his voice, he shouted loud enough for the entire harbor to hear, "Knights of the Iron Wolf assemble." The scene shifted again, this time to the Mage Academy. Strange, unsettling noises echoed through the vast halls. Jinsang couldn't contain his excitement as he admired the beautiful equipment now in his possession, eagerly equipping each piece. Sharan looked over at him, instructing calmly, "Now unseal those items. All of them." Jinsang's eyes sparkled with joy as he exclaimed, "Thanks so much." He turned his attention to the system screen, grinning from ear to ear. "Let's see how much my stats just skyrocketed." The system screen rapidly updated character info: name, Jinsang LV, 28, class adventurer. Reputation, 277. Jinsang nearly burst from excitement. "My reputation just multiplied tenfold." His face lit up with pure satisfaction as he admired his growing strength. "Let's go." But suddenly, all the equipment on his body vanished into thin air. Jinsang blinked in confusion, looking around in disbelief. "Wait, where did all my gear go? That's weird, my reputation's still the same." Only after noticing the outfits were still physically on his body did he realize what happened. He let out a relieved sigh, mumbling to himself, "Ah, so they're just invisible. I can't even feel their weight. Is this Nemer's doing?" Hearing that, Sharan looked utterly lost, tilting her head as she asked, "Huh? Did you just say, grilled pork?" Jinsang quickly waved it off. No, nothing." Inside the building, a familiar voice echoed through the halls, "Thank you for your time, brave adventurers." Standing on a balcony, Jinsang immediately recognized the voice and the words. Moments later Iris entered, walking gracefully, a knowing smile on her face. Turning to Muse, she spoke softly but with weight behind her words. "Would you believe me if I told you, this very moment could determine Arad's fate?" Her words were cryptic, difficult to fully grasp. She gently picked up a piece of equipment and walked deeper into the room, announcing in an eerily calm tone, "Forever." When Jinsang spotted her, his frustration boiled over. "Iris, you've been hiding this whole time, just watching everything from afar." Jinsang quickly slipped into his own thoughts. She's giving the hyper jammer to Muse. That bracelet prevents Lotus from controlling her mind. The moment that thought crossed his mind, a chilling image of Iris summoning a terrifying demon flashed through his head. But this wasn't an act of kindness. No, this was all calculated, part of some twisted scheme by a mysterious figure lurking behind the scenes. Iris, she was nothing but a puppet now. The bracelet was carefully fastened onto Muse's wrist. Iris took a few steps forward, her voice calm yet unnerving. The hyper jammer, in the end, it malfunctioned, and the adventurer Hema, standing off to the side. Jinsang observed everything quietly, lost in thought once again. Forget it. This isn't my place to interfere. My job is to guide the story along its original path, not rewrite what I don't like. The story, yeah. It's just a game after all. Across the room, Hat spoke to Muse, giving her a firm reminder. Did you get everything done? We're all set. It's time to begin. His voice echoed with authority. Lorian Cornero arrived soon after. She walked with pride, her steps bold and unwavering as she recited her familiar lines. I am Lorian Cornero, recognized by both the queen and the royal family. I'm ready to lay down my life for them at any moment. Only Jinsang truly understood everything unfolding. His eyes locked onto the scene in front of him as his thoughts raced. It's finally starting. The warship carrying the elite soldiers set sail, just as Jinsang had expected. The final battle with Lotus was upon them. The story raced forward in Jinsang's mind. We returned to Behemoth to make our battle plans. This time, giant monsters with massive tentacles appeared. There were 2 destinations now. The brainwashed followers bowing before the central temple where Lotus hid, and the ruins where some survivors had managed to escape. The group quickly split into 2 teams. One led by Van Balstedt and Muse. Muse volunteered to rescue the survivors from the ruins. On the other side, Lenny, Hats, and Lorian Cornaro followed a different path. Meanwhile, the knights and I cleared the way toward Lotus. The monstrous beasts were falling one after another under the relentless barrage of gunfire. Massive bullets tore through their thick hides with ease. The air was filled with shouted commands. Keep firing. Clear the path. The brainwashed creatures surged forward recklessly, their eyes empty, their minds lost to fanaticism. Die for our Lord Lotus, they cried out. But Jinsang wasn't about to fall behind. His voice roared over the battlefield. Everyone, charge. The soldiers surged forward, launching a fierce assault on the monsters. The beasts were cut down swiftly and efficiently, chunks of flesh flying through the air with every strike. Jinsang weaved through the chaos, narrowly avoiding the deadly tentacles as he muttered to himself in frustration. Damn it, he's fast. Just as that thought passed, a blood-curdling scream echoed across the battlefield. Jinsang's attention snapped toward the sound. One of the weaker knights had been overwhelmed by the monsters. Desperation filled the man's voice as he cried out, Lorian, help me. But before anyone could react, a monstrous tentacle lashed toward the knight's face, ready to end his life. Thankfully, at the last possible second, Jinsang burst onto the scene. His weapon sliced through the monsters effortlessly, cutting them down one by one. Sensing how dangerous the situation had become, Jinsang shouted with urgency, we can't let these monsters pin us down. Keep moving. From the sidelines, Lorian Cornaro watched the entire scene unfold, her eyes wide with surprise as she turned toward Jinsang, thinking to herself, that power, is that the person Lenny mentioned? The knight, still trembling from his close call, looked at Jinsang with deep gratitude. Thank you, he managed to say, his voice sincere. Jinsang glanced at him and calmly offered a warning. Be careful. The closer we get to the center, the stronger Lotus psychic attacks will get. You have to resist them somehow. There was a strange intensity in Jinsang's eyes, something even he couldn't fully understand, like an invisible pressure creeping into his mind. He glanced over at the soldier, adding, well, I've got a way. Suddenly the knight's image in front of him flickered and shifted. A new image appeared, one Jinsang couldn't comprehend at first. He froze, utterly confused. Huh? Seeing the strange look on Jinsang's face, the knight grew worried and asked, Jinsang, is something wrong? You look. But before Jinsang could respond, a terrifying realization hit him. His eyes widened as he looked over his shoulder in disbelief. Right behind him stood the monsters, their gaping jaws lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth, their voices cold and commanding. Submit to me. Serve me. Die for me. Standing before him now was a towering, five-eyed monster, the unmistakable form of Lotus, the eighth apostle. Even as panic flooded his chest, Jinsang forced himself to stay calm. Relax. There's nothing to be scared of. Yeah, he controlled every living creature on Solaris, but here, he's weak. He's dehydrated. Jinsang's mind raced. That means I can use my inventory. Lotus crept closer, its grotesque face curling into a sneer as it demanded, Solaris? How do you know that name? The creature's voice sharpened with suspicion. I never mentioned my planet to anyone, not even that bastard. At that moment, Jinsang's blood ran cold. Shit, he's reading my mind. A pounding headache slammed into him, nearly dropping him to his knees. He clutched his head, cursing under his breath. Lotus laughed, a low, guttural sound that oozed with amusement and menace. So, that's how it is, you're interesting. The grotesque face loomed closer, its expression dripping with mockery. You see this world like a script, don't you? You already know, don't you, you're not from here. The words sent a chill down Jinsang's spine. The more Lotus spoke, the more hopeless it felt. His mind screamed at him. Shit, don't think. Stop thinking. I can't let him dig any deeper. But Lotus, of course, read every word of that inner panic. Answer me, it commanded, its voice slithering into Jinsang's mind. A wave of pain exploded through his body, forcing him down. Lotus opened its grotesque mouth, tongues writhing like snakes as it hissed. If you don't answer, I'll blow your tiny head apart. It leaned closer, voice full of cruel curiosity. Your little gray world, what is it? Greed. Lotus pressed further, its words digging deep. Are you curious about other people's thoughts? Jinsang couldn't take it anymore. His legs buckled, collapsing to the ground. But just then, an image flickered in his mind, a swarm of grotesque octopus-like creatures displayed across his vision. His eyes lit up with rage. Through gritted teeth he snarled back, then take a good look, you disgusting octopus freak. A flood of strange, chaotic thoughts surged from Jinsang's mind, crashing into Lotus' consciousness. The apostle recoiled, staggering in confusion. What are these bizarre thoughts? Lotus clutched its monstrous head, screaming in agony, stop, stop. At last Jinsang snapped back to normal. He slowly stepped back, regaining his composure. His eyes lifted, steady and sharp, locking onto the creature in front of him. His thoughts were racing, but his voice was calm. The tides have turned in my favor. This is my chance. With that he clenched his teeth, steadied his grip on his sword, and declared with confidence, yeah, I'm from another world, just like you. That's why I know things you can't even imagine. Not stopping there, he flipped the tables on the monstrous Lotus, his voice laced with threat, and I even know how to set you free from this place. Lotus' eyes widened in shock, its monstrous face twisting in disbelief. Fury boiled over as it roared, what? You dare? But Jinsang didn't flinch. His voice was cold, unwavering. Stop, don't even think about reading my mind again. He didn't hesitate to raise the stakes. If you try, I'll end my own life right here, right now. For the first time, the Great Lotus felt a real sense of danger coming from this small, insignificant human. Its face contorted with frustration as it hissed, you dare challenge the mighty Lotus? And expect me to believe you? Jinsang, unfazed, met the beast's gaze head-on, his voice steady and sharp. Believe what you want. I've got nothing to lose. You've got no hold over me. All Lotus could do was curse under its breath. Damn you! A brief silence fell between them before the creature finally cracked, its pride visibly bruised. Fine. What do you want? A faint, satisfied smile crept across Jinsang's lips as he asked, Lotus, are you the source of the corruption? Lotus froze, the weight of the question cutting through the air. It didn't answer. Instead, its face turned grim, its silence speaking volumes. Jinsang's eyes narrowed, his mind already jumping ahead, recalling the bizarre creature he had seen before. His voice was firm now, each word deliberate. I saw the truth in your thoughts earlier. The other apostles, spreading filth and destruction everywhere they go. Like that bastard, what's his name, Dealey or whatever. Jinsang's expression hardened. And the corruption I'm talking about, it's not some physical disease or poison. But before he could finish, Lotus cut him off, its voice cold and dismissive. Whatever it is, it's none of my concern. Jinsang sighed, frustrated by the monster's stubbornness. So you've got no idea which apostle's behind it either, huh? Hearing that, Lotus actually chuckled a low, unsettling sound that made Jinsang uneasy. What's so funny? Jinsang asked, narrowing his eyes. Lotus fixed its gaze on him, amusement and curiosity dancing in its expression. You already know the answer, don't you? Jinsang froze, stunned by the accusation. His confusion only deepened as Lotus laughed again, its voice dripping with dark amusement. Just like you said, something even the mighty Nemer couldn't achieve, a being special enough to hide from the eyes of the enlightened, if they belonged to the apostles. As Lotus spoke, an image of Nemer appeared in the air, floating ominously. Jinsang's expression darkened, rage simmering beneath the surface. Damn it, his thoughts spiraled as fragments of horrifying memories pieced themselves together, the terrifying image of Iris, the shady powers pulling strings from the shadows, and then, her. The only one with enough power to make this happen. A chilling image flashed through his mind, the supreme woman herself, Hildur. At that moment, Jinsang and Muse quickly made their way inside the behemoth. After hearing what Lotus had said, Jinsang's suspicions only grew stronger. He stared straight ahead, quietly muttering to himself. A special entity, capable of hiding from the eyes of the enlightened, assuming they're part of the apostles. The only one who could possibly do that is. An image of a terrifying, powerful woman suddenly appeared on his screen. Hildur. Just thinking about her left him exhausted. Jinsang turned his head slightly, sighing in frustration. Why does the most annoying target have to be the source of the corruption? No, I can't be certain yet. Seeing the look on his face, it was clear Lotus had figured it all out. The creature let out a mocking laugh and sneered, "How pathetic. You can't even face the truth, can you?" Jinsang clenched his fists, his voice rising in anger. "Damn it, you're reading my mind again? Aren't you?" Lotus chuckled, almost amused by the accusation. "I don't need to read your mind. Your expression tells me everything I need to know." Jinsang's face grew serious as something else clicked in his mind. He locked eyes with Lotus and questioned firmly, "Think carefully. Are you telling me it's Hilder? Sirocco? Cassius? I'm sure there's at least one apostle out there who can read minds." His voice echoed through the space, unwavering. "Are their powers stronger than yours?" At that, Lotus froze. Its expression shifted into something cold and dangerous. A second later, its eyes widened, its face twisting into pure rage. It shouted, "You dare compare me to those worthless brats? Who else can read minds? Don't insult me." Its voice boomed with fury as it ranted, "Hilder? That little brat is only good at controlling puppets. And Cassius? He's nothing but a warrior with good instincts." Jinsang just sighed, speechless, unable to hide the blank look on his face. "Yeah, pretty sure I just hit his weak spot." It was obvious now just hearing those names was enough to drive Lotus crazy. The creature ranted on, its voice escalating with each word. "Sirocco might be useful, but don't you dare compare her fledgling powers to mine. Don't get cocky, human. I'm Lotus, the ruler of the ocean." The longer it spoke, the more unhinged it became, until it hardly resembled the calm, terrifying monster from before. Its voice roared through the space, "When I return to the sea, I'll drag out every single repressed memory hiding inside your mind in an instant." Jinsang watched, thoroughly fed up with the lunatic standing before him. His tone was flat, "So basically, you can't do that right now, can you?" He sank into thought again, piecing everything together. Hilder can't read minds. Then, another image popped into his head. Iris, manipulated by those lurking in the shadows. Jinsang's thoughts raced. It all makes sense. Hilder's a master of control and strategy. If she could read minds, she wouldn't need all that manipulation. Even Iris, standing right beside her, wouldn't be enough of a threat to me in that case. While his mind spun with theories, Jinsang suddenly remembered something crucial. He opened his mouth to ask, "One more thing I wanted to ask," but before he could finish, Lotus cut him off, its patience gone. "Shut up. It's your turn to answer my questions now." It was furious, still fuming as it recalled the humiliating image of itself displayed on a tiny glowing screen. Its voice was sharp, accusing, "Tell me, what's that box?" Jinsang frowned, completely lost. "Huh? What box?" Lotus only grew more hysterical, its voice cracking with rage. "Don't play dumb with me. Why was I trapped in that box? Countless humans, children, old people, mocking me, committing unforgivable acts against the Great Lotus." It roared with fury. "Explain yourself." Jinsang's eyes widened as realization hit him. "Oh my god, he's talking about the phone." Jinsang let out an exhausted sigh, then looked straight at the creature and spoke firmly. "So, you saw it, huh? Guess there's no point hiding it anymore. Fine, I'll tell you everything." His expression turned dead serious. Standing face to face with the massive monster, he explained plainly, "Sooner or later you'll be taken down by adventurers. Probably, I don't know, 1,000,000 times. No, more like 1,000,000,000. The more Lotus listened, the more furious it became. It bared its teeth and roared in rage. "How dare you speak of my fate, you little brat. I'll crush your pathetic body where you stand." But Jinsang wasn't fazed by its threats. He shot the creature a cold, sharp glare and mocked, "Go ahead, idiot." The monster froze for a second, stunned by his boldness. Its rage only deepened as it glared at him. But then, as if sensing something, it turned away, pausing for a brief moment before sighing in frustration. "Seems, now's not the time to play with you." Hearing that, Jinsang was momentarily caught off guard. "What?" Without warning, Lotus summoned a surge of ocean water, its voice booming across the area. "You got lucky, kid. I'll spare you, this time." Its chilling voice echoed, "Leave now, or I'll teach you exactly what happens to pests like you." The whole space was suddenly flooded with seawater. Jinsang's eyes widened in disbelief as he struggled to comprehend what was happening. "What? He's letting me go?" The creature's words replayed in his head. "Now's not the time." As the scene faded, the last thing Jinsang saw was Mew standing nearby, staring at him in confusion. The bracelet on her wrist was glowing strangely, but in the blink of an eye, the glow vanished, replaced by pure blackness. As the bracelet went dark, suddenly Jinsang's eyes snapped open. He jolted upright, gasping for air. His head throbbed with confusion. "My head, I'm back?" Across the room, Lorian Cornaro noticed him stirring. Her eyes widened slightly as she turned toward him. "You're awake?" Still disoriented, Jinsang rubbed his head and asked, "Where am I? What happened?" Before she could answer, Dan rushed into the room, his expression tense as he called out urgently, "Lorian Cornaro. Emergency news." She spun around, startled by his tone. "What is it?" she asked. Dan's face was grave as he reported, "It's bad. The adventurers, they've gone missing. Lenny's already out there searching for them." The moment Jinsang heard that, his expression darkened with alarm. Lorian fell into thought for a second, her mind racing. Then she quickly gave the order, "No. We need to," but before she could finish, Jinsang bolted out the door without hesitation. "Hey," she called after him in surprise. Jinsang ran through the halls, fists clenched in frustration, cursing under his breath, "Damn it, Lotus, so that's why he let me go." His mind flashed back to Muse, the blank look on her face, the hyper jammer on her wrist that had mysteriously stopped working. His expression grew grim. There's a good chance they're under Lotus control now. The horrifying possibility hit him like a brick. If Lenny finds them, if she walks right into their trap, the thought alone made him sprint faster. His breathing quickened, his heart pounding in his chest. "I have to hurry. Before they, but then," he slowed. His feet faltered as uncertainty crept in. His mind filled with doubt. And then what? Memories of Lenny's bright smile and her eyes sparkling with happiness played through his mind. She had looked so genuinely happy just being near him, but his own thoughts remained tangled and conflicted. Save Lenny. But I came here to stop the corruption, not play hero. I'll only make things worse if I intervene. Clenching his fists, he forced himself to focus. Get a grip, Jinsang, you made your choice. You already promised you'd let her go. As Jinsang stood there, still uncertain whether his purpose here was right or wrong, a sudden crack appeared in the air behind him, a rift in time, slowly expanding. He turned around, eyes wide with confusion. What is that? Soft footsteps echoed as two girls emerged from the glowing rift, cautiously stepping forward and scanning their surroundings. Instinctively, Jinsang ducked behind cover, observing the situation. Muse and Iris. His eyes locked onto Muse. She looked completely normal. No signs of manipulation. His confusion only deepened. What? Muse isn't under Lotus control. He couldn't make sense of what was happening. What the hell is going on here? Following behind the two girls was a tall, handsome man with long hair. He casually glanced around with an intrigued smile and asked, "Oh, so this is Behemoth, huh?" The man's unfamiliar face only added to Jinsang's bewilderment. Who the hell is that? Jinsang's eyes widened as conflicting thoughts filled his head. I've never seen him before. Wait, the Asian-style clothing, that deep voice, and that sword at his waist. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Jinsang's memory finally clicked. I remember now, one of the four weapon masters, and a time traveler, Sharan. Sharan's iconic phrase echoed in Jinsang's head. What? Speak up, kid. I can't hear you when you mumble like that. It all started to come together. This is from the future. Around level 70, Iris sought out Sharan. He took her and the adventurers back to a past event. The trio kept walking, completely unaware of the eyes watching them. Jinsang followed from the shadows, his mind racing. I thought it was just a dungeon with some time-bending gimmick, but they're really traveling through time. As they approached a large building ahead, a familiar, urgent voice rang out from inside. Stop. Adventurers, stop right there. Recognizing the voice instantly, Jinsang's head snapped to the side. That's Lenny's voice. Sharan chuckled lightly, his eyes glinting with amusement. So you're here too, huh? Jinsang's confusion only grew. What's he talking about? Sharan turned to the two women ahead, his tone suddenly more serious. I'll say this again. Things get messy when Time Lords interfere. No reminiscing about the past. His gaze darkened as he added. Anything, except for Lenny. Jinsang froze, stunned. His eyes filled with dread. What the hell does that mean? They can't change the past. They're only allowed to observe? Powerless, he watched the three figures disappear into the building. This is corruption. He couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Determined, he broke into a run, trailing them closely, telling himself, I don't know why, but they're planning something with Lenny, his thoughts tangled with uncertainty. But how the hell am I supposed to fix this? The Time Lords will intervene the second I make a move on them. The scene shifted elsewhere. A loud explosion echoed from inside the building. Chaos erupted everywhere. Lenny gripped her weapon tightly, sprinting forward, weaving through relentless attacks. She looked completely overwhelmed, not knowing what to do. It turned out the person fighting her was Muse, completely corrupted. Lenny shouted in frustration and desperation, damn it. Focus, adventurers. At that moment, the group of three arrived, watching the fierce battle unfold in front of them. Surprised, one of them pointed, there she is. Sharan flashed a cocky smile, casually leading the two others inside. Alright, let's get to work. But while they were distracted, a figure leapt high into the air toward them. Jinsang launched himself straight into the group with an ambush attack. Sharan reacted instantly, clashing with him mid-air. The two skilled fighters were locked in combat. Sharan frowned, clearly annoyed. What the hell is this supposed to be? Jinsang had a mask over his face now, hiding his identity. Sharan narrowed his eyes, suspicious. An apostle. Realizing no one recognized him, Jinsang felt a small wave of relief. Nice, I'm not exposed. I have no idea what's really happening here, but I can't just sit by. He made a snap decision. I'll keep my identity hidden. But suddenly his gear flickered and started changing. Alarmed, he muttered toward the system, hey. This is a disguise, not gear. If it disappears, before he could even finish that sentence, Sharan was already charging at him again, unleashing a barrage of strikes. Jinsang gritted his teeth, narrowly dodging each attack. His mind raced as he struggled to keep up. Shit, I'm gonna get exposed at this rate. What the hell do I do? If this keeps up, the Time Lords, pushing those thoughts aside, he retaliated with his own fierce strikes. The force of their clash created a shockwave that seemed to freeze time itself for a split second. Jinsang frowned, confused. Huh? Nothing happened. Then he saw it. Muse had locked onto him. Realizing her intent, he gripped his weapon tightly and bolted forward, yelling no, wait. Don't, but Saran's eyes sharpened, gripping his wooden sword tighter, furious. You dare take your eyes off me. Sharan counterattacked aggressively, but thankfully, Jinsang managed to teleport away just in time. His expression hardened with focus as he prepared to retaliate. He extended his hand, ready to launch a counterstrike of his own. In a flash, he unleashed a fierce attack, creating a gust of energy that swept over the group. The others were momentarily caught in the storm, cursing in frustration, damn it. But all Jinsang could think about was Lenny, her life dangling on the edge of disaster. That fear only fueled his determination. He roared with all his might, lunging back into the fight. But in his tunnel vision, he failed to notice Iris sneaking up behind him. Without hesitation, she delivered a powerful blow to his back. The impact crushed his strength and resolve. His body collapsed onto the ground. As Jinsang lay unconscious, Iris quickly turned to her teammates, shouting, "Adventurer! Sharan!" She pinned Jinsang down, raising her voice urgently. This is our chance now. The two of them dashed forward at full speed. Seeing this, Jinsang's heart sank in despair as a single word echoed through his mind. No. Iris shouted loudly, her voice ringing out clearly for everyone to hear. Save Lenny. Jinsang froze for a moment, completely caught off guard by her words. His eyes widened in confusion as he stumbled forward. Wait, what? But it was already too late. Both of them had reached Behemoth. Jinsang still couldn't make sense of what was happening. Save her. What are they talking about? The two rushed forward toward the battlefield where Lenny was still locked in combat with the brainwashed Muse. Suddenly, an arrow came flying out of nowhere, slicing through the air and landing squarely in Iris's body. She screamed in agony as her body collapsed to the ground. A voice called out coldly, "Stop right there." Hearing the shout, both Sharan and Muse spun around in alarm. At the same time, Lorian, Cornero and Dan arrived at the scene, their faces filled with fury. Lorian's eyes widened in shock as she saw Iris lying lifeless on the ground. Jinsang, still completely lost, could only watch as chaos unfolded. What's going on? Why did they attack Iris? Rage filled the air as the group unsheathed their weapons, charging forward to engage in battle, yelling, "We found them. The adventurer and Lenny, get lost, you fanatics." From the side, Jinsang could only watch, more confused than ever. His mind raced as he tried to process what he was seeing. Fanatics? Lorian Cornaro is fighting them? What the hell is happening? His expression grew increasingly bewildered. He didn't know what he was supposed to do. While Dan was locked in a fierce battle with Muse, he turned and shouted at Jinsang, "Hey. What are you standing around for? Help Lenny." The words finally snapped Jinsang out of his haze. He spun around, about to speak, but, at that moment, a vicious strike sent Lenny crashing backward, her body collapsing to the ground, utterly drained of strength. The brainwashed Muse advanced, raising her weapon for a decisive blow. Seeing the emptiness in Muse's eyes, Jinsang immediately understood. His expression hardened with resolve. Without wasting a second, he dashed forward, gripping his weapon tightly, shouting in desperation, "Lenny." At the same moment, Muse raised her bow, letting an arrow fly straight at Lenny without hesitation. The arrow raced toward its target. Lenny's eyes widened, filled with terror and hopelessness. In that fleeting moment, she couldn't believe her life would end so suddenly. Jinsang sprinted forward with everything he had, but it was too late. A gentle wind swept through the battlefield, as if signaling the bitter end that was unfolding. Leaves in the fragile life they once protected drifted into the sky. There was no miracle here. Lenny had been killed by Muse's attack. Lorian, Cornaro and Dan rushed to Lenny's side, their faces contorted in heartbreak and disbelief. Tears streamed down their faces as they clutched Lenny's lifeless body, their cries echoing across the battlefield. Lenny. Lenny. From a distance, Jinsang stood frozen, unable to move, unable to intervene. His gaze remained fixed on the heart-wrenching scene. The sound of their cries pierced the air as the bitter truth settled in. Inside Jinsang's mind, a grim realization surfaced. Lenny's tragic death. It's a crucial part of the story. In that moment, the bracelet on Muse's wrist began to glow with an eerie light. Her eyes, still clouded by the effects of brainwashing, slowly cleared. The empty, glassy stare faded, replaced by confusion and horror as she took in the scene before her, Lenny's lifeless body lying on the ground. Muse's mind struggled to comprehend what had happened. The realization dawned on Jinsang at the same time. Because this is the beginning. The moment that ignites the adventurer's determination to stand against Lotus, to oppose the fanatics, and to stay on the right path without losing their way. The others remained huddled around Lenny, their anguished cries echoing in the cold, unforgiving silence. On the other side, Jinsang remained frozen in place, lost in his own spiraling thoughts. His expression slowly changed. His eyes widened as he stared ahead, gritting his teeth, questioning himself. The right path. The right path. But to walk that path, Lenny. At that moment, the bodies of Sharan and the future Muse began to fade away. A dark mist slowly rose around them, leaving Jinsang completely puzzled. He kept his gaze fixed on them as they calmly pulled masks over their faces and gradually disappeared. His mind raced with confusion. Sharan and the future Muse? Were they fanatics? The thought left him deeply unsettled. So, they were illusions. Since when? His memories replayed vividly the moment they stepped out of the space-time rift. Frustration and anger surged within him as his fist clenched tightly, his body trembling with helpless rage. They looked exactly like how I remembered, every detail perfect, just like Lotus reading my mind before. They'd been messing with me from the start. He recalled how powerless he had felt, how easily Lotus had peered into his thoughts, how insignificant he was compared to that monstrous being. I won't let that continue. His eyes burned with fury as he stared at Lenny's lifeless body. The pieces slowly came together in his mind. That's why the fanatics looked like the future Muse. That's why they told me to save Lenny. Each step he took toward the cold, stone chamber ahead was heavy with determination. The ground beneath him trembled slightly. Reaching the stone wall, Jinsang slammed his fist against it, his expression twisting with rage. Lotus! He screamed, his voice echoing through the ruins. The image of the monstrous being burned in his mind. You bastard, you're the corruption itself. Desperation filled his gaze as he seethed through clenched teeth. Just wait, I swear. I'll tear you apart. The scene shifted quickly. Night had fallen over the Behemoth's dungeon. The second light pillar of Behemoth cast eerie shadows over the ancient ruins. The area was eerily empty, the remnants of civilization silent and forgotten. Van Belstedt, sword in hand, was locked in combat with the tentacled creatures that crawled across the ruins. His expression was cold and focused as he sliced through them. Tech can't believe how tough they are. Suddenly a guttural voice snarled through the air. Damn humans. It was him, the legendary monster, Lotus. The creature's enormous form emerged from the darkness, eyes burning with contempt as he addressed the fighters. You dare oppose me? You're far too weak to stop me. But Van Belstedt refused to back down. He lunged forward, sword gleaming, his voice filled with defiance. Overconfident much? You're dealing with two weapon masters now. Lotus's expression twisted with fury. His massive tentacles lashed out, striking toward Van Belstedt as he roared, "Shut your mouth." Fortunately, Muse arrived just in time, activating a skill-wise ability to deflect the attack, saving Van Belstedt from disaster. Hearing the commotion behind him, Van Belstedt turned, eyes narrowing at Muse. Took you long enough, adventurer. You're late. At the mention of adventurer, Lotus paused, eyes widening in surprise. His gaze shifted to Muse, who now stood confidently before him. Fury rippled across his face as he roared, "Adventurer? Damn it, the trap failed? Don't tell me I'm going to die at the hands of an adventurer." The thought alone drove him into a frenzied rage. His massive tentacles whipped through the air, striking toward the group as his voice bellowed, "Don't make me laugh." Wave after wave of tentacles descended upon them, his mocking words ringing through the battlefield. You really think I'll accept that so easily? While still fighting, Van Belstedt glanced at the beast with a puzzled expression and muttered, "Huh? Why is he getting all fired up out of nowhere?" Muse wasted no time. She raised her weapon, unleashing a barrage of glowing energy spheres. The orbs exploded midair, sending shockwaves rippling through the battlefield and forcing the giant monster to recoil in agony, letting out a thunderous roar of pain. Enraged, the beast lashed its massive tentacles toward her, snarling, "I'll kill you." In the blink of an eye, the enormous tentacles wrapped tightly around Muse, immobilizing her completely. Suddenly, an eerie purple mist began to swirl across the area, shrouding everything in a thick, unnatural fog. The monster's eyes widened in confusion, scanning its surroundings in disbelief. They disappeared. Before the creature could process what had happened, Muse appeared right in front of its face. She wasted no time activating her skill, Hot debuted, striking repeatedly with explosive bursts of power aimed straight at the beast. At the same moment, Van Balstedt emerged from the mist on the side, his blade gleaming as he slashed down on the monster's gigantic tentacles. With a smirk, he quipped, "Impressive. That was teleportation, huh? Good job." The group had completely infuriated the beast. Trembling with rage, it bellowed, "You." Its razor-sharp claws shot forward like missiles. But Muse wasn't fazed in the slightest. Her gaze remained calm and sharp, as though she had anticipated this exact moment. With effortless precision, she leapt high into the air, unleashing her Molly Talker skill mid-flight. The assault struck the monster's massive limbs, causing it to shriek in agony as its body began to collapse, slowly crashing to the ground. Its voice faltered, mumbling weakly in disbelief. "This can't be happening." With the legendary monster Lotus seemingly defeated, the group Van Balstedt, Muse, and the others finally allowed themselves a moment of relief. Van Balstedt let out a long exhale. "It's over." Kargon, standing nearby, sighed in relief as well. "Good thing the adventurer showed up just in time." Van Balstedt chuckled, teasing, "Come on, we had it under control without the adventurer, you know." The group exchanged light-hearted words of praise. "Nice work, adventurer." But their relief was short-lived. Without warning, Lotus's massive eye suddenly flickered open, glowing ominously. Its voice echoed, low and menacing, "You think?" The beast paused for a moment, then smirked cruelly. "Don't make me laugh." In an instant, the truth became clear: the attack had done absolutely nothing to harm him. Lotus erupted with power, unleashing a deafening roar that shook the entire battlefield. The shockwave rippled across the area, causing the massive behemoth floating in the sky to tremble violently. Elsewhere, the soldiers scattered across the ruins clutched their heads, overwhelmed by a sudden, unexplainable pressure. Their panicked screams rang out across the battlefield. "What the hell? What's happening?" Van Balstedt clenched his teeth, his face twisted in pure rage. He fought desperately to resist the mind control, his voice trembling with fury as he shouted, "Lotus, what the hell are you doing?" But it was no use. Even Kargan's eyes glazed over in seconds, his mind completely blank, falling victim to the hypnotic trance. Naturally, Muse was no exception this time. Her expression emptied as the light faded from her eyes. The sword she held slipped from her fingers, falling helplessly to the ground with a dull thud. Muse slowly turned, her vacant gaze drifting off into the distance, completely void of emotion. All three of them, Van Balstedt, Kargan, and Muse, stood motionless, their minds shackled by Lotus's power, their eyes fixed on the same empty horizon, united in purpose, yet devoid of free will. Lotus's arrogant laughter echoed throughout the ruins. The towering creature returned to his dominant stance, standing before the three hypnotized figures. His voice dripped with smug satisfaction as he mocked them. "Fate. Haha, it's always the same. The great King Lotus will always..." But before he could finish his sentence, a sharp voice cut through the air. "You think this is some kind of joke?" Lotus's grin faltered. His amusement quickly faded as a familiar figure stepped forward from the shadows, Jinsang. Since Lenny's death, Jinsang's entire demeanor had changed. His once soft features were hardened by grief and rage. His eyes burned with nothing but cold, seething hatred. Standing tall, he stared down the monstrous being with unwavering resolve. His voice was sharp and merciless as he declared, "This is your end." The scene had become pure chaos. Massive tentacles lay scattered across the ground, twitching and oozing as Jinsang stood defiantly before the colossal monster Lotus. His voice was sharp, filled with venom as he demanded once again, "You think this is some kind of joke?" His face twisted with pure rage, his eyes burning with deep, relentless hatred. "This is your end, you damn overgrown octopus," he declared loudly. Hearing those words, Lotus visibly panicked. Its enormous eye widened in fear as it stared at Jinsang. How are you still moving?" It stammered, its voice laced with disbelief. Jinsang paused for a moment, then exhaled slowly, a mocking smirk curling on his lips. "Maybe because you're just that useless." Then, without hesitation, he raised his hand to strike. "But honestly, it doesn't even matter anymore." Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Lotus roared furiously, "I'll brainwash you right here, right now." The creature unleashed a rapid barrage of mental attacks, waves of hypnotic energy crashing toward Jinsang. But nothing happened. Jinsang stood unfazed, his expression unchanged. What? Lotus shrieked in disbelief. How is that possible? In response, Jinsang hurled massive water flasks straight at the creature's eye, one after another, the impact sending Lotus reeling in pain. The monster's agonized screams echoed across the battlefield. Jinsang, utterly disgusted, glared at the beast and spoke coldly. Why even ask? Go ahead, try reading it with that pathetic power of yours. As if on cue, an image flickered across Lotus's enormous eye. Jinsang meeting the young girl Kana, purchasing strange ingredients. Shocked, the monster recoiled. Resistance potion? It muttered, stunned. Jinsang's eyes narrowed as he recalled the moment, the small, silver-haired girl and the peculiar ingredients he'd requested. The resistance potion Kana made for me. It was all part of his plan. He had meticulously prepared for this, inspired by the technology of the hyperjammer. Jinsang had considered every possible trick, mind reading, illusions, brainwashing. But the key was simple. It blocks illusions and mind control, he thought. But it doesn't block you from reading my thoughts, I just let you see exactly what I wanted you to see. Lotus, realizing its brainwashing had utterly failed, exploded with fury. Its countless tentacles lashed out at Jinsang, thrashing wildly in a blind rage. You little runt, it roared. Tentacle after tentacle whipped toward him, but Jinsang didn't falter. His eyes remained cold, his grip on his sword tightening. Lotus continued screaming in frustration, you dare rely on tricks. The monster's grotesque face twisted further with rage, its shrieks filling the air. Foolish. You think resisting my brainwashing is all it takes to survive? It continued, voice booming with malice. I have more than enough arms to crush you into nothing, even without mind control. But none of it shook Jinsang. Raising his sword high, his voice thundered with finality. I'm sick of hearing your damn voice. This ends no Dao. Lotus barely had time to react. The scene shifted to the ancient ruins at dusk. Enormous tentacles materialized in midair, striking relentlessly toward Jinsang. But he showed no fear. With a fierce leap he launched himself high into the air, positioning for his decisive blow. Even as he soared through the sky, he couldn't resist mocking the creature one last time. All those slimy arms of yours, what the hell are they even good for? Lotus's rage boiled over. It shrieked, shut up. Tentacle after tentacle shot toward him. But Jinsang effortlessly warped around them with teleportation, leaving the monster seething in frustration. Taking advantage of its distraction, Jinsang reappeared directly in front of the beast's face, catching it completely off guard. But the tentacles were relentless. One massive appendage slammed him down to the ground, the impact jarring. Lotus's sinister laughter echoed as it loomed above. I can see through all your pathetic little tricks, it sneered. The monster wasn't done gloating. Your fifth combo wasn't bad, but only because I let you hit me. The two of them kept clashing in fierce combat. Despite its massive, overwhelming size, Lotus dominated every one of Jinsang's attacks. The creature sneered, its voice filled with arrogant confidence. So, how exactly do you plan to fight now? Going up against someone who can read your every thought. Jinsang couldn't help but chuckle at its words. With a surprised look, he shot back, you can read all of them. Ha! Without wasting a second, he unleashed the grand wave, sending a crushing blast of energy toward Lotus, giving it no time to recover. The sound of the attack boomed through the air like thunder. Seeing his opening while Lotus was still busy fending off the attack, Jinsang tightened his grip on his weapon and sprinted forward. Let's find out. In an instant, he activated his teleportation skill, reappearing right in front of Lotus and slashing with Dark Cross. The sudden assault caught Lotus slightly off guard, forcing it to stagger back under the barrage. But compared to its colossal strength, the damage was barely noticeable. Even so, the creature's expression shifted as it sank into its own thoughts. He's trying to distract me, setting up for a sneak attack. What's his plan? Surely he knows a sneak attack won't work on me. Meanwhile, Jinsang kept circling, his eyes scanning for weak points, weapon at the ready. Inside his mind he was calculating every move. If he's reading my thoughts, all I have to do is act faster than he can react. Lotus, reading his thoughts, let out a low laugh, full of contempt. So that's it. Not bad, but still pretty basic. It didn't stop there. The monster's voice boomed, dripping with mockery. No matter what you do, you still have to think about your target. You can't help but reveal your intentions. Jinsang's next thought echoed clearly in his mind, behind him. Reading that, Lotus smirked, already turning around with an evil grin. Just as I thought. Its massive tentacle whipped backward, ready to crush him. That's all you've got. Die. But when the strike landed there was nothing. Jinsang wasn't there. Before Lotus could process what was happening, Jinsang appeared at the front, putting all his strength into a direct assault on its enormous eye. The blow landed hard, making the monster roar in pain, thrashing violently. Confusion spread across its features as it realized Jinsang's actions didn't match his thoughts. He attacked from the front. Jinsang's eyes burned with determination as he thought again. Next, the right side. Lotus, following the mental signal, lashed its tentacles to the right, only to strike empty air. In that split second, Jinsang came from the left, unleashing another series of brutal attacks. The creature recoiled in agony, its body racked with wounds. From the opposite side, again. The mounting injuries, the unbearable pain, it was all driving Lotus to desperation. How is this possible? He's attacking opposite of what I read from his mind. A creeping sense of dread filled its thoughts. What the hell is he? Inside Jinsang's mind, a familiar image flickered, the keyboard he knew by heart. The directional keys, up, down, left, right, they danced through his head like muscle memory. As a seasoned gamer, his body instinctively followed the rhythm. He moved, warped, and attacked with flawless precision, each step like inputting a command on a keyboard. Lotus was overwhelmed, unable to track his movements. Those symbols, what are they? Seeing the monster struggle to keep up, Jinsang's anger only intensified. With a shout, he lunged forward, eyes blazing. What's wrong? I thought you could read everything. His relentless assault continued, striking blow after blow as Lotus howled in frustration and despair. The battle was quickly turning in Jinsang's favor. But just when victory seemed within reach, the look in Lotus's eye changed. A sharp, calculating gleam replaced its panic. It's smart. Jinsang barely had time to register the thought before the creature predicted his next move. A massive tentacle lashed out with terrifying speed, striking him squarely. The impact sent Jinsang flying backward like a ragdoll. His body slammed into a thick, solid tree trunk with a sickening crack. A surge of unbearable pain shot through him. His vision blurred as he gasped, disoriented, a raw cry of agony tearing from his throat. The fight was far from over and Lotus had just reminded him how dangerous underestimating it could be. Even after crashing hard onto the ground, Jinsang didn't show a trace of fear. In fact, he laughed, genuinely amused and surprised. Lotus crept closer, its massive tentacles slithering menacingly toward him. I see it now. I understand your commands. Turns out Jinsang's tricks had been completely exposed. The monster carefully analyzed every technique Jinsang had used in battle. It's like some kind of spell you've embedded into your skills. You replaced the skill names with directional commands, using the difference between directions and key inputs to throw me off. As it spoke, a horrifying grin stretched across its face. It chuckled darkly, its voice dripping with satisfaction. But I've memorized them all now. You were showing off, all while I was reading your every thought, you fool. Its tentacles lashed out viciously, hammering Jinsang over and over without mercy. The blows rained down relentlessly, leaving him exhausted and battered. One of the tentacles struck him square in the face, knocking him down once more. The moment his body hit the ground, the barrage didn't stop. The tentacles kept pounding him, merciless and unrelenting. Beaten down, Jinsang's body trembled with fatigue. His strength was nearly gone, he couldn't resist Lotus's overwhelming power any longer. Seeing him so utterly drained, the monstrous creature burst into laughter, pleased by its growing advantage. But that cruel laugh wasn't enough to make Jinsang give up. Through sheer will, he forced himself to stand, staggering forward, his body shaking with every step. Command inputs, he muttered under his breath. Before he could finish the thought, another tentacle slammed straight toward him, landing a brutal, crushing blow that sent him collapsing back to the ground. Lotus loomed over him, grinning in triumph, its voice full of mockery. Didn't you say this was the end for me? That's it. That's all you've got to stand against me. Struggling to stay conscious, Jinsang clenched his teeth, cursing under his breath in his own human way. You damn idiot. But the insult only confused Lotus. It tilted its head, curiosity replacing its arrogance for a moment. I don't understand, why are you so angry? Is it because of her? Its voice turned cold, cutting straight to the heart of Jinsang's fury. The one who abandoned her to die was none other than you, wasn't it? The moment those words left Lotus's mouth, Jinsang's expression changed completely. In an instant he sprang forward with blinding speed, faster than any athlete in the world could ever hope to match. He launched himself high into the air, gripping his weapon tightly, eyes locked onto Lotus's enormous, glaring eye. Lotus! He roared. His eyes were wide with rage and determination as he shouted at the top of his lungs, it ends right here. But reality wasn't so kind. Before he could land his strike, Lotus's tentacles shot out like lightning, stabbing clean through Jinsang's body, pinning him mid-air. He had no chance to evade. Seeing his limp body caught in its grasp, Lotus couldn't hold back a cruel laugh. Cute. But you're nowhere near ready for this. Just as Lotus believed it had claimed victory, Jinsang's body changed. With a sudden burst of strength, he ripped apart the tentacles restraining him, surging forward as if nothing had happened. Chunks of the creature's severed tentacles rained down to the ground. Lotus's eyes widened, pure disbelief spreading across its face. It stared at Jinsang, mind racing, utterly shaken. What? An illusion. But I felt that strike land, but it was no illusion. Jinsang, fueled by nothing but unrelenting hatred, pushed his battered, aching body beyond its limits. No amount of pain would stop him. Like a madman, he charged at the monstrous beast, eyes burning with rage, screaming at the top of his lungs, "I'll rip your balls off." Seeing Jinsang charging at it like a madman, Lotus couldn't help but look down on him, its voice dripping with mockery. "What stupid trick are you trying to pull this time?" Its massive tentacles whipped through the air, aiming straight for Jinsang's body. But somehow, with sheer determination and willpower, he slipped right through them, dodging effortlessly. The closer Jinsang got, the more unnerved Lotus became. Its massive eye widened in disbelief, unable to process what it was seeing. How is he dodging my attacks? How is he even still alive? I don't get it. Panic creeping in, Lotus frantically controlled its tentacles, lashing them wildly at Jinsang as its mind raced. I need to figure this out, right now. Suddenly images began flashing through Lotus's mind, the fragments of Jinsang's memories. Layers of strange, unfamiliar defenses wrapped around him. Desperate for answers, Lotus clawed through the memories. There has to be a plan hidden in here. A secret somewhere. Its eye gleamed with a desperate hope as it scoured the fragments. There must be something buried, something he's hiding. Right then, a strange, radiant light erupted from the memory fragments. Lotus froze in shock, staring in disbelief. In all my years I've never seen this. What is this? Is this the secret? The system interface flickered before its mind, displaying a list of unfamiliar abilities. Uppercut, launches a strike upward, sending the enemy flying. Requires level 1. Super armor, hop smart, leap forward and slam the ground with your weapon. Requires level 10. Invulnerable. Invulnerable, various skills that grant invulnerability. You are unaffected by attacks during invulnerable states. Super armor, your actions cannot be interrupted while attacking, though you still take damage. Confused and overwhelmed, Lotus stumbled through the unfamiliar words, reading them slowly, trying to comprehend. Uppercut, launches, a strike, upward. Super armor, hop smart, leap forward, slam the ground, invulnerable. The language, the system terms, it was all completely foreign to a monster like Lotus. Panic set in. What the hell does all this mean? Meanwhile, Jinsang, though exhausted from the relentless battle, pressed on, slashing away at Lotus's monstrous body with calculated precision. The pain finally started to register, but Lotus barely noticed. All it could think about was how Jinsang accessed abilities it couldn't understand. This doesn't make sense. Impossible. With a furious roar, it lashed its tentacles toward him again, its voice trembling with frustration. Super armor. Invulnerable. What the hell does that even mean? The more the monster screamed in confusion, the calmer Jinsang became. Steadying his breathing, he tightened his grip on his weapon and charged forward again. Lotus's massive eye widened, trembling with disbelief. For the first time, a trace of fear cracked through its arrogance. It stammered, "Wait." But Jinsang wasn't listening anymore. In his heart, a thought burned painfully bright. "Lenny, I still don't know if what I'm doing is right. I can't undo what I've done. Please forgive me." The memory of Lenny's final moments, the grief, the rage that had consumed him after her death, had all surged back. His only way to make it right now was to see this through. Gritting his teeth, he whispered under his breath, as if speaking to her spirit, "I'll make sure your death wasn't meaningless. I'll erase Lotus, the apostles, and the corruption." Lenny's innocent, smiling face flashed through his mind, fueling his resolve. His eyes sharpened with unshakable determination as he raised his weapon high, declaring his final vow. Wipe them out completely. In that moment, his weapon gleamed with an unnatural radiant light. A long, deadly blade, sharp enough to tear through anything, surged toward Lotus. Fury pulsed through every muscle in Jinsang's body as he twisted, putting all his strength into the decisive strike. The weapon cut through the air like lightning, slamming directly into the monster's enormous eye. Lotus couldn't react. It couldn't even comprehend the attack before it landed. A deafening crack echoed through the battlefield as its massive eye shattered, completely destroyed by Jinsang's blow. With one final surge of power, Jinsang unleashed Dark Slash, the finishing strike, determined to erase this abomination from existence. The battlefield trembled under the ferocity of their fight. The ancient ruins, already crumbling, finally collapsed entirely under the weight of their destructive clash. A soft wind blew across the ruined land, carrying fallen leaves as they drifted quietly along the shattered ground. In the center of the devastation, a massive crater remained, the lasting mark of Jinsang's overwhelming assault. His body aching and drained, Jinsang clutched his weapon, staggering forward with heavy steps. "Goodbye," he whispered under his breath. His eyes drifted to a lone object resting quietly on the ground, Lenny's hat, left behind amidst the destruction. Jinsang let out a long, weary sigh, his voice barely audible. Lenny. The battle was over. But the scars, the guilt, and the memories, they would linger long after. The sky quickly darkened, blanketing the battlefield in thick shadows. Raindrops began to fall, slow and steady at first, then faster, until a heavy downpour soaked the ground. The rain carried with it a somber weight, filling the air with quiet sorrow. Lotus was utterly defeated. Its enormous body lay slumped on the ground, gasping for breath, its tentacles curling weakly toward its chest. The once terrifying creature now looked pitiful, its form slowly fading away, vanishing from this world. In its eyes only despair remained. It muttered bitter words, its voice barely holding together under the weight of regret. The system, the original story's programming, when you think about it, I've always been nothing more than a puppet. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed softly through the rain. A figure slowly approached, but Lotus didn't even notice. Its mind was focused entirely on its crumbling existence. "Are you okay with this?" it whispered, its voice trembling with frustration and resentment. "I was supposed to die by the hands of the adventurers, right? Aren't you the one responsible for this corruption?" It laughed a broken, unhinged laugh as it kept mumbling to itself, full of bitter pride. "Corruption, you're no different. You chase after corruption and puppets too." Its crazed laughter echoed through the rain, grating against Jinsang's ears. Unable to stand it any longer, he raised his weapon high, eyes locked on the pitiful creature. With a single, decisive strike, he ended its miserable life for good. The moment Lotus was slain, Van Balchet's eyes cleared, the fog of manipulation vanishing from his mind. He clutched his head, visibly disoriented. What just happened? Why? Next to him, Kargan suddenly froze, eyes wide as he blurted out, "I think I saw something." Both men turned in unison, their eyes landing on Muse, still standing motionless in the rain, completely still. "Adventurer," they called out in unison. Looking past Muse's small frame, Van Balchet's eyes widened in disbelief. His voice cracked with surprise. "Wait, is that Lotus behind her?" Realization dawned as he took in the brutal scene before him, the massive, lifeless body of the monster. His eyes drifted to the ground, where deep gashes marked the battlefield. "She woke up first, and fought it," he muttered under his breath, still trying to process it all. Kargan followed his gaze, marveling at the aftermath. "These marks, she caused all this?" The three of them exchanged excited remarks, full of awe and admiration. "Wow, she's incredible. That's seriously impressive, nice work." They were so caught up in the moment that none of them noticed Jinsang nearby, slumped behind a tree, quietly healing himself, his body utterly drained from the brutal fight. The rain continued to fall, washing over the land, almost as if breathing life back into the group, giving them a fragile sense of relief after everything they had endured. Time slipped by. The story of that night spread quickly, carried on hushed voices near the Pioneer Knight's outpost in Second Life. Through the haze of exhaustion and rain, the commander's voice barked sharp and urgent orders. "Move it. Magatha's on her way. Get the wounded to the docks now." Lobato lifted her head, letting the rain fall against her face. A small smile crept onto her lips. "Looks like the miasma's gone. That means Lotus is finished." Van Balchet exhaled deeply, his shoulders sagging with relief. "Yeah, thank God. What a damn miracle." His eyes flicked forward, full of quiet respect. The adventurer showed up just in time. As the rain poured down, two more figures appeared, walking toward the group. Lorian Cornero approached slowly, her expression utterly broken. The hope and pride she once carried seemed drained from her eyes, replaced by a hollow emptiness that sent a chill through the others. The group grew quiet, their cheerful excitement replaced by unease. Everyone could tell something was terribly wrong. Dan followed closely behind her, his arms cradling a limp, lifeless body. The rain fell harder, as if the sky itself mourned alongside them. Hats broke from the group, sprinting desperately toward the fallen figure toward Lenny. Muse stood frozen, her wide, innocent eyes staring blankly ahead, untouched by the shock that gripped the others. Only Jinsang, hidden behind the large tree, remained apart from them all. His heart clenched painfully as he watched from a distance, too afraid, too broken to step forward and face what lay ahead. The heavy rain kept falling, relentless, each drop echoing the sorrow that hung over them all. The fallen were lined up in neat, somber rows. Lenny, along with the other soldiers who had lost their lives, had been temporarily laid to rest in a quiet corner of the camp. On Lenny's cold, lifeless body, someone had carefully placed a prestigious medal, a final token of recognition. But no amount of medals or titles could bring her back from the dead. She had been granted a posthumous promotion, finally achieving her dream of becoming a knight. Van Balstedt and the others moved forward, their steps steady as they left the past behind. He had wrapped up the situation neatly, as expected. His words of encouragement kept the knight's morale high, his speeches more focused on celebrating victory than mourning loss. Nearby, under the pouring rain and rumbling thunder, Lobato couldn't hide her confusion. She turned to him, speaking with quiet disbelief. "I know I probably shouldn't ask this, but don't you feel anything for the comrades we've lost?" Van Balstedt's expression didn't change. His cold, detached face remained exactly the same, as if loss meant nothing to him. His voice was sharp, indifferent. "A knight who falls in battle needs no pity. Feeling sorry for a knight who dies with honor. That's the real insult." Only Jinsang stood there, gazing at the lifeless bodies with genuine sorrow in his eyes. He faced Van Balstedt, his expression unreadable, devoid of emotion, much like the man himself. Muttering under his breath, Jinsang couldn't help but reflect. "I've read this scene so many times in the game, those lines, even though he's saying them to the knights, it feels like he's talking directly to me." As the mood around them sank lower, Van Balstedt let out a long, frustrated sigh, rubbing his face. "We just took down an apostle, for God's sake. Why does the atmosphere feel so off?" Kargan, standing nearby, glanced back at him and questioned, "Where do you think you're going?" Van Balstedt kept walking, answering calmly for everyone to hear. "I'm just going to check the body. I want to make sure Lotus is actually dead, and not faking it." The moment those words left his mouth, Jinsang's eyes narrowed. He saw right through the lie. His gaze drifted to the ring on Van Balstedt's hand, piecing everything together. His real goal is to absorb Lotus's power into that ring. If he manages to use an apostle's strength, he'll have a weapon of mass destruction at his fingertips. Jinsang clenched his fists, frustration bubbling inside him. A bitter, determined thought filled his mind. "This is just part of the original storyline. But I won't let myself get dragged along with it again." His eyes shifted toward the massive ship now hovering before them, ready to depart. No matter what events lay ahead, one thing was certain. With that, the Behemoth chapter is officially over. The heavy rain kept falling, relentless, turning the camp into a muddy, chaotic mess. Off to the side, a woman clutched a mask with visible curiosity. After a brief moment, she pulled it off, revealing her face. It was Sharan. Her expression lit up with delight as she turned to Jinsang, raising an eyebrow with teasing excitement. "Oh my, how'd you know this was coming?" "That's absolutely brilliant." Jinsang didn't respond. He stayed quiet, lost in his own thoughts. "I honestly didn't think I'd get a chance to use it." His mind drifted back to everything that had led him here, every decision, every item he had carefully prepared involving that mask. As his eyes scanned the equipment laid out before him, his thoughts deepened. Now that I think about it, there were always items like this. The kind of things you couldn't get anymore, no matter what. A memory of Kargun's shop surfaced, a strange, interconnected nature of rare items that defied logic. Two things I've learned about items. First, it's possible to get your hands on discontinued equipment. Second, you can only acquire them by looting them off a monster's corpse. That realization burned in his mind, leading to one final thought. That's why I didn't get any loot back at the Sky Castle. Jinsang was still lost in his own thoughts. It's definitely worth experimenting with crafting discontinued items. His mind wandered deeper into possibilities when suddenly, Sharan walked up to him, smiling playfully as she asked, "Hey Jinsang, sweetheart, you carrying anything else interesting with you?" Just as she spoke, the atmosphere in the room shifted. Out of nowhere, Jinsang's loud, pained screams echoed through the building, startling everyone below. Heads turned. Eyes widened in confusion as they looked up toward the source of the noise. Jinsang looked utterly defeated, curled over and clutching his arm as tears welled in his eyes. He sobbed dramatically, whining, "Be careful, you crazy lady. Even though I've used healing potions, my muscles still hurt like hell." Sharan froze, startled by his outburst. Oh my god, I'm sorry sweetheart." Jinsang gritted his teeth, wincing as he remembered why his whole body still ached. "That damn reinforced armor, this is all the after effect from the damage I took." Suddenly Sharan tilted her head in confusion, asking with genuine curiosity, "Wait a sec, why are you the one hurting? Wasn't it the adventurer who fought Lotus?" Jinsang's face twisted with frustration. He cursed under his breath, "Damn it. Am I seriously supposed to tell them the truth now?" Letting out an exhausted sigh, his mind replayed the recent events, the battle where Muse had supposedly fought and taken down the monstrous Lotus. The story had already started to spread. Either way, looks like the tale of the great adventurer slaying Lotus is making its rounds. He muttered quietly to himself. I was worried the Time Lords would punish me. But I've got all 4 cards now. That means I'm in the clear. As he kept mumbling to himself, Sharan raised an eyebrow, watching him with mild concern. She finally spoke up. Jinsang, sweetheart, you're acting really weird. Something bothering you? Snapping out of it, Jinsang looked up at her. You know you used to be this loud, talkative pain in the ass. What's with the sudden quiet act? Her eyes widened, mock offense flashing across her face. Talkative. Excuse me. Before he could respond, she casually summoned a weathered, old piece of paper out of thin air. With a sly grin, she handed the contract over to him. Well, I've made my decision, she declared confidently. After seeing what you can do with my authority, I officially invite you to join the Mage Association. Jinsang froze, eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the contract. His mind raced for a long moment, processing everything. The sun blazed high overhead, the midday heat pressing down as time ticked by. Finally, Jinsang signed the contract and handed it back to her. All right, I signed it. Can I get an advance payment now? Sharan nodded with satisfaction, pulling out a hefty pouch of coins and dropping it into his hand. Deal. The contract's done. Jinsang took the pouch, slinging it over his shoulder as he turned to leave. She called after him, puzzled. Hey, where do you think you're going? His face turned serious as he replied. I've got something to investigate. I'll be back in a few days. Sharan narrowed her eyes, suspicion creeping into her voice. You're not running off with my money, are you? Jinsang pushed open the door, stepping out into the sun. Her words made him chuckle softly as he turned to flash her a grin. Relax. His eyes held a quiet determination. I've got plenty of reasons to give this my all. Jinsang now found himself standing at the West Coast Mage Association, far away from the Duchy of Belmire. Once again, the scenery around him had completely changed. His eyes drifted to the weathered sign in front of him, where the words were clearly written, Elvongard Hendenmire. Letting out a long, frustrated sigh, Jinsang stared blankly outside, grumbling under his breath, damn rain, totally screwed up the road to Elvongard. Sharan, lounging nearby with a glass of wine in hand, looked up at him with mild curiosity. You trying to get to that forest? She asked. Jinsang exhaled again, nodding. He explained his intentions flatly. Yeah. I need to get there and find Linus. Hearing that, Sharan gave a small, understanding nod. But Jinsang's expression remained as fed up as ever. His eyes wandered ahead as he sighed again, muttering to himself, what the hell am I supposed to do now? Should I ask Margatha for help? While he was still busy sulking and overthinking, Sharan casually handed him a small bottle filled with a clear liquid. Here, she said. Jinsang took the bottle, holding it up with a confused look. Huh? What the hell is this? It's clear. Seeing his clueless expression, Sharan raised an eyebrow in surprise. You seriously don't know? She stepped closer, teasing slightly as she began to explain. Before you drink that, but before she could even finish the sentence, Jinsang had already downed the entire thing in one go. In an instant, he vanished into thin air right before her eyes. Sharan froze, completely stunned, unable to process what just happened. Meanwhile, Jinsang crashed hard onto the ground somewhere far away, groaning in pain. Ugh, damn it, what the? Looking around at the familiar trees and surroundings, realization hit him fast. This is Elvongard. Walking slowly through the towering ancient forest, he let out a breath, still piecing everything together. That was a teleportation potion. Sharan actually handed me one. But doubt crept into his mind. Wait, those potions have level restrictions, don't they? And I thought they were supposed to be yellow. Before he could dwell on it further, he noticed a familiar figure working at a nearby forge. Recognizing the man instantly, Jinsang's eyes lit up. Linus. Linus, hearing his name called, looked up with a surprised grin. Well, look who decided to show up. Jinsang chuckled as he approached. How've you been, old man? Linus smiled warmly, though there was a hint of melancholy in his voice. Good, though things have been a little dull since Syria left. Resting a hand on Jinsang's shoulder, Linus studied him for a moment before asking, and what about you? That friend of yours, the one you swore you'd save, how's she doing? Jinsang immediately fell silent, his expression darkening. He didn't know how to respond. For a brief moment, the image of Lenny's pure smile flashed through his mind. Unable to meet Linus's eyes, Jinsang looked away, his voice low and heavy. You don't have to worry about her anymore. Seeing the sadness clouding Jinsang's face, Linus decided not to push the subject further. He simply asked, all right, so what brings you here? You don't look like you just came to share updates. Jinsang opened his mouth, ready to explain, actually, but Linus's eyes suddenly widened with suspicion. He cut him off, frowning, You're here to have a sword made, aren't you? His expression shifted to one of comical outrage as he glared at Jinsang. Where the hell's the sword I gave you last time? Jinsang burst out laughing, throwing his hands up defensively. Relax, relax. It got stolen, alright? Linus could only sigh in defeat, then asked Jinsang. Alright, fine. So what kind of sword do you want? The moment Jinsang heard him agree, his mood did a complete 180. He perked up excitedly, practically beaming. Do you have the materials? You'll actually make it for me, right? No backing out now. Linus raised an eyebrow at his strange excitement, asking, what the hell did you bring that's got you this worked up? But before Linus could even finish his sentence, a massive tentacle suddenly came flying straight at his face. With a loud smack, Linus stumbled back, groaning in pain. Panicking, Jinsang rushed over, flustered. Sorry. I kinda stuffed that thing in there. Are you alright? Linus looked up, completely speechless as his eyes landed on the giant tentacle sprawled out before him. His jaw practically hit the floor as he muttered. What the hell is that thing? Grinning smugly, Jinsang lifted the tentacle with both hands and explained, it's a tentacle from Lotus. Linus's eyes widened even further in shock. Lotus's tentacle. How the hell did you get your hands on that? Jinsang wasted no time getting to the point. I've been using it as a weapon lately. Think you could forge it into a proper sword for me? But before he could even finish his request, Linus was already fuming. The old blacksmith threw his hands in the air, shouting, what the hell are you talking about? How am I supposed to make a sword out of that? Seeing Linus reject him outright, Jinsang put on an exaggerated, disappointed expression. He hefted the massive tentacle over his shoulder and turned away dramatically, sighing in defeat. Yeah, I get it. Guess it's a bit too much for you, huh? He muttered under his breath, probably only the best blacksmith in the world could pull this off. The moment those words left his mouth, Linus froze. His entire demeanor shifted as he straightened up, walking determinedly toward the tentacle. His eyes narrowed as he snapped back at Jinsang, hold it right there. Without saying another word, Linus grabbed his giant hammer, and, with unwavering determination, began pounding away at the massive, sturdy tentacle. His eyes burned with pride and fury as he declared, since when did I ever say I couldn't do it? It was obvious now that Jinsang's little jab had hit a nerve. Linus, completely fired up, poured all his energy into forging the tentacle into a powerful weapon. Meanwhile, a smug grin crept across Jinsang's face. Perfect. Just like I planned. Stepping closer, Jinsang leaned in and whispered near Linus's ear, I knew it, Linus. Turning this thing into a sword should be a piece of cake for you, right? Linus didn't even hesitate. With a confident nod, he replied, of course. Just give me a week. Then, still hammering away, he shouted, and bring me some octopus ink or whatever the hell else you've got. Seeing Linus so focused, hard at work on the weapon he'd requested, Jinsang couldn't help but grin in satisfaction. He turned to leave, muttering to himself, perfect. Weapon secured. I've got some spare cash, might as well hit the market, grab a few potions, and head back. But just as he started walking away, a horrifying realization struck him. His eyes widened as his mouth dropped open. Wait, I teleported here, panic set in fast as he clutched his head in despair, groaning. What the hell do I do now? The road here's completely blocked off. As he stood there wallowing in frustration, suddenly, a familiar figure materialized behind him. A familiar voice called out, Jinsang. Thankfully, Sharan had chased after him just in time. She smiled as she approached him and teased, seriously, babe, you should have let me finish talking before you ran off. The moment Jinsang saw her, his face lit up with relief. Sharan. She handed him another potion, giving him a pointed look as she warned, all you gotta do is think about where you want to go before drinking this one. Good thing I set the coordinates in the last potion you chugged. Seriously, Jinsang quickly took the teleportation potion, grinning as he thanked her. Thanks, you really saved me. Sharan pulled out her own potion, clearly planning to head back with him. But when she noticed him still standing there hesitating, she raised an eyebrow. What? We're heading back to the association, right? Something wrong? Jinsang frowned at the potion in his hand, a confused look on his face. I thought teleport potions were supposed to be yellow, he paused, glancing up at her. Did you mess up the formula or something? The second those words left his mouth, Sharan's entire expression darkened. Jinsang looked up at her, blinking, completely confused. Ah, Sharan. But before he could finish, she exploded with rage, shouting at him, yellow. Are you seriously comparing my premium, exclusive product to those cheap, mass-produced knockoffs? They use artificial coloring. Mine's all organic. Clearly offended, she reached out, trying to snatch the potion back from him. Give it here. If you don't want to use it, hand it over. Jinsang panicked, quickly stammering, "No, no. Thanks, seriously, thanks." Before he could say another word, the scenery around him shifted in an instant. He found himself standing inside a worn-down room deep within the Magic City. Jinsang, slightly dizzy from the teleportation, slowly opened the door and stepped inside. Behind him, Sharan followed in casually. As Jinsang glanced around the tidy, surprisingly clean room, his eyes widened. This is my room." Sharan smiled proudly from behind him. "It's a little bare. Didn't have much time to set it up, but not bad, right?" Jinsang, blushing slightly, scanned the space with excitement. But before they could admire the room much longer, a young woman carrying a large item walked inside, announcing, "Miss Sharan, the item you requested is ready." Sharan nodded, waving her off. "Thanks, just leave it there." Seeing the delivery, Jinsang assumed it was a gift for him. Scratching the back of his head awkwardly, he chuckled, "A gift? You didn't have to go through all that for me." But when he looked at what had been delivered, his smile froze. His eyes landed on a large plaque engraved with strange words that made no sense to him. Abnormal Phenomena Emergency Response Committee. Jinsang's face went blank as he muttered, what the hell is this?" Sharan admired the plaque with clear pride, smiling as she explained. "Looks good, right? It's your new job." Her words hit him like a truck. His face twisted with confusion as he pointed at the plaque, shouting, "What the hell do you mean? What kind of dumb name is that?" Sharan's cheerful expression dropped in an instant as she barked back, "Excuse me? I made that myself. You think I'm gonna let some ugly, boring sign sit in my room?" Jinsang threw his hands up in frustration. "I can tell. It looks like some cranky old grandma designed it." The room went dead silent for half a second before Sharan's eyes narrowed dangerously. "What did you just say?" Soon, the entire upstairs apartment was filled with the sound of bickering, yelling, and general chaos as the two argued like an old married couple. After what felt like forever, Sharan finally broke into laughter and shrugged. "It's official now, so suck it up." Jinsang slumped in defeat, grumbling under his breath. Damn it, seeing how miserable he looked, Sharan reached out and explained, "Get it now. From today on you're officially working for our association as part of the EPS. Got it?" Jinsang's face contorted in silent protest as he shot her a glare. But Sharan kept going, laying down the rules. "Make sure you stick to our agreement. I'll supply all the equipment and resources you need. You just report any weird threats you run into. Simple, right?" Hearing Sharan's words, Jinsang's expression finally grew serious. He stared straight ahead, his mind already racing with thoughts. The upcoming threat. After the Behemoth incident, the next major event will be. A vivid image flashed through his mind, the terrifying form of a massive, crocodile-like monster rising from the sea. The transformation of another apostle. A brief explanation echoed in his head, reminding him of what he'd learned. The transformation is a phenomenon where living beings vanish into another dimension. Though it's the source of countless problems, no one truly understands how it works. The next image burned into his mind, the face of the unfortunate explorer, Lauren, who had mysteriously gone missing. No one knows whether it's a natural occurrence or part of someone's twisted scheme. And then came the all-too-familiar, horrifying image of Lotus, its grotesque form materializing in his memory. But at least one thing about the Apostle's transformations had already been confirmed. The more Jinsang thought about it, the more frustrated and overwhelmed he became. There was only one person to blame for all of this. The woman pulling the strings behind everything, Hildur. It's all her fault. She has enough power to force other apostles to undergo the transformation. There was only one reason behind Hildur's manipulation. Another vision formed in Jinsang's mind, a mysterious figure standing tall, absorbing all the green light radiating from the cold, lifeless bodies of monstrous corpses piled like mountains. The creation. According to the prophecy, after the adventurers kill the apostles, she plans to use Arad as a sacrifice to resurrect the demon realm. Jinsang sighed at the thought. She actually believes in that ridiculous prophecy. But unfortunately, Hildur's power is no joke. His thoughts shifted as he pulled up his status window to check his progress. Me info. Name Jinsang. Level 31. Adventure reputation 379. Seeing how low his level still was, his expression darkened. If Hildur's really the cause of the corruption, I don't stand a chance against her. But instead of giving in to despair, Jinsang straightened up, a new determination burning in his eyes. First, I need to focus on getting stronger. The first thing he did was approach Sharan with a pressing question. "Sharan, do you know how to make a recovery potion?" She looked up, surprised by the sudden inquiry. "Sorry, what kind of recovery potion are we talking about?" Jinsang's face grew serious once again as he explained, choosing his words carefully. "Something that can cure a rotting soul, something contagious, something that kills people." Hearing that, Sharan's eyes widened in shock. What are you talking about? That basically sounds like a plague? Her tone shifted as the weight of his words sank in. She quickly asked, her voice tense, where is this happening? When did it start? Jinsang didn't even glance back as he started walking forward, his voice calm but grim. Aphelia. In the Fennis Kingdom. Sharan's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Fens. Jinsang gave a small, knowing nod. Yeah, I know it's the underground city created by your kind, the Dark Elves and other races. Jinsang's voice echoed calmly but firmly, sorry, but it's already started. The scene abruptly shifted to a dark, ominous palace engulfed in swirling black mist. This was the kingdom of the Dark Elves. A lone guard stood atop the castle walls, keeping a watchful eye on the chaos unfolding below. Moments later, another elf approached him in a hurry, her voice sharp with urgency. Elor, you need to come back. Now, Elor ignored her for a moment, his eyes fixed on the scene below. The city had fallen into utter chaos. Dark elves all over the capital were sprouting jagged, sharp growths from their bodies, twisting in agony and confusion. A furious voice rumbled from deep within his chest. Those bastards, his face twisted with rage, his teeth clenched tightly as he cursed under his breath. They dare attack my kingdom with this kind of filth? Do they think this is a joke? I swear, I'll make them pay for this. Without wasting another second, he spun around and stormed off down the corridor, barking out orders as he moved. Get every available unit to the border. Now. The elves nearby exchanged uneasy glances, clearly alarmed by his words. One of them hesitated before asking, does that mean? Elor didn't even break his stride as he gave a sharp nod. Yes. His expression grew darker, his footsteps heavy with determination as he declared to those around him, we're going to war. The scene shifted to a familiar place, the forge, where Linus was hard at work crafting a sword specifically for Jinsang. Jinsang stood off to the side, watching eagerly, a mix of excitement and nervousness flickering across his face. Linus was relentlessly hammering away at the molten blade, completely unfazed by the intense heat surrounding him. The rhythmic clang of his hammer echoed throughout the workshop, each strike shaping the weapon with precision. Slowly but surely, the form of the sword began to take shape under his skilled hands. After what felt like hours of non-stop work, Linus finally lifted the sword from the forge, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. It's done, he declared. Jinsang's eyes lit up in awe as he took in the sight of the weapon. His mind drifted back to the enormous severed tentacle he had harvested from Lotus. This is made from that giant tentacle I cut off Lotus. I had high hopes for this, but I never expected to actually get my hands on a discontinued, limited edition weapon like this. At the same time, the system window popped up, providing detailed stats of the new weapon: Lotus Giant Tail, unique, non-tradable. Required level, 35. Physical attack, 428. Magical attack, 497. Independent attack, 234. Jinsang grinned in satisfaction, turning to Linus. Thanks. It looks exactly like the real thing. Linus tilted his head, confused. Huh? Exactly like the real thing? What are you talking about? Realizing he'd slipped up, Jinsang quickly changed the subject. I mean, actually, there's one more thing I need your help with. Linus looked at him in disbelief. I've already got everything ready. Why would you need a reference item? Jinsang could hardly hide his excitement now. His mind raced as he thought. The skill I can learn from Linus weapon crafting. This material, it lets me completely change the appearance of any weapon. He also recalled the system message from earlier: unique material, non-tradable. Can be used to copy the appearance of any weapon via NPC Linus in Elvongard. While Jinsang was lost in thought, Linus raised an eyebrow, still confused. What exactly are you planning to do with all this? Jinsang gave him a calm, innocent smile. Make money. The scene shifted to the bustling streets of the city. People were wandering about, running errands, completing quests, or just enjoying the day. Amidst the crowd, Sanbi walked along the busy road, muttering to herself in frustration. Ugh, I finished all my daily quests and weekly raids already. Now what? I'm so bored. As she continued trudging along, unsure of what to do next, a sudden voice caught her attention. Hello, hello. She instinctively looked up, confused by the greeting. At the same moment, a system notification popped up on her screen, this time coming from a player named Megon. Channel 8, Jinsang. Hello, hello. Sanbi furrowed her brows, puzzled. Huh? That ID? The loudspeakers connected to the world channel crackled to life, and Jinsang's calm voice echoed across the city. Hello, hello. Level 35 Lotus Giant Tentacle for sale, right next to Linus. Linus, still standing beside Jinsang, turned to him with wide eyes, completely bewildered by what was happening. What the hell are you doing? He shouted in disbelief. Jinsang kept up his enthusiastic sales pitch. This is a rare, top-tier item from a unique boss. Anyone interested? Before he could say more, a familiar voice suddenly shouted in his ear. Jinsang. Startled, he froze for a second, recognizing the voice immediately. It was Sibe. Her voice kept echoing inside his head. Long time no see. What are you selling over there? Jinsang groaned in frustration, grabbing his head. That annoying muttering. I can't take it anymore. He quickly picked up his loudspeaker and snapped back at her, clearly pissed off. How many times do I have to tell you? Stop muttering in my head. It gives me a damn headache every time you do it. What even is that? Some kind of mutter hack? Stupid muttering trick. He paused, still annoyed. Do I seriously need to say commands out loud for it to stop? Off to the side, Linus watched the entire exchange unfold, his face pale with fear. Is that some kind of soul whisper from the undead? Creepy as hell. To Jinsang's surprise, his countermeasure actually worked. Ha, it worked! He muttered in disbelief. Sibe giggled mischievously in response. Oh, what worked, exactly? Jinsang shot back coldly, nothing you need to worry about. But she wasn't done yet. Where are you? I'll buy that tentacle for 8 million gold. The moment Jinsang heard that, his mood did a complete 180. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he responded, My dear friend, I'm at Elvongard. Thank you so much. But just as he was about to say more, another voice called out from behind him. Jinsang. Startled, Jinsang quickly turned around, only to be met with an unexpected sight. A massive, towering dog with sharp eyes and a wide grin stood there, its huge jaws open as it looked at him expectantly. Hovering above its head was its name, Purasura. A figure teleported in next to the dog, chuckling as they approached. I came to check on your ears, they joked. Purasura laughed, giving Jinsang a knowing look. Lotus Giant Tentacle. Wasn't that a discontinued, unique boss item? How'd you get your hands on that? Jinsang waved him off casually. Trade secret. He couldn't help but stare at the dog, his mind racing with disbelief. A real-life Samo Safari avatar, unreal. But then another thought hit him, and his expression turned confused. Wait a sec. Isn't his main character a Dark Knight? Did the muttering stop because he switched characters? The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. I guess it checks out. Most players have multiple characters these days. His eyes drifted toward Purasura's weapon, its glowing pink aura impossible to miss. Hey, that weapon's got a pink glow. What's the enhancement level? Purasura chuckled proudly. This bad boy. It's 13. Jinsang's jaw nearly hit the floor. Level 13. Damn, his mind immediately jumped to conclusions. I'm dealing with a real big spender here. Most folks stop at 12 since pushing it to 13 burns through insane amounts of cash. He hesitated for a moment, glancing back at Purasura. Well, I guess it makes sense for your main character. But Purasura just grinned, pointing at himself. This isn't even my main character. Jinsang blinked in disbelief. Huh? What? The guy just laughed it off, explaining casually, I just made this one to mess around with the Dark Knight class. Jinsang looked even more confused. Then, why the hell did you enhance the weapon to 13? Suddenly, Purasura's eyes turned eerily serious as he leaned in closer, his voice low and threatening. Pink's my vibe. Jinsang stared at him, completely speechless. His brain stalled for a moment as a single, very clear thought ran through his head. He's out of his damn mind, completely nuts. After chatting for a while longer, Purasura finally asked, So? We done here? Jinsang quickly nodded, eager to wrap things up. Yeah, we're done. Gotta get the hell out of here, Jinsang told himself, practically ready to sprint away. True to his reputation as a high roller, Purasura casually tossed a fat pile of gold toward him. Here you go. Jinsang's eyes widened in awe, grinning from ear to ear. Meanwhile, Purasura excitedly inspected the tentacle sword, sticking out his tongue in approval as he admired it. So this is the tentacle sword. Kinda cute, actually. And hearing that, Jinsang turned around with a confused look on his face. Before he could react, Purasura casually tossed a giant egg straight at him, making Jinsang stumble backward in shock. Here you go. A little bonus for ya. Jinsang stared down at the massive egg in his hands, utterly baffled. His eyes widened as he muttered in disbelief. The hell, this thing's a creature. His mind instantly filled with images of different creatures. Creatures, pets that exist in the world of Dungeon and Fighter. From cute little companions to beasts with stats that put top-tier gear to shame, they come in all shapes and sizes. The realization hit him, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. So that's why I needed a sample. It was to buy a creature. Grinning like a kid on Christmas morning, Jinseong hugged the egg tightly and cheerfully thanked Pure Ashura. Thanks. Man. I love weird in-game stuff like this. But Pure wasn't done yet. He grinned and added, oh, I've got something even better for ya. Suddenly, a small, bizarre-looking creature materialized in front of Jinseong. But to be honest, it was hideous. Ganling Lotus Mini CH, 20 HP recovery, 21 per minute, attack speed, 2%, max pixel, 5%. At first Jinseong was all smiles as he held the strange creature in his hands. But the moment he got a good look at its face, his expression did a full 180. Without thinking, he spun around and chucked the poor thing across the room. Realizing what he'd just done, Jinseong froze. Wait, I didn't mean to. Pure Ashura burst out laughing, clearly amused by the whole situation. Cute, right? I figured you were a big Lotus fan. Jinseong laughed awkwardly, brushing off the moment like nothing happened. Wow, I can't believe you're actually this thoughtful. Left with no choice, Jinseong picked up the little Lotus knockoff creature again, and sighed. Alright, you didn't do anything wrong, you just happened to look like that jerk. The creature whimpered softly in his hands, clearly upset. Jinseong tried to comfort it. Okay, I'm sorry, alright? But the little thing kept whining, prompting Jinseong to tease. What? You want me to roast you right now? Pure Ashura watched the whole exchange, laughing at the sight. Already bonding with your new pet, huh? Pretty funny. You should totally join my guild. Jinseong immediately shook his head, rejecting the offer without hesitation. Nah, I'm good. In his mind he was already weighing the risks. Joining a guild would just increase my chances of being exposed. Seeing Jinseong's hesitation, Pure Ashura let out a disappointed sigh. Rumors? Huh? We're not nearly as locked down as people say. Hearing that, Jinseong paused, considering it for a moment. His thoughts drifted back to Sibe, who'd also invited him to join a guild before. The rumors, they're a top-ranked guild, that's for sure. I kinda remember that invite, but I didn't really listen to the details back then. While Jinseong was lost in thought, Pure Ashura smiled and reassured him. Anyway, just hit me up if you change your mind. Jinseong nodded, smiling politely. Alright, thanks, good luck out there. The scene quickly transitioned to the Mage Association headquarters in the evening. Jinseong stepped inside, calling out Sharan. Sorry about earlier. He glanced around the quiet room, confused by how empty it felt. Huh, she's not here. That's when his eyes landed on a letter neatly placed on the table. Curious, he picked it up. The envelope read, to Jinseong. Inside, Sharan's handwriting filled the page, her words full of emotion and concern. As much as I hate to believe it, I think what you said might be true. I received a report that our homeland, the Dark Elf Kingdom of Fens, has been overrun by a terrible plague. A horrifying disease that turns the dead into monstrous creatures. It was obvious from the tone of the letter that Sharan had written it with deep worry in her heart, troubled by the dire situation in her homeland. Worst of all, the Dark Elves believe this plague is an attack from the humans. The image shifted to a distant location on the map. Because of this, the border between the two nations, the Ophelia mountain range, had fallen under the looming shadow of war. The region was clearly divided into three parts: the Principality of Belmyra, the Ophelia Mountains, and the Kingdom of Fens. If things continued down this path, war was inevitable. Sharan had clearly written her purpose and all the information she had gathered in the letter. Before things spiral out of control, the Queen has ordered the adventurers to investigate the outbreak. During their investigation, they discovered clues to a possible cure. The scene changed again, showing Sharan and the alchemist Lotan setting off, marching determinedly toward their destination. That's why Lotan and I were sent to an area near Ophelia to develop the antidote. I decided to leave this letter since I couldn't catch you at the guild. By the time you read this, I'm probably already there. The letter ended with those words. Finishing the letter, Jinseong immediately spun around and bolted for the door. The adventurers are investigating the disease. That means someone's already triggered the quest. Bursting through the door, his eyes burned with determination. I need to get to Ophelia fast. As he ran outside, he suddenly spotted a familiar face, Syria. Her sudden appearance left him a bit confused. Syria? She seemed just as surprised to see him. Huh? Aren't you? Jinseong looked at her, both surprised and happy. His mind quickly pieced things together. She joined the Mage Association after the Sky Castle incident. Syria recognized him as well, a hint of realization flashing across her face. We met at Sky Castle, right? Jinseong smiled, introducing himself politely. Nice to see you again. I'm Jinseong, member of the Mage Association. Deep down, he reminded himself to act like he didn't care too much. While the two of them were still chatting, they couldn't help but overhear a heated conversation nearby. A young man spoke angrily, his tone sharp with frustration. Does the queen not see how bad this situation really is? War could break out any second. The man kept venting his frustration to his companion. And now you're telling me they chose some no-name adventurer instead of an official from the principality. The friend next to him quickly chimed in, clearly skeptical. Adventurer. That's just a polite way to say mercenary. How can we trust people like that? Hearing their argument, Saria stepped forward, her expression calm and confident. She placed a hand over her chest and declared, I believe the adventurers will get the job done. They saved me back in Elvongard. One of the men let out an exasperated sigh, shaking his head. Yeah, I heard about that. But fighting a few goblins is nothing compared to what's happening now. Saria looked at them, still composed, and stated firmly, but I believe that adventurer is capable of handling this. Her confidence only earned her mocking chuckles. What would you know? You just stood there and watched them take down a few goblins. That's it. Hearing their condescending words, Jinsang's blood started to boil. His fists clenched as he prepared to give those two a piece of his mind. What? You really think you can talk to her like that? But Saria, unfazed by their insults, simply raised her hands gently. That's because I watched everything unfold from afar. Her face softened, her expression light and composed. She smiled warmly, offering them sincere words of reassurance. Bless the adventurers and bless all of you as well. Hearing Saria's gentle, reassuring words, all three men instantly froze, visibly moved. Their eyes remained fixed on her radiant face, shining softly under the dim light. An angel? They whispered in disbelief. After a short pause, the two young men finally smiled, their hostility melting away. All right, I guess I can trust those adventurers after all. Seeing her words had calmed the situation, Jinsang didn't waste another second. Without looking back, he sprinted off, his mind racing. I can't waste any more time, Ophelia, I have to get to Ophelia. The scene shifted to a dark, gloomy land. Along the long, muddy, treacherous path, slender footprints were pressed into the damp earth. Jinsang walked alone, quickly making his way through the harsh, barren wilderness. Perched on top of his head was the little creature that had been following him faithfully this whole time. After traveling for what felt like hours, he finally arrived at the outskirts of the Principality of Belmyra, the border territory. Before him loomed the vast, unforgiving silhouette of the Ophelia mountain range. The jagged peaks and harsh winds made the place feel ominous and foreboding. Elsewhere, at a temporary research station set up along the Ophelia Mountains, Lawton grinned proudly, raising his hand in the air. Sharan. That was almost a disaster. He pumped his fist with excitement, practically jumping for joy. I'm so glad. We finished the cure, but man, I didn't expect to run out of ingredients like that. Unlike him, Sharan remained calm and collected. She simply crossed her arms and replied, Relax. That's exactly why I came prepared with extra. They stood amidst a makeshift lab, surrounded by crates and medical equipment brought to the mountain outpost. Still riding the high of success, Lawton asked, amazed, incredible. How did you even know to bring all that? Sharan scratched her cheek awkwardly, struggling to explain. Call it a gut feeling. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind them. Sharan. Startled, Sharan instinctively took a step back. Turning around, she was met with a terrifying sight: Jinsang, standing there, with that bizarre creature still perched on his head. His expression was determined as he declared, I'm here to help. Sharan's eyes widened in horror as she pointed at the creature. What the hell is that thing? Jinsang couldn't help but laugh, scratching the back of his head. This? Oh, I haven't named it yet. Realizing it was just him, and not another disaster, Sharan exhaled deeply, shaking her head. You know what? Never mind. I probably don't want to know. Her expression grew more serious as she glanced around at their surroundings. Anyway, things are getting worse out here. Jinsang nodded, his face hardening. He had expected this. Yeah, where's the adventurer? Sharan pointed toward the dark entrance of a tunnel carved into the mountain cliffs in the distance. The road to the Dark Elf Kingdom is overrun with the undead. The adventurer went ahead to clear the way for our supply lines. Hearing that, Jinsang's eyes narrowed with determination. Looks like things are moving along nicely. The first dungeon's already done. A map flashed through his mind, marking several key locations. The abandoned farm. The spider lair. The hero's mausoleum. A confident smirk crept across his face as he realized. The adventurer's probably tackling the hero's mausoleum right now. Jinsang's mind immediately flashed back to a graveyard he knew all too well from his days as a game streamer. The resting place of the Dark Elf hero, Lungjul, that's right. He vividly remembered how that event played out in the game. A blonde-haired man suddenly shows up rising from the dead, no less. Every player knew about that moment because of the pandemic storyline. Lungjul would come back to life from his grave, join the adventurer's party, and become a key figure in stopping the outbreak. Jinsang's expression turned serious as a thought crossed his mind. If there's any chance something's been corrupted, it's almost guaranteed to involve Lunjal. Without wasting another second, Jinsang reached his hand out toward Sharan, his voice firm. I want to help. Can you give me the antidote? Sharan turned to him, her expression stunned, almost laughing in disbelief. What? You're planning to go into the dungeon alone? Seeing his determined look, she let out a long sigh, knowing there was no talking him out of it. She reluctantly handed him a vial filled with the antidote and warned him. You do realize going into a dungeon without guidance is practically suicide, right? But Jinsang just grinned confidently, nodding without hesitation. Don't worry about me. His smile widened, full of self-assurance as he stepped forward toward the dungeon entrance. I know everything about this place. Sharan raised an eyebrow, clearly puzzled by his bold words. Everything? Jinsang quickly made his way deep into the gloomy tunnel, dimly lit by eerie, flickering green lights. The place reeked of danger. One by one, goblins leapt out from the shadows, their grotesque faces twisted with malice as they lunged at him, trying to overwhelm him in waves. But Jinsang handled them with ease. His weapon moved like an extension of his body, cutting through the goblins one by one. With every swing, his strikes landed perfectly, dropping the monsters effortlessly. The longer the fight dragged on, the more excited he became, his blood pumping faster with each kill. A smirk crept across his face as he thought to himself, these ghouls, they're not even worth my time anymore. The physical damage on the Lotus Tail blade is 428. Goblins and ghouls alike were sent flying with every blow, their bodies crashing to the ground like broken dolls. But Jinsang wasn't satisfied yet. Tightening his grip on his weapon, he charged forward with a wild grin plastered across his face. His forged sword gleamed as it pierced straight through the monsters, tearing them apart like paper. And then there's its special effect. His eyes lit up with excitement. A 2% chance to summon a Lotus Tail with every attack. Just then, a system notification popped up in his mind. Lotus Tail Blade. Unique item. Non-tradable. Effect, 2% chance to summon a Lotus Tail with every attack. The creatures kept coming, but it didn't matter. Jinsang cut them down mercilessly, pieces of their rotting flesh splattering across the ground. The scene quickly descended into chaos, but amidst the carnage, he remained untouchable. He was cutting down dozens, hundreds of monsters all on his own without breaking a sweat. Stepping over the lifeless bodies of grotesque, plague-ridden beasts, Jinsang's expression grew serious again as he analyzed the situation. There are two primary causes of this plague spreading through the Ophelia Mountains, he thought. First, the Apostle's aura mutating all living creatures. And second, the Death Dragon's aura resurrecting the dead. His eyes shifted down to the blade in his hand as a satisfied grin formed on his lips. An Apostle and a Death Dragon. What a nightmare for the Dark Elf race. But this weapon turned out way better than I expected. The little creature sitting atop his head puffed up its chest proudly, clearly pleased by the compliment. Jinsang raised an eyebrow, glancing up. Why do you look so smug? He muttered, shaking his head with amusement. His gaze drifted forward into the pitch-black depths of the tunnel. Something caught his attention. Massive stone pillars were arranged ahead, a telltale sign. His eyes widened in recognition. Those pillars, the boss room. As he cautiously advanced, the space opened into a larger chamber, and at the center of it, an enormous stone coffin rested ominously. Jinsang's heart raced. This is Lunjal's tomb. With careful steps he moved deeper into the chamber, walking past the countless stone statues standing eerily still, watching him. But the closer he got to the coffin, the more confusion crept onto his face. The lid had been shattered. The inside. Completely empty. His eyes narrowed in disbelief. Why is the tomb empty? A sinking feeling twisted in his gut as countless theories swirled through his mind. Lunjal's already been resurrected. But at this speed, I won't be able to catch up. But if the Time Lords didn't intervene, then the corruption process shouldn't have happened yet. His brows furrowed as a dreadful thought occurred to him. If Lunjal hasn't been corrupted yet, a mental map of the underground network flashed in his mind: the spider nest, the hero's mausoleum, the dark elf tomb. His worry deepened. The worst possible outcome if the corruption takes hold. In his mind's eye, he saw a terrifying creature, its massive stone body towering over everything, its glowing eyes burning with dark energy. The Death Dragon, resurrecting corpses and becoming the final boss of Ophelia Spyros. Jinsang let out a long, frustrated sigh. This was supposed to be a hero's final resting place. He glanced down at the handful of moldy cheese and old bones in his hand, sighing again. Where's the treasure? The whole tomb's tiny as hell. Still annoyed, he bent down to pick up a few gold coins, examining them to see if there was anything actually worth keeping. Just a few lousy coins and some rotting junk. His pet eagerly joined in, rummaging around for valuables. Jinsang quickly snapped at it, waving his hand. Hey, don't touch that stuff. The little creature chirped in protest, ignoring him. Jinsang scowled, raising his voice. You want me to turn you into soup or what? Meanwhile, the scene shifted to another location, the main gates of the Dark Elf capital. A group of people slowly approached the city, anxiety written all over their faces. This is bad, one of them muttered in defeat. We're completely surrounded. Leading them was none other than Lungal, the legendary knight and the first true hero. His signature line echoed through the tense atmosphere. Where am I? Is there a mission that requires my service? He surveyed the chaotic scene unfolding ahead, eyes narrowing in suspicion. They were waiting for us. Be on guard. Next to him stood Blade, a confident, sharp-eyed adventurer with stylish glasses that gave her a cold, calculating look. Just then, the faint sound of footsteps echoed as someone approached them from the shadows. A calm voice spoke up. You look pretty confident. It was Saffron, the elder of the Dark Elf Council, who stepped forward, his expression unreadable, his weapon held high. He addressed the group firmly. I've heard reports that intruders have brought plague upon our city, and are advancing as we speak. A quick introduction followed. Saffron, leader of the Elder Council, Dark Elf Kingdom of Fens. With soldiers flanking him, Saffron continued marching toward the group, his voice growing more commanding. You've managed to make it this far. The path you carved out will now become our army's route for attack. His cold, calculated tone carried a thinly veiled threat as he added, Thank you for doing our dirty work. In that same instant, soldiers behind him raised their bows, aiming directly at the group. Blade's eyes narrowed dangerously. Her voice cut through the tension, sharp as a blade itself. This is not the time to be picking a fight with humans. Are you even willing to listen to what this adventurer has to say? She paused for a moment, then demanded, And who exactly are you? You killed the monster dragon Ghidroga and completed the mission given by the goddess Venus. Her voice was sharp, laced with barely contained anger. Saffron's eyes widened in shock. He studied the two strangers before him, the realization dawning on him. Meanwhile, Lungel's expression darkened. His eyes glinted coldly as he took a step forward and declared, My name is Lungel. The moment the familiar name left his lips, Saffron's composure cracked. His voice shook slightly as he responded, It can't be. Lungel, the ancient knight, thought to be nothing more than a legend, stood before them, very much alive. As the two sides tensed, preparing for what could turn into a battle, a woman's calm yet commanding voice rang out. Stepping forward, her presence alone brought a hush over the gathering. That form of his, she raised a hand as if to halt the confrontation before it could begin. There's no mistake. That is indeed the real Lungel. She was none other than Maya, the queen of the Dark Elf Kingdom of Fens, known to all simply as Queen Maya. Saffron, still struggling to process everything, furrowed his brow in disbelief. Your Majesty, are the humans using illusions? Her gaze remained eerily calm as she looked straight ahead, her voice steady and composed. You don't really believe some man-made plague could control the spirits of our fallen ancestors, do you, Elder? She asked, her tone carrying quiet confidence. Before anyone could respond, a soldier suddenly burst into the room, panic written all over his face. It's bad, he stammered. The elder turned his head slowly, remaining composed. What is it? He asked. The soldier's body trembled as he struggled to speak. It's but. Before he could finish, a deafening roar ripped through the air, so loud and menacing it left everyone frozen in place. Both the elder and the others instinctively turned toward the sound, their faces paling as they sensed something was terribly wrong. Moments later, strange golden streaks of light appeared in the sky, swirling and darting ominously through the air. Confusion spread among the crowd as whispers filled the room. It's the Death Dragon. The massive creature emerged from the clouds, a terrifying dragon with glowing green eyes, its body exuding an overwhelming, sinister presence. Despair quickly spread like wildfire. The Death Dragon's seal, it's been broken. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jinsang was sprinting through a dark corridor as fast as he could. His heart pounded with anxiety as he raced forward. Damn it, that roar. His instincts were screaming, confirming what he already feared. There's no doubt about it, Spiraz has been resurrected. His eyes sharpened as he pushed forward, his mind racing. The adventurers Lungel and the Dark Elves, they're all headed to take down Spiraz. Which means they're already on their way to the final dungeon of Ophelia. Before he could finish piecing together the situation, a pack of snarling monsters blocked his path. Their furious growls echoed through the tight tunnel, their bloodshot eyes locked onto him. Jinsang's expression twisted with irritation. Without hesitation, he drew his sword, charging forward with a fierce roar. Out of my way. I don't have time for this. The scene shifted to a much darker place, the Tom of Spiras, buried deep within the Dark Elf domain. There, towering above them all, was the Death Dragon itself. Spiras had fully emerged, its enormous form coiling and shifting, its forked tongue flicking out as it observed its prey. Its terrifying face twisted into a mocking grin. "You pathetic fools," it sneered, its deep voice echoing across the tomb. "You really thought that weak little seal could hold me forever?" Despite the overwhelming odds, Blade stood her ground. Though the beast was 100 times her size, she didn't waver. As the dragon lashed out at the others, she seized the opening, dashing forward with blinding speed. Leaping high into the air, she unleashed her signature move, shadow-piercing strike, hurtling herself toward the beast's head. But her attack barely scratched it, only fueling the monster's rage. Spiras snarled, retaliating immediately. A strange light suddenly flared in the distance, casting an ominous glow across the tomb. Without wasting a moment, Blade followed up with another devastating technique, hangover, slamming her weapon down with relentless force. The crowd erupted in cheers as they watched the assault unfold. Did we do it? Did we bring it down?" Hope sparked in their voices. Even Saffron clenched his fists tightly, his eyes wide with anticipation. "This has to be it, we've got him this time." But their hope was short-lived. In the blink of an eye, Spiraz's enormous claws came crashing down toward Blade. Caught off guard, she couldn't react in time. The beast's massive hand slammed into her, launching her like a ragdoll into the stone wall behind her. The ground shook as she hit the wall with a thunderous impact. It was clear now her attacks had barely left a mark. Spiraz's monstrous grin widened, filled with wicked glee. "Impressive, I'll give you that," the dragon sneered, its voice dripping with arrogance. "But with weak little strikes like those, you'll never harm my immortal body." Watching the beast resurrect over and over again sent waves of panic through the surrounding dark elves. Their voices were filled with hopelessness. "It's over, no matter how many times we bring him down, he just keeps coming back." They lifted their eyes toward the battlefield. Despair etched across their faces. We can't win this, we're all gonna die here." Lungal, standing off to the side, remained silent, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, the death dragon let out a furious roar, raising its massive claws toward Blade as it bellowed. "Die, you fool." A thunderous crash echoed through the cavern. Everyone's heart sank, convinced the blow would be her end. But suddenly someone intervened. Lungal dashed in at the last second, blocking the deadly strike. His voice was calm but resolute. "Adventurer, thanks to you I've experienced moments I never thought I'd have again." His eyes glinted with pride and purpose. "I've seen my descendants hundreds of years into the future, and I was able to help them. For that I thank you." But his gaze quickly hardened, shifting toward the monstrous dragon in front of him. His voice dropped, filled with quiet rage. "And now, this is the last thing I can do for you." The scene cut to the pitch-black tunnels outside the boss chamber. Jinsang was running at full speed, breath heavy, his heart pounding as he raced forward. "The pillars, in the boss room, we made it." Spiraz's Tom. Suddenly, a burst of energy rippled through the air. A powerful attack slammed straight into the death dragon's body, sending the beast reeling, its agonized roar echoing through the cavern. Jinsang's eyes widened in shock as he spotted Lungal on the battlefield, teeth clenched, pouring every ounce of his strength into defeating the monster. Lungal. The beast writhed in pain, a gaping wound torn through its side from Lungal's attack. But as the strike landed, Lungal's body began to slowly fade, dissolving into shimmering particles. His voice echoed through the chamber, steady and commanding. "Don't waste this chance." Blade looked up, eyes filled with determination as she watched him vanish. The death dragon, reeling from the attack, roared in rage. "You damn elf. What did you do?" Recognizing the fleeting opportunity Lungal had created, Blade leaped high into the air, her expression deadly serious as she unleashed her ultimate skill Shockwave. Burst, a flurry of devastating strikes rained down upon the dragon. She landed gracefully, her eyes never leaving the monster, her grip on her sword firm and unwavering. The death dragon writhed in agony, its fury boiling over. You little." Blade lifted her sword once more, her voice cold and sharp. "Idiot." In the blink of an eye she struck. Her decisive blow pierced through the beast's core, ending it in a flash. The dragon's massive form collapsed, its monstrous figure finally still. Her silhouette stood tall, exuding an intimidating, overwhelming presence. Behind her, the dark elves stared, wide-eyed and awestruck. Did we really do it?" One of them whispered in disbelief. Saffron, equally stunned, spoke up, confirming the impossible. "He's not resurrecting anymore." For a moment the room was silent then. An eruption of cheers filled the air. The dark elves, overwhelmed with relief, shouted with joy. "We did it. We defeated the death dragon. We actually did it." The adventurer and Lord Lungil? Together they had slain the death dragon. Meanwhile, off to the side Jinsang, still catching his breath, heard the distant cheers. His eyes widened in disbelief. No way, it's over. The scene shifted to the Dark Elf Kingdom, deep underground in its massive capital city. Fen is a vast, sprawling place littered with ancient, mysterious ruins. Seated high above the others was Maya, her expression calm but focused, listening intently as Saffron reported in. We've successfully defeated the death dragon. The undead have disappeared, but it seems the plague still hasn't shown any signs of ending. His face was deadly serious, his eyes fixed straight ahead as he delivered the unsettling news. First, the dead rise again. Then a plague sweeps across the land. I still believe humans are behind all of this. Maya's shoulders visibly slumped, an exhausted sigh escaping her lips. Her voice carried a hint of frustration. That story again. Elder, you're too suspicious of them. But Saffron didn't waver. His sharp eyes remained locked onto her as he calmly replied. This decision concerns the lives of our entire kingdom. His expression darkened as memories of the death dragon's rampage and Lungil's reappearance resurfaced in his mind, along with the breaking of the dragon's seal and the catastrophic plague that followed. The humans, they encountered Lord Lungil, the one capable of stopping all of this. Reaching into his cloak, he pulled out a small, clear vial filled with strange glowing purple liquid. Holding it up for her to see, he continued. And now they've brought us this, an antidote they claim to have created themselves. His voice sharpened as he pressed the question. And you want me to believe all of this is just coincidence? Maya's eyes lingered on the vial, her thoughts tangled with doubt. For a moment she remained silent, lost in contemplation. Saffron, noticing her hesitation, pressed on. Your Majesty, I'm only suggesting an easier path, one where we trust each other. His gaze grew firm as he added, but if you choose the harder road, well, you'll understand in time. Maya's brow furrowed, her head dropping into her hand in frustration. What I'm saying is, if they truly are innocent, all of this becomes even more complicated. But Saffron wasn't finished. His voice lowered, steady and relentless. And what do you suppose happens if we tell the adventurers who risked their lives to defeat the death dragon? He laid the next piece of the puzzle on the table, his words heavy with implication. Instead, we demand they head to the very heart of the plague, the city where it all began, Nurafura, and return alive. At that moment, the scene shifted to that cursed city. A terrifying, pitch-black monster loomed over the rooftops. Saffron's voice echoed over the image as he explained. Do you even know what lurks inside that city? The monstrous creature snarled, its glowing crimson eyes and jagged fangs radiating pure malice, capable of tearing through anything in its path. That is the sixth apostle, Delesia. Meanwhile, far from there, Jinsang was sprinting full speed down a crumbling, plague-infested path, his beloved companion leading the way. His heart pounded with urgency. So, he's the source behind this whole plague. But even that wasn't the biggest concern weighing on his mind. A map flashed through his thoughts, one he had studied countless times before. His eyes narrowed. Aphelia should have been cleared by now, but there's been no sign of corruption. His mind raced, connecting the dots. The plague started in Aphelia, spread through underfoot, and now Nurafura. A deep unease settled in his chest as the realization sank in. This is the first time an entire region's been wiped out, without a single sign of corruption. And yet, the story of this plague isn't over. Jinsang's expression turned deadly serious as he sprinted forward, lost deep in thought. If we look at this from a storyline perspective rather than just focusing on the region, this whole thing doesn't seem so strange. But something's definitely off. He dashed relentlessly through a dark tunnel, his eyes sharp. I've got to get to Nurafura fast. Suddenly a gruesome sight came into view, a man's body, covered head to toe in blood, completely lifeless. The guy had clearly logged out permanently. Jinsang's gaze swept over the chaotic scene ahead as he pushed forward. His eyes quickly took in the surroundings. A shattered altar, and dwarves. Looks like I've come to the right place. His expression hardened as he carefully sized up the situation. The Tyrant King's altered dungeon. Before him stood a group of dwarves, glaring at him with visible hostility. These were the dwarves who lived along the route to Nurafura. The tension between them and the Dark Elves was no secret. The two sides had a long, bitter history of hatred and rivalry. According to the stories, the Dark Elves had been trying to seize control of Nurafura for years. And despite the plague ravaging the land, the dwarves stubbornly refused to abandon the outskirts of the city. Jinsang's eyes flicked to the cold, lifeless bodies of the fallen miners scattered along the ground. They're smart, sure, but impossible to deal with. To them, everyone from outside is an invader, and they attack without hesitation. He pressed forward, muttering to himself, that's why they're treated as dungeon monsters. There should have been way more dwarves down here. Guess the adventurers already cleared most of them out. With a sharp, calculating look, Jinsang scanned the path ahead, piecing things together in his mind. But why are the dwarves so hell-bent on staying near the city? Just then his beloved companion perked up, sensing something unusual. It let out a quick warning. Jinsang's instincts kicked in immediately, his legs propelling him forward like a bullet. Faster, move faster, he urged himself, racing ahead. Glancing back at his companion, who was still standing frozen, he barked impatiently, "What are you standing around for? Hurry up, Taco." The creature scrambled after him, catching up, its face full of confusion. Jinsang gave it a calm, almost amused look, as if everything was completely normal. "Yeah, I'm talking to you. You kinda look like Takoyaki, so your name's Taco now." As they bantered back and forth, Jinsang's eyes caught sight of something up ahead that brought him to a halt. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared forward. What the hell is this? Right in front of him stood a massive golden statue, surrounded by towering piles of gold stacked as high as the ceiling. In that moment, the realization clicked. That's why the dwarves won't leave Newer. There's a hidden underground dungeon beneath the city. The golden tunnel, the place where they stash all their treasure. Jinsang took a quick glance at his reflection shining off the mountain of gold beside him. The truth hit him like a bolt of lightning. How could I forget? It's all part of the lore. A grin spread across his face as excitement bubbled up inside him. So this is really it. Without wasting a second, he reached out, grabbing handfuls of gold and tossing them straight into his inventory space. The treasure vanished one after another into storage as Jinsang's grin grew wider. I can actually take this stuff, jackpot. In that moment, it wasn't just about the quest or the danger anymore. Jinsang had just struck it rich. After stuffing an absurd amount of gold into his inventory, Jinsang couldn't hold back his excitement any longer. His eyes sparkled as he looked at the mountain of treasure he'd just collected. Overwhelmed with joy, he thrust his hands into the air and shouted to his companion, "Holy crap, Taco. We're rich." Gold coins clinked and glittered as he tossed handfuls of them toward the system interface, his voice filled with pure glee. "Grab all the gold and jewels. How much do you think all this is worth?" For the first time in his life, Jinsang found himself lying blissfully on a literal mountain of gold. A stupidly happy grin spread across his face as he lay there, soaking it all in, wishing time would just stop so he could enjoy this moment forever. Man, this is the life. Why would I ever go back to the real world when I've got this much money? Suddenly, a thought hit him, making him sit up with a smirk. Wait, I could just stay here forever. But as soon as the words left his mouth, a flood of old memories crept into his mind, his face, his past, the bad things he'd gone through. The grin faded as he snapped back to reality, muttering under his breath, "No, Taco." His pet gave him a puzzled look, unsure what was going on. Jinsang clenched his fists, shaking his head as if scolding himself. "I've gone too far." Before he could dwell on it, a loud, furious scream echoed from behind him, making him jump. Spinning around, he spotted Blade charging forward, weapon in hand, viciously attacking someone, or rather, someone's. Turns out, the people she was attacking were the greedy fools clawing at the treasure. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony, "My gold." This is one hell of a surprise," she muttered, glancing around at the towering piles of gold surrounding them. Another voice spoke up beside her. It belonged to a woman with sharp, cunning eyes. "Minette. Looks like they've been mining the gold under our noses," she remarked casually. Minette continued examining the area as she explained coolly. "As you probably guessed, the Dark Elves are split into two factions. Me. I'm neutral, just like any weak Dark Elf trying to stay alive." Despite herself, Minette couldn't help but admire the mountain of treasure for a second longer. She let out a deep breath, forcing herself to snap back to reality. "It's incredible, but now's not the time to stand around. Let's go." As the two women turned to leave, Jinsang, hidden nearby, quietly observed the entire exchange. His eyes narrowed as he carefully studied them. That adventurer, that has to be Minette. His gaze sharpened with recognition. The guide Saffron sent to keep an eye on them. An NPC from Newer. Without wasting another second, Jinsang leapt toward another path, giving his companion a quick command. "Looks like they came in through a different route. Alright, let's follow them, Taco." Right at that moment, the ground beneath Jinsang began to shift in an eerie, unnatural way. Even the golden coins piled around the mountain of treasure started to tremble and shift unexpectedly. Hearing the strange rumbling, Jinsang instinctively turned his head, eyes narrowing with confusion. What was that sound? Before he could process what was happening, the ground beneath him suddenly gave way. A massive sinkhole opened up, and without warning, Jinsang was sucked straight down into the dark abyss below. His eyes widened in panic as he plummeted into the darkness, his terrified screams echoing all around him. The feeling of helplessness overwhelmed him as he continued falling deeper and deeper. Just moments later, Taco tumbled down after him, flailing helplessly as countless golden coins cascaded down the pit with them, clinking and scattering in every direction. The scene suddenly cut to a different place deep within the city. An ominous, dark energy began to rise from the ground, swirling through the air like black smoke, consuming everything around it. The power radiating from it was pure darkness, sinister and unrelenting, pulling in everything nearby. From within the shadows, a massive, grotesque creature began to emerge. Its monstrous form took slow, lumbering steps forward as it slithered its disgusting, slimy tongue out into the air. Its eyes darted around, scanning its unfamiliar surroundings as it muttered to itself in confusion, "Where am I?" The creature's face twisted in frustration, unable to comprehend what was happening. "Why am I here?" it growled. Then, its memory clicked into place. A vision of a woman flashed through its mind. Its eyes flew open wide, filled with blazing rage as realization set in. Its furious voice echoed through the city, laced with hatred and vengeance. "I remember now. You really thought I'd just follow your little plan, didn't you?" The creature's growls grew louder, its voice turning into an enraged roar as it stormed forward through the city streets. "I'll rot this entire planet to the ground, Hilder." Waves of dark, ominous energy kept surging forward. It was as if pure darkness itself was creeping relentlessly toward the city ahead. A distorted, unsettling voice echoed through the air. "I am the phantom of this plague." From above, Blade stared down with a chillingly cold gaze, her eyes locked onto the twisted creature marching forward, screeching into the air. "Behold, the vision of annihilation." The voice of the plague fiend, sickly and trembling, rippled through the area. "Every land soaked in my saliva will be blanketed in the stench of death." His infectious power continued to spread, darkening the very earth beneath his feet. "Just wait," his eyes narrowed with wicked delight as he slowly advanced. "I am the plague." Blade and Minette stood frozen, wide-eyed at the horrifying scene unfolding before them. The two women exchanged stunned glances as they watched the plague fiend disappear into the shadows. After a tense moment of silence, Blade finally spoke up, her voice low and unnerved. "That's everything that happened in Noirfera." At that moment, Saffron let out a long sigh, his eyes fixed on the plague fiend in the distance. "So, he's the cause behind all of this." Sitting on her throne, Maya stared ahead, utterly speechless. "What the hell?" Everyone turned instinctively toward Iris. Her expression was calm, unnervingly so, as if all of this had played out exactly as she'd expected. The others stared, murmuring her name under their breath, watching her confidently step forward. Iris's voice rang out, steady and composed, as she addressed the entire room. "I'm here for one reason: to clear the misunderstanding between our people and humankind. I have no reason to lie. And I believe, the apostles you've seen so far. That's just a glimpse of the plague fiend's true power." Her eyes lifted, fixed on the distance with an almost eerie certainty. "Delesia is destruction incarnate. He consumes and obliterates everything in his path." Her words carried through the hall, unwavering. "For the future of Arad, we must defeat this apostle." A new image flickered into view: elves and dwarves reaching across old divides, shaking hands at last after centuries of conflict. With the misunderstanding laid to rest, the Dark Elf Kingdom officially offered to strengthen their alliance with humanity. Together they stepped forward toward an uncertain future, but united nonetheless. The scene shifted once more. The expedition team left the Dark Elf Kingdom behind, setting their sights on Delesia's last known location, the northern region of Hendenmire. But North Mire itself had vanished. In its place now stood the city of Grozny, the Emerald City. Yet this so-called sanctuary was anything but safe. Explosions erupted nonstop, their deafening blasts shaking the streets as monstrous creatures rampaged, their minds lost entirely to madness. The beasts tore through the innocent, thrashing wildly as the city descended into chaos. Terrified screams echoed down every alley. "Hold them back. Don't let them into the city." Panic swept through the crowd like wildfire. Ordinary citizens shouted desperately, signaling to one another, "Damn it. There's too many of them. We can't stop them all. Help us." Their eyes darted toward Michaela. In that moment, Michaela's expression hardened. Her eyes lit up with an unnatural blue glow as she raised her hand, summoning a surge of azure energy. Without hesitation, she unleashed a barrage of strikes, obliterating the oncoming beasts in a dazzling display of magic. Her voice was firm, commanding, cutting through the fear. "Just a little longer. We cannot lose this city." The others around her gritted their teeth, smiling despite the chaos as they nodded in agreement. "We know. We poured everything we had into building this safe haven, for people like us with special powers." A glimpse of Michele's childhood quickly flashed before her eyes. Back then, she had always been isolated from the outside world. That's right, just because we were born with powers different from normal people, we were persecuted, labeled as freaks. The place where she had grown up was heavily protected, surrounded by layers of barriers and defenses. That place was Grozny, the only city where people like her could unite and live in peace. If we lose this place, we'll be dragged back into that cycle of hatred and discrimination all over again. No, I won't let that happen. But reality, as always, didn't unfold the way she hoped. Strange monsters carrying a bizarre disease had completely shattered the peaceful life she thought she had built. What the hell is happening? A plague that turns people into feral beasts, driving them mad. Her eyes swept across the chaotic, blood-stained city as the infection continued to spread like wildfire. We've tried everything to contain the disease and those infected, but how much longer can we hold out? Suddenly, a chill ran down her spine as an uneasy realization struck her. Michaela's expression turned deadly serious. She bolted in the opposite direction, shouting orders to those behind her. Damn it. Something just broke through the barrier. Hold the line here, I'm going to check it out. Anxious thoughts raced through her mind as she sprinted forward. Is it here? She rushed toward the protective ward encircling the area. The scene before her made her freeze in shock, eyes widening in disbelief. Her voice cracked with surprise. Wait, that standing before her was Jinsang, cutting down monsters with ease using his abilities. On the other side, Jinsang was still reeling from the whole situation, recalling the moment he had fallen into that massive pit. No way, you've got to be kidding. He sighed in exasperation, remembering how the giant tentacle had saved him. I really thought I was done for after falling into that treasure pit. But thanks to that massive tentacle, I made it out. His eyes shifted to the battlefield around him, taking in the signs of combat everywhere. But I'm too late. The events at Noirfera, it's all over now. He quickly pieced together what happened. All I managed to do was buy time using that teleportation potion. Compared to the expedition team traveling on foot, I've got at least a 2-day head start. That meant he was far ahead of them in this deadly race. Looking up at the city covered in tangled vines, Jinsang let out a breath and muttered to himself. The first dungeon in Northmire, Grozny, the Emerald City. Looks like I made it here first. Perfect. Determined, he pressed forward. I'll take the lead from here. But just as he was deep in thought, a sharp voice called out from behind him. Hey, you! Startled, Jinsang spun around, confused. You! Standing before him was Michaela herself. Her tone was harsh. Her stance defensive as she demanded. How did you get here? Jinsang's eyes briefly studied the girl with the striking green hair. Something about her seemed familiar. Wait, isn't that Cypher Mikhail Manohan? Indeed, this was Mikhail Manohan, the very same person known for her defiant words. They treat us like monsters, like we asked for these powers. But while Jinsang stood there in surprise, Mikhail's expression remained sharp and wary. She pressed him again. There's an outbreak raging outside, infected people everywhere. Whose side are you on? Jinsang helplessly tried to explain. About that, I'm not suspicious or anything. I'm just here to investigate the outbreak. But seeing his awkward expression, Michaela instantly raised both her hands toward him, ready to attack. That's when Jinsang really started to panic. Crap. That excuse didn't work at all. He suddenly remembered what he knew about her. Michaela was notoriously hostile toward outsiders. Her words echoed in his head. Get out of the city. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. She didn't even trust the expedition team that came to help, so what the hell do I do now? But contrary to all his fearful expectations, an odd smile suddenly appeared on Michaela's face. Her expression brightened with unexpected excitement. Perfect, she exclaimed. Jinsang blinked in confusion. Huh? He stared at her, unsure what was happening. With genuine relief, Michaela placed a hand over her chest and asked, That means you're from the council, right? You came to help. My friends and I need a safe place to hide. Jinsang was utterly dumbfounded. This is the first time I've ever seen this happen. He hesitated, looking at her, still unsure how to respond. You want me to help? Her eyes lit up with hope. Yes, you found a safe place, haven't you? But instead of answering, Jinsang pointed his weapon right at her face, his eyes narrowing suspiciously. Why? The sudden change in his attitude left Michaela stunned. What? That's when Jinsang switched into full performance mode. A wicked smile crept across his lips as he burst into sinister laughter. Actually, I'm here. His whole demeanor shifted, his presence turning dark and threatening. With an unsettling grin he declared, To hunt ciphers like you. Without giving her a chance to react, he sprinted forward at lightning speed. He could already sense that something was approaching fast. Finally, it's here. Just as he predicted, streaks of purple energy surged after him. Corruption. Meanwhile, Michaela still had no idea what was going on. She spun around, eyes wide. What? Cipher. Jinsang's mind raced with suspicion. She's asking an outsider for help. That has to be the influence of corruption. If the expedition team shows up, the original storyline's going off the rails. His face darkened. Unable to suppress his frustration anymore, he shouted angrily, "Shut up, you disgusting mutant." Michaela flinched at his words, completely confused. What? A twisted grin spread across Jinsang's face. His eyes gleamed with a disturbing light as he laughed. "It's obvious this whole plague is your kind's fault, freaks. The fact that you all gathered here in one place, how convenient. Now I can wipe you all out at once." Deep down, Jinsang had made up his mind. I need to make sure Michaela distrusts outsiders again. That's the only way to keep the story on track. Hearing his cruel words, Micoli's fist clenched tightly, her expression darkening with anger. "I get it now, that's why people like you, the normal ones." Her rage reached its peak. Her voice roared across the battlefield as thick vines burst from the ground, twisting upward into the air. "Fine. You want to fight? You've got one." Jinsang smirked, unbothered by her aggression. In fact, he almost seemed pleased. Hook, line and sinker. But as he watched her fury rise, a hint of nervousness crept in. "Okay, maybe I pushed her a little too far." Just as the two prepared to clash, a loud noise erupted from the distance. Both froze, instinctively turning their heads toward the source. Jinsang's eyes widened in shock. Someone else is coming. At the same moment, Alt 6453 charged forward, unleashing a flurry of sword strikes. Jinsang immediately recognized the techniques, swordsmanship skills. His expression turned serious. A realization struck him like lightning. "Wait, I can't let Michaela completely reject help from outsiders. If I overdo this, I'll break the entire plot." Seeing the scene unfold, Michaela's expression twisted with anger. She clenched her teeth, cursing under her breath. "Damn it. Are those adventurers? How the hell did they get here so fast?" Jinsang, acting as if nothing had happened, casually replied, "I heard they help everyone, even dark elves. They're crazy strong, so it's probably best if we stay out of their way." Before she could say another word, he vanished right in front of her eyes, leaving her completely stunned. His voice echoed faintly as he disappeared. "Looks like I've got no other choice. I'll back off for now, but next time watch yourself." Michaela stood frozen, her fist shaking with frustration as she gritted her teeth. What? That guy." Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed the area. Another figure slowly approached. Spotting Michaela still standing there, Louise greeted her with a gentle smile. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Louise, one of the adventurers. We've been sent by the council to investigate the outbreak." This woman was none other than the infamous Poison Queen, Louise known for her trademark line. "The Poison Queen. Or at least, that's what they call me." Louise took a few steps closer, her voice calm but firm. "If you're willing, could you help us?" Michaela landed gracefully on the ground, her expression cool and composed, but her eyes betrayed her suspicion. She pointed accusingly at Louise and her team, her voice sharp and filled with contempt. "Leave. I have no intention of speaking to nobodies like you." Watching the situation unfold from above, Jinsang finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. Looks like things are under control for now. His eyes darted around the area as he took in the surroundings. But his expression darkened again. The card hasn't appeared yet. That means his mind quickly connected the dots. This isn't a full-blown corruption, not yet. Just the early symptoms before it takes hold. His thoughts drifted to the nights at the tavern, to the image of Lenny, ripping those priceless ancient texts apart right in front of him. That memory made the situation crystal clear. Just like the knight showing up at the bar, just like that missing century-old book, an image flashed in his mind, the powerful figure pulling the strings behind all of this. The cause of the corruption, Hilder's finally making her move. She remained hidden deep within the Dark Elf Kingdom. Why now? Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the air. Michaela's round, wide-brimmed hat flew high into the sky, as if knocked away by some invisible force. At the same time, Michaela collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted. Louise, watching the scene unfold, sighed in exasperation. Seeing Michaela struggle to even stand, Louise shook her head, speaking softly. "We're not here to fight, we just want to talk." Jinsang observed from above, slightly stunned by the situation. Looks like the adventurers will clear the next dungeon after all. With no other choice, Jinsang turned away, muttering to himself, "There's no time to overthink this. I've got to start tracking the hidden sources of the corruption." His expression hardened with determination. "I won't be late this time." A terrifying place quickly came to mind, and without hesitation, Jinsang made his decision. "I'll tail them all the way to the final dungeon in Northmire, Reshaping the Village of Despair, where they'll face Delesia." Dark energy continued to swirl and rise in front of the two adventurers. Following closely behind them was Michaela. Louise, clearly amazed, stared at the protective barrier keeping the disease at bay. Her eyes widened with awe as she muttered, "It actually blocks the infection from behind." Michaela's voice rang out, stern and resolute, you promised to protect Cypher if we help you defeat Delezia. Her tone sharpened. Don't forget that. Louise nodded without hesitation. Relax, we'll keep our word. Hidden in the shadows, Jinsang had been listening the entire time. His expression tensed up with confusion. Wait a second, suddenly he found himself staring straight into the barrel of a weapon pointed directly at him. Alarmed, he quickly raised his hands, trying to explain, listen to me, Azalea Lot. Azalea's piercing gaze was filled with fury as she locked eyes with him. There was something unspoken beneath that glare. Her voice was cold but laced with weight, repeating the familiar motto, we, the seekers of truth, are watching you. Few people in this world have the power to change its fate. I hope you make the right choices for everyone's sake. Now that it was clear he wasn't an immediate threat, she hesitated for a moment, cautiously asking, who are you? A vision flickered through Jinsang's mind, the ancient stone stones arranged in a circle. Piece by piece, the terrifying truth unraveled. Hilder's grand scheme to manipulate the adventurers into killing all the apostles. But by protecting those apostles, the seekers of truth aimed to sabotage her plan. That was their real purpose. The very reason their secret organization existed. Jinsang's eyes returned to the woman before him, the leader of the Seekers of Truth, Azalea. Her face now filled with suspicion as she raised her weapon again, shouting, why are you following me? What's your real objective? Jinsang's thoughts drifted back to earlier when he spotted her quietly tailing McKellen and the others as they left. Just as I thought, she's keeping tabs on the adventurers. His mind quickly calculated the risks. Sure, I've got enough antidotes and healing supplies for now. But the closer we get to Delezia, the worse the infection gets. He understood exactly why Michaela had acted the way she did. That's why they need a protective barrier. But I can't count on help from Michaela. A smirk crept across his face as a new plan formed in his mind. Looks like I'll be needing help from this NPC instead. He stepped forward, introducing himself. My name is Jinsang, and I have a proposal. His eyes locked onto hers, his tone steady and serious. If we want to stop Hilder, you can't kill Delezia. Azalea's expression hardened as she glanced toward the monstrous form sprawled across the city. We're supposed to protect Delezia. You really think unleashing him onto the world is the right call? Jinsang simply extended his hand toward her. Isn't that exactly what you're afraid of? A flash of unease crossed Azalea's face. Her voice faltered. How do you know that? A quiet chuckle escaped Jinsang's lips as he calmly revealed the truth. The Seekers of Truth were formed to prevent the apocalypse. But protecting the apostles, that's not your goal. It's just the means to an end, isn't it? The realization hit her like a brick wall. Her eyes widened in disbelief. He knows about the Seekers of Truth? Despite the suspicion still written all over her face, Jinsang simply smiled, offering a reassuring gesture. You don't have to trust me. But know this, I'm only here to stop Hilder's plan. Jinsang's voice echoed with quiet certainty. Different methods, but the same result in the end. The words hit Azalea like a jolt. Her eyes widened as if a buried memory had suddenly resurfaced. Her gaze drifted, lost in thought, as though she wasn't even standing in the same place anymore. Different methods, same result, the words circled in her mind. Realizing now that the person in front of her wasn't just some ordinary bystander, she instinctively stepped back, keeping a safe distance from Jinsang, not letting him come even half a step closer. But the fact that he knew so much clearly shook her. After a long moment, Azalea finally lowered her staff, though her guarded expression remained. You even know that much? She narrowed her eyes. So your name really is Jinsang? Sensing that she no longer saw him as a threat, Jinsang let out a quiet sigh of relief. Good, she bought it. The two continued walking side by side, pushing forward through the city overwhelmed by disease. Jinsang turned to her with urgency in his voice. Azalea, Delegia's in a town called Reshaping. Go there, help the adventurers. Azalea nodded firmly. Reshaping. Got it. But Jinsang wasn't finished. One more thing before you leave. After everything they talked about, Azalea allowed a faint smile to cross her face. She raised her hand, chanting softly. It's done. This should protect you from the disease. A faint pink barrier shimmered around Jinsang, wrapping his body in a soft glow. His eyes lit up with excitement. Nice. Thanks. Alright, let's go. Pumped up, he bolted ahead without hesitation. But as he disappeared into the distance, Azalea's expression shifted, growing pensive. Watching his figure fade into the chaos ahead, she whispered to herself, Jinsang, maybe he can go where I never could. Still running, Jinsang's mind was racing with plans. Suddenly, a glowing interface popped up in front of him. Player info, name Jinsang, level 38, adventure reputation 400. His eyes widened in shock. What the? I didn't even fight anyone. How'd my level go up? But realization quickly followed. Wait, don't tell me, just experiencing the event boosts your level. Shaking off the surprise, Jinsang picked up speed, scanning the area until he spotted them, the trio of adventurers, Michaela's group, up ahead. His voice rang out through the comms to Tako. The adventurers. There they are. Let's stick with them, we can't lose them this time. As he followed closely, he kept an eye on their fierce battle against the monsters swarming the diseased city. His thoughts darkened. Go on, do your worst, corruption. The scene abruptly shifted to somewhere far worse. The area looked like it had been completely devoured by disease. Slimy, infectious sludge covered the ground and walls, everything oozing with sickness. And at the center of it all stood a grotesque creature, the sixth apostle. Delazia the Plague-Bearer. Delizia's twisted, diseased form loomed over the three women, his voice dripping with malice. Come closer, Hilder's little puppets. Azalea's eyes sharpened with alarm. She raised her voice, warning everyone around her. Be careful. His entire body is the disease. Death doesn't apply to him the way it does to us. Panic swept through the group. Confused voices broke out all around. What do you mean? How do we even kill something like that? Jinsang watched everything unfold with sharp, calculating eyes. His mind raced, piecing the situation together. Perfect, looks like the corruption hasn't fully appeared yet, but it won't be long now. Thanks to his knowledge from playing and clearing Dungeon and Fighter, he instantly understood what was coming. Hilder's going to open the interdimensional rift. A terrifying vision flashed in his mind, the space itself splitting apart, a swirling rift tearing through reality. From within, the black, diseased creature thrashed wildly, its monstrous form radiating pure destruction. But Jinsang had already figured out the plan. The interdimensional rift, a pocket dimension where an endless storm rages. For an immortal like Delazia, he'll be sucked inside, forced into a cycle of rebirth and division. And once the rift collapses, it'll drag that disease-ridden monster in with it, sealing him away for good. At first, it looked like everything was going according to plan. But fate had other ideas. A massive, grotesque hand 3 fingers thick and twisted tore through the collapsing space. The diseased creature reached out, grabbing the white-haired girl before anyone could react, yanking her toward the rift. Delazia was going to use the last of his strength to reopen the interdimensional rift and vanish along with the adventurer. Jinsang witnessed the whole thing unfold, clear as day. His heart pounded as the monstrous Delazia lunged toward the remaining two. The beast's voice oozed mockery. What a shame, such a pitiful defense. With one powerful swing of its massive tail, Delazia struck Azalea, sending her crashing violently across the battlefield. Her body slammed into the ground with brutal force as he roared. Get out of my sight. Seeing Azalea badly hurt, Michaela's face twisted with fear. She bolted toward her, screaming in desperation. Azalea. No. The battle had dragged on for what felt like forever. Everyone was exhausted, completely drained. But danger still lingered elsewhere. Blood dripped steadily to the ground. Jinsang, battered, barely standing, clutched his trembling hand. His voice cracked in panic. Barrier. He stared at the system screen in disbelief, the cold realization sinking in. I never expected this. Azalea being taken down, I didn't plan for this. Fighting the wave of hopelessness washing over him, Jinsang clenched his teeth. Hang in there, just a little longer, until Delazia is sealed. But before he could steady himself, an earth-shaking roar erupted across the battlefield. The diseased monster, Black Plague, was losing control, completely unhinged. The creature thrashed and tore through the surroundings, its rage echoing like thunder. Come to me, before I devour your entire world. And it wasn't done yet. Black Plague's voice howled with fury, venom dripping from every word. The plague will never disappear. The monster charged again, targeting the white-haired girl, relentlessly attacking. And this time Jinsang found himself in the line of fire. He wasn't even moving, yet still caught in the chaos. Staring helplessly as the beast bore down on him. Jinsang's wide, terrified eyes filled with disbelief. Is this how my life ends? Jinsang slowly closed his eyes, sinking into the depths of his own despair. It felt like everything, his memories, his identity, was slipping away, dissolving into nothingness. In that moment, it was as if he'd returned to being his true self. But that self was now falling into an endless abyss. Reflected in the shattered fragments of his mind was a familiar image, the face of his former self, back when he was a popular streamer. The cheerful, confident version of him greeted his audience with ease. Hey everyone, I'm Jinsang. Today we're going to. His eyes flew open again, but this time they were filled with hopelessness and quiet resignation. Thousands of fragmented memories flooded his mind, scenes flashing by one after another. Some filled him with happiness, others dragged him back into crushing despair. But as the images played, something clicked inside him. His expression shifted, his lips parting in quiet realization. I get it now. The truth finally dawned on him. He whispered to himself, I'm dying. The crushing weight of it settled in. He could feel his existence slipping away, could feel the world closing in until suddenly, a voice cut through the darkness. Soft but firm, filled with quiet defiance. Don't accept your fate. The vision before him cracked. His reflection, his memories all began to fracture, the shards splintering apart. A loud shattering sound rang out as brilliant golden light burst through the cracks. In that blinding glow, two images emerged: the real him, and the version of him trapped inside the game. Still confused, Jinsang barely had time to process it all. You still don't understand why you survived, do you? The voice echoed again. Only you can decide your own fate. The version of Jinsang inside the game stood tall, eyes cold, voice unwavering as he declared, your own fate. Jinsang's eyes snapped open wide. His heart raced. It was all real. He was back inside the game world. His chest rose and fell rapidly as confusion and disbelief washed over him. Beside him, Tako was scrambling frantically, forcing strange glowing potions into his hands, his little face drenched in tears. Chit chit. Chit chit. Jinsang slowly sat up, staring at his body, at the wounds that were miraculously healing. I died. I know I did. His mind raced as he looked around. Where am I? My wounds, wait, the adventurers. What happened to them? His head jerked up, eyes scanning the sky. The moon still hung high, casting its soft glow across the land. The realization hit him. The toxic mist, it's gone. I can breathe again. The panic returned, his gaze darting toward the Black Plague's last known location. Does that mean Delizia? He spun around, heart pounding. Is it over? Meanwhile, not far away, the adventurers pressed on. Louise supported Azalea as they carefully made their way forward. A faint smile touched Louise's lips as she broke the silence. I don't know how the interdimensional rift opened, but Delizia's gone. Azalea chuckled weakly, her eyes filled with quiet relief. Adventurers, you did it. Jinsang's eyes widened in utter confusion. He still couldn't wrap his head around what was happening. His gaze locked onto the cold, expressionless white-haired girl walking ahead. His mind raced, struggling to understand. The adventurer? How are they still here? They should have disappeared along with Delizia, shouldn't they? Slowly, Jinsang pushed himself to his feet, muttering under his breath, I get it now. Tako, hovering nearby, tilted his head, clearly baffled by Jinsang talking to himself like a madman. But Jinsang's attention wasn't on the little octopus. His eyes drifted down to his elongated, darkened hands, realization dawning on his face. This is corruption. Taka chirped frantically, trying to snap him out of it. Chit chit. But Jinsang was already piecing everything together in his head, the events aligning in rapid succession. What do you think? I just need to reopen it, even if I'm not sure it'll work. The shattered fragments from earlier flashed through his mind again, crystal clear this time. A twisted smile tugged at the corner of his lips. I can feel it, I can do this, Tako kept squeaking, practically pleading with him now. Chit chit. But Jinsang just replied calmly, still lost in his own plan. I know. If I get infected, it's game over. The antidote's gone, I can't ask for another barrier. He exhaled slowly, closing his eyes, steadying himself. But if I walk away, I'll get punished again. So shut up for a second, I need to focus. His breathing slowed, his senses sharpening as his mind locked onto the impossible, the thin, glowing red crack forming in the air. A rift between dimensions, flickering faintly at first. When he opened his eyes again, they were no longer the same. Pitch black, unsettling, carrying an eerie, otherworldly gleam. His expression was cold, calculated, dangerous. Up ahead, Louise finally broke the silence, her voice firm. All right, let's head back. But Michaela froze, her eyes going wide in horror. Wait. Panic laced her voice as she pointed toward the space in front of them. Look. Look at that. The adventurers spun around, confusion written across their faces until they saw it. The crack in space, widening unnaturally, pulsing with dark energy. And at the center of it all was Jinsang, his entire body trembling with effort as he poured everything he had into forcing the rift open. His teeth clenched tight, sweat dripping down his face as he pushed himself beyond his limits. A deep breath then, a primal roar ripped from his throat. Jinsang screamed at the top of his lungs, summoning the Black Plague back into the world with raw, reckless power. Before their stunned eyes, the rift split wide open, and a grotesque hand clawed its way through the Black Plague, returning, more ferocious than ever. Azalea's eyes widened in disbelief as the beast burst through, thrashing violently, spreading chaos everywhere. The adventurers recoiled, fear gripping their hearts. What the hell? How is this happening? Panic turned to anger as accusations flew. This is your fault. If it wasn't for you, Hilder's plan would have worked. Others shouted back, no. It's the adventurer's fault. But none of them realized Jinsang was the one behind it all. After successfully summoning the Black Plague once again, Jinsang collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted. He gasped for breath, wiping the sweat from his brow as he chuckled weakly. I did it, I actually did it, I didn't think I could pull that off. Seeing him so worn out, Tako hurried over, squeaking in encouragement. Chit chit. Jinsang smiled, glancing at his little companion as he reached over to pat him gently. You too, Tako, nice job. If it weren't for that antidote, this would have been a disaster, thanks, buddy. Come on, let's head back to the guild and get patched up. Completely unaware of the chaos brewing behind him, Jinsang remained focused on catching his breath, but behind his back, a massive spatial rift had torn open, crackling with dark energy. Tako's eyes widened in horror as he noticed it. His tiny body trembled as he screamed out in pure panic. Chit chit. Louise, standing not far away, clenched her fists in frustration, her voice trembling with disbelief. No way, the Black Plague, the adventurers, they've vanished. Azalea, startled by the strange noise, turned around sharply. Her expression shifted from curiosity to pure shock as she caught sight of Tako, still frantically squeaking and flailing, desperately trying to warn them. Her eyes narrowed in confusion as she muttered under her breath. That creature, what is that? A deafening roar echoed across the battlefield. The monstrous Black Plague had completely returned, standing tall amidst the wreckage. The crowd was stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Deletzia. How is that possible? Tako squeaked frantically in disbelief. Chit chit. Jinsang shot him a quick grin, his voice light but proud. You too, Tako. Nice job. Thank the gods for that antidote, huh? Without it we'd be toast. Come on, let's get back to the guild and patch up. But as he turned to leave, a strange sound behind him made him stop cold. His eyes narrowed in confusion as he glanced over his shoulder. Huh? A jagged crack shimmered in the air behind him, a rift in space itself. Jinsang froze, completely stunned. What is that? Before he could react, the rift expanded, its pull latching onto him like a black hole. Jinsang's heart pounded in his chest as panic set in. Wait, what the hell? His mind scrambled for answers, but there was no time. The rift dragged him in with overwhelming force. Tako shrieked beside him. Chit chit. Jinsang struggled with everything he had, but it was useless. His body was too weak against the terrifying pull. Damn it, I crossed over, to the other side of the rift. The gravity, it's too strong, I can't. Suddenly, amidst the chaos, a soft pink light appeared in the distance. Jinsang's eyes widened, confusion flashing across his face. Hovering above, completely calm, was Blade. She stood there as if untouched by the chaos, almost indifferent to the disaster unraveling around them. Jinsang's gaze shifted to the glowing barriers forming around her. A barrier, it's protecting her from the plague, and everything else it's surrounding her. As the barrier began to close, realization hit Jinsang like lightning. No, I'm not just gonna sit here and die. Without wasting another second, he clenched his jaw, activating his quick movement skill and lunging straight toward the closing barrier. His mind raced as he dashed forward. I have to get in before it seals shut. Dodging through the collapsing defenses with precision, Jinsang pulled out his tentacle blade weapon, steeling himself. With all his strength, he slashed at the barrier, forcing his way inside. Finally, with a gasp of relief, he broke through. Looks like I just saved my own skin. But before he could relax, the barrier started closing behind him again. A cold wind brushed past as Blade, noticing his arrival, shifted her stance. With swift, practiced movements, she shattered the frozen defensive layer around her. Her face hardened with determination as she turned to the others. Those damn royal guards, still experimenting with the demon arm? Unbelievable, how dare they? Blade swung her swords fiercely through the air, her voice sharp and filled with fury. Who are you? An intruder. Jinsang's eyes widened in confusion as he stared at her. His mind raced. Wait, this is Blade's awakening story arc. Before him, Blade fought relentlessly, her every move full of determination and raw aggression. As Jinsang landed on the ground below, his thoughts churned. If that's true, this place, it must be the temporary awakening dungeon. Jinsang understood better than anyone what that meant. The awakening system was how players grew stronger once they hit certain milestones. His mind flashed with the image of the first awakening adventurers fall through a space rift, overcome their past traumas, and undergo their first awakening. His gaze returned to Blade. For her, that means confronting the hallucinations from those horrifying experiments. A faint sense of relief crept into him. Seems like she doesn't recognize me. Jinsang stayed on higher ground, quietly observing the strange transformations happening within this space. He exhaled deeply. The barrier, it's keeping the spatial storm at bay. His blackened hands caught his attention, still tinged with the dark energy. Thanks to that, I'm still alive. A few more seconds out there, and I would have been. The mere thought made him shiver. But before he could linger on it, a loud, guttural sound echoed behind him, making him jump slightly. A low, unsettling laughter drifted through the air. What is that sound? Feeling an ominous presence, Jinsang's eyes darted wide as he slowly turned around. His heart sank. Towering before him was the monstrous Black Plague itself, drooling, snarling, its grotesque tongue slithering toward him. Delizia rotting fingers fell to the ground, leaving trails of slimy, infected goo in their wake. Jinsang clenched his jaw. Realizing the terrifying truth, he's breaking down and regenerating endlessly inside that storm. Immortality really isn't all it's cracked up to be. As much as he wanted to take Delizia down right here, Jinsang knew better. Forget him, tracking the adventurers takes priority. His mind snapped back to the image of Blade and the others disappearing beyond the space rift. He mentally reminded himself, the adventurer will use their awakened power to open a portal and escape. If I'm not with her when that happens, I'll be trapped here forever. Determined, Jinsang sprinted forward. All I need to do is quietly follow her. But just as he gained momentum, a thick, slimy substance dripped down at his feet. He skidded to a halt, staring in confusion at the strange goo pooling around him. Dripping. What he didn't realize was the sinister pair of eyes watching him from above, hidden within the rift itself. Silent, predatory. More of the disgusting slime oozed from the space rift, dripping onto the ground below. Jinsang's face paled as a chilling realization hit him. I came through that rift. The slimy black liquid rained down relentlessly toward Jinsang. It was the living embodiment of the Black Plague, the source of everything corrupting this place. The slime hit the ground with a sickening splat, pooling right in front of him. The Black Plague let out a twisted, gleeful laugh, clearly delighted to be here. In stark contrast, Jinsang's face filled with despair. His shoulders sank as the hopelessness hit him. Yeah, I'm screwed. The Black Plague stared directly at him, then casually muttered, "Hey you." Its grotesque, slime-covered feet squelched as it walked, mumbling incoherently to itself, "I'll be back, bigger, filthier, dripping in this beautiful slime." Despite its monstrous size, the thing moved fast, gliding right past Jinsang like a shadow. Luckily, Jinsang narrowly dodged to the side. The creature's unsettling voice echoed in his ears. The demon realm. But it wasn't Jinsang. The Black Plague was after it had locked its sights on the group battling in the distance. Its eyes burned with hatred as it glared at the adventurers. That, it hissed. Then its voice turned into a frenzied roar as it charged toward them. Hilder's puppets. I'll tear her apart. Acting on instinct, Jinsang shot his hand forward, unleashing his dark wave skill in the creature's direction. Not happening. You're not touching them. But it was pointless. The Black Plague easily deflected the attack, following up with a brutal strike that sent Jinsang flying. The monster snarled, "What the hell even are you?" Jinsang hit the ground hard, pain shooting through his body. His eyes widened as he saw a wave of sticky, slimy black sludge rushing toward him, ready to engulf him completely. Panicked, Jinsang braced himself, but, as expected of a main character, dying that easily wasn't in the script. With a desperate burst of energy, he rolled to the side just in time, narrowly avoiding the toxic mess. But after so much non-stop fighting, exhaustion was creeping in fast. His chest heaved as he clenched his jaw, frustration boiling over. Damn it. This is bad, Delizia. A thought hit him like lightning. Wait, I touched him, but I'm not infected. Is it this space? Or is he weaker than before? Trying to steady his nerves, Jinsang forced himself to believe, either way, this is my chance. Without hesitation, he unleashed his tidal surge skill. The Black Plague froze for a moment, eyes narrowing as a distant memory surfaced. Its voice dropped to a low, bewildered mutter. That's right, I remember now. Hilder's name slipped from its lips, its face twisting with uncontrollable rage. All of this, it's her fault. That cursed woman. Meanwhile, Duet, calm and collected, turned her head and spoke coldly to someone nearby. I will never forgive any of you. Jinsang was still locked in a desperate fight against the monstrous Black Plague. Its massive, grotesque body lunged at him from every direction, leaving him barely any room to breathe. Long, slimy tentacles lashed out relentlessly, forcing Jinsang to sprint as fast as he could to dodge them. Damn it, these attacks are completely unpredictable. Even if I land a hit, he just regenerates. Jinsang cursed under his breath, frustration building. Just as the creature's tendrils nearly snatched him up, Jinsang activated his blink skill, teleporting away in the nick of time. The Black Plague's eyes burned with irritation as it watched him disappear again, snarling, "Are you just going to keep running, coward?" Jinsang didn't answer. Instead, the moment his feet hit solid ground, he used blink again, this time charging straight at the beast. His attacks landed clean, making the creature groan in pain. But even that wasn't enough. Gritting his teeth, Jinsang shouted, "Screw it, -200% output." His blade pulsed with dark energy as he unleashed his Dark Shatter skill, slashing violently at the creature's body. Panting heavily, his stamina drained, Jinsang staggered and collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. "I can't kill him. No matter what, I just need to damage him enough to slow down his regeneration." Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he forced himself to stand, determined to keep going. But what Jinsang didn't realize was that the Black Plague had silently crept up behind him. A chilling sensation ran down his spine as he instinctively spun around. A sharp, deafening noise cut through the air. Blood sprayed across the battlefield. Pain exploded through Jinsang's body as he stumbled, gasping. For a moment despair crept in. I might not survive this, but thankfully his reflexes had saved him. Though injured, he'd narrowly dodged the worst of the attack. The Black Plague's grotesque face twisted in amusement as it observed him, voice low and mocking. "You're quick. I'll give you that." It let out a guttural laugh as its tendrils lashed toward him once more. But then, its eyes flicked toward the sky to the massive rift in space that still loomed ominously above them. "You should have died. It would have been easier for you," it sneered. As they continued to clash, the space rift suddenly pulsed, emitting a deafening crack that made both of them freeze. The rift widened before their eyes, tearing apart the dungeon ceiling. Jinsang's heart sank as he stared upward in disbelief. The dungeon is collapsing. Why? His eyes shot toward the rift, and standing on its edge, shrouded in swirling energy, was Blade. She calmly walked forward, standing high above them, observing the chaos below like an untouchable goddess. Jinsang's blood ran cold as he followed her movements, realization dawning on him with growing dread. Crap, the adventurer completed their awakening, didn't they? While Jinsang was still keeping a close eye on her strange movements, the Black Plague casually strolled over, tilting his head with curiosity. "So, that's the way out?" he asked, voice low and intrigued. Hearing that, Jinsang suddenly let out a cold laugh. His eyes narrowed with resolve as he barked back, "Shut it. Who said I'm letting you leave that easily?" The Black Plague scoffed in response, his expression twisted with disdain. Even though Jinsang's legs were clearly injured, his spirit remained unshaken, and to the Black Plague, that only made him more pathetic. "Do you even know what it feels like to have your body ripped apart by the storm? Maybe you should experience it for yourself, while I reduce what's left of your world to ashes." Jinsang's eyes widened with fury. His mind raced with flashes of the horrific images, the countless innocent lives lost, the destruction, the bloodshed, all because of him. His voice trembled with rage as he shouted, "Because of you, thousands of people are dead." For a moment, the Black Plague fell silent, his expression unreadable. But then, his lips curled into a cruel, mocking smile. Ridiculous. His mind drifted to the memories of the chaos he had unleashed, the twisted joy of watching the city collapse under the weight of the Black Plague. "You all tried to kill me, just for existing." But this time Jinsang's words seemed to strike a nerve. The Black Plague's smile faltered as his eyes filled with seething anger. His voice boomed with rage, "And who the hell are you to decide what's right and wrong?" Seeing the fury building, Jinsang couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety, but he pressed on, his voice unwavering. "If you leave now, you're walking right into Hilder's trap. You'll never make it back to the demon realm." The Black Plague's eyes darkened as he took slow, deliberate steps forward. "You sure know a lot for trash like you." Without another word, he leapt off the ledge, plunging straight down toward the group of adventurers below. Jinsang's heart sank as he lunged forward, desperate. "Stop. Damn it, stop." His voice echoed with pure frustration, but there was nothing he could do. The Black Plague was already gone. A shimmering pink barrier surrounded the entire city, keeping it safe for now. But this time, the Black Plague wasted no time. He lunged straight through the space-time rift, breaking into the city with terrifying ease. Behind him, Jinsang shouted in desperation, his voice raw with frustration, "Damn it. Stop. Stop right there." Just as the Black Plague charged forward, something unexpected happened. A sudden shift in the rift trapped his leg mid-stride. Confused, he whipped his head around, glaring back at Jinsang. "What the hell?" Jinsang's eyes burned with fury as his body surged with dark energy, the corruption pulsing beneath his skin. He gripped the monster's leg tightly, growling, "Closing this is a hell of a lot easier than opening it. You're not going anywhere." The Black Plague's eyes widened with disbelief as realization set in. He closed the rift. He actually pulled it off. His shock quickly turned to rage. Snarling, he slammed his massive, filthy hand toward Jinsang, roaring, "Open it now." Jinsang was clearly weaker, but he refused to back down. His weapon sliced through the air as he attacked the creature's hand, determination written all over his face. The Black Plague's patience snapped, his voice boiling with hatred. "You little insect. Before Jinsang could react, the beast lunged, shoving him hard into the nearby wall. Pain shot through Jinseong's body as he crumpled to the ground, gasping for breath. His limbs trembled, every muscle screaming in protest. I can't keep this up, I don't have the strength left. But still, he forced himself to look up, glaring at the Black Plague with defiance. You should be grateful, I just saved your worthless life, he spat through gritted teeth. The Black Plague froze for a moment, his expression contorting with disbelief. Are you insane? What the hell are you talking about? His voice echoed with frustration as the full weight of the situation sank in. We're trapped here now, forever. With a growl of disgust, the Black Plague turned away, muttering, don't get in my way again. Jinsang stared after him, eyes narrowing, then called out softly. Ah. He watched the creature continue to march forward, unwavering. A heavy sigh escaped Jinsang's lips as he spoke. If you really wanted to, you could have left Respawn by now. You could have unleashed the plague across all of Arad. Jinsang's tone sharpened as he stood his ground, voice rising with conviction. But you never set foot outside Respawn. Not even once. The Black Plague paused, fists clenched, his body trembling with restrained anger. Jinsang didn't hesitate, shouting. And you know exactly why. In a flash, the monster spun around, slamming Jinsang to the ground with his massive hand. Shut your mouth. But even as he pressed Jinsang into the dirt, his eyes betrayed the doubt gnawing at him. Seeing this, Jinsang couldn't help but smirk, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. It's not because you care about those so-called insects, is it? The Black Plague's rage didn't flare this time. Instead, he leaned in close, his grotesque face hovering inches from Jinsang's. His voice low, dangerous. Jinsang met his gaze unflinching and asked quietly, you want to go home, don't you? Hoi ChatGPT. Hearing those words cut straight to the heart, the Black Plague completely lost it. His eyes burned with rage as he screamed, shut up. But Jinsang didn't flinch. The moment he heard that reaction, the answer was clear in his mind. His expression hardened as he stared the monster down, completely unafraid of the chaos surrounding them. Maybe I'm the only person in this world who actually understands you. Seizing the moment, Jinsang took a deep breath and spoke with quiet certainty. I know that feeling. The Black Plague froze, his furious movements grinding to a halt. Jinsang stood tall, unwavering. His voice was calm but carried the weight of experience. If it's us together, his eyes locked onto the creatures, burning with determination as he declared, we can go home. The Black Plague's expression twisted with disbelief. His voice cracked as he spat back. You say you understand me? Us. A wave of fury overtook him as he roared. You think someone like you could ever understand me? Without hesitation, he struck Jinsang hard, the impact throwing him to the ground. But he didn't stop there. Blow after blow rained down on him, each one fueled by years of resentment and pain. You humans, you threw me into a world where everything wants to kill me. His voice cracked with emotion as he continued, every single day, those disgusting insects eat away at my body. Do you have any idea how sickening that is? Jinsang didn't fight back. He took the hits, gritting his teeth through the pain. After what felt like an eternity, the Black Plague's blows slowed, his breathing ragged. Blood dripping from his mouth, Jinsang slowly pushed himself to his feet, eyes unwavering. I do know. Despite the bruises, despite the pain, his voice stayed steady, sincere. I know, because it happened to me too. His words carried the weight of shared suffering. I was living my normal life. And then I woke up in a place I didn't recognize. Forced to fight, facing death every single day. Memories of his own isolation, his fear, the crushing sense of being lost, filled his mind. He looked up, voice soft but full of raw emotion. And every time I looked at the sky, I couldn't find the stars I grew up with. The Black Plague's eyes widened, the fury in them faltering for the first time. For the first time, something in Jinsang's words hit home. Jinsang saw it, the hesitation, the doubt. I never thought I'd actually get through to him. With unwavering resolve, Jinsang met his gaze. Listen, that rift? It's not fully closed yet. The creature's eyes lit up with surprise. Jinsang gestured toward a faint shimmer in space, the remaining fragment of the portal. It's narrow, but it's still there. I can feel it. Hope flickered in the Black Plague's eyes. His voice was sharp with excitement. Then open it now. But Jinsang didn't budge. His voice was firm, almost cold. No. The Black Plague's face twisted with rage and confusion. Jinsang's expression remained serious. If you leave now, it's pointless. Horde will find you the second you set foot out there. Hearing that, the Black Plague opened his mouth as if to argue. Then but before he could finish, Jinsang cut him off sharply. And don't even start with the whole I just need to win the fight nonsense. In your weakened state, you couldn't even touch her shadow. Jinsang's voice was steady, But every word carried weight as he laid out the harsh truth. Hilda is one of the greatest sorcerers this world has ever seen. She can relocate apostles with ease and stage elaborate events like this without breaking a sweat. Images flashed in his mind: a woman, her hands like puppeteer strings, manipulating the battlefield from the shadows. Attacking her head-on? That's like dancing right into a play she's already written. Jinsang clenched his fists, his voice dropping lower, more serious. But the one thing even Hilda couldn't predict. Hearing that, the Black Plague fell silent, his expression darkening, something clearly shifting inside him. Jinsang didn't stop. His gaze sharpened as he delivered the final blow of truth. Was the actors who were supposed to be off the stage. The Black Plague's expression changed entirely, realization creeping in. Jinsang pressed on, his voice unwavering. Hilda thinks you're dead. Stay hidden here. And when the play reaches its climax, an image of blood, chaos, the Black Plague ripping through Hilda in the final, unexpected moment flashed through Jinsang's mind. His voice was steady, hopeful. You'll end this play with her blood. Jinsang tightened his grip on his weapon, pouring every ounce of trust and hope into this one gamble. This isn't an order. This isn't manipulation. This is a fair deal, Delezia. Without hesitation, Jinsang activated his corrupted power, slamming his hand against the fractured space behind him. The rift shimmered unstable. He looked Delezia dead in the eye. Fight alongside me. The Black Plague hesitated, the uncertainty clear on his face. He glanced at the widening rift, then back at Jinsang. His voice low, suspicious. You're leaving, but you want me to stay. Jinsang didn't flinch. He spoke with absolute conviction. I'll be honest. I've had plenty of chances to ditch you and escape on my own. His eyes flicked to the rift, the edges starting to close. His voice grew more urgent. But we don't have time to debate this. For a moment Delezia faltered, clearly torn. Then, suddenly he charged forward, but instead of heading through the rift, he veered off to the side, avoiding Jinsang entirely. His expression was unreadable. Jinsang's frustration boiled over. He sprinted after him, yelling, "Are you seriously planning to stay stuck here forever just because of your damn pride? You're not that stupid." A sharp crack echoed through the air as the space-time rift fractured further. Shards flew in every direction. Jinsang barely had time to react as Delezia appeared in front of him, stepping through the rift. Shock plastered across Jinsang's face. "You." But before he could finish, Delezia cut him off, his voice low but steady. "Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not doing this to make you happy. But your plan to screw over Hilda." His eyes darkened, voice filled with hatred. "If I get to tear her apart, I can endure a few centuries as hellhole." Jinsang couldn't help but let out a relieved laugh. "Alright, don't worry." But Delezia wasn't done. He took a step closer, eyes narrowing. "Then prove it." Jinsang frowned, confused. "What?" Delezia tilted his head toward the rift, his meaning clear. "Prove you'll keep your promise. Prove it right now." Before he could say another word, Jinsang's fist shot forward, landing right against the monster's chest as he snapped, "If you don't, yeah." But Jinsang couldn't even finish the threat. The two of them were already caught in a heated argument, voices rising with frustration. Seeing Jinsang react like that, the Black Plague's expression twisted with anger as he growled, "Coward. No spine at all. If you're that worried, then see for yourself." Jinsang's eyes darkened. His expression hardened as he stared the creature down, his voice low but steady. "You can easily create copies of yourself from those fragments, right?" His gaze never wavered as he delivered the challenge. "If I break my promise, kill me." The Black Plague froze for a beat. Then, unexpectedly, he burst out laughing, the sound sharp and full of dark amusement. "Alright, I like it." Without wasting another second, they both charged toward the space-time rift ahead. The Black Plague took the lead, Jinsang right on his heels. As they ran, the creature called back over his shoulder, "So, tell me, what's your grand plan here?" Jinsang blinked in surprise, glancing at him mid-sprint. Both of them shared the same goal now, racing for the shrinking rift as the clock ticked down. The Black Plague's voice echoed again, "Your brilliant idea for squeezing through that tiny crack in space, what is it?" Time was running out. The rift was already closing fast. Jinsang finally spoke, voice dry with sarcasm, "You call this a plan?" He paused just briefly to reassure the creature, "Just trust me. What we need now is..." Drawing in a sharp breath, Jinsang pushed the Black Plague forward with all his strength, momentum. The creature stumbled slightly, caught off guard. "Humans." Before he could finish, Jinsang snapped impatiently, "What now? We don't have time for this." But this time, the Black Plague's tone had shifted. His voice was quieter, almost curious. What's your name?" Jinsang's widened in surprise. But then, a small cocky grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. Without answering, he took off, racing ahead with renewed determination. He weaved through the distorted air, activating teleport after teleport. the space around him warping with each step. The rift was closing fast, but his pace was faster. His eyes blazed with focus as he gripped his massive weapon tight. With a sharp crack, the weapon tore through the unstable barrier of the space-time rift, breaking apart the edges and leaving behind a chaotic trail of destruction on the ground. Jinsang at the dirt hard, battered and bruised but victorious. He'd done it. He'd forced the rift open long enough for the Black Plague to get through. Lying there for a moment, chest heaving, a satisfied smirk spread across his face. Ha, nailed it. Suddenly, a flash of golden light barreled toward him. Jinsang flinched in alarm, only to realize Taco. The little creature leapt onto him, chirping excitedly, squeak squeak. Jinsang let out a breathless laugh. Hey, cut it out, you'll crush me at this rate. Still sniffling, Taco clung to him, clearly overwhelmed with emotion. Meanwhile, not far away, the Black Plague stood silently among the ruins, his eyes sharp and dangerous as ever. With a voice like a quiet promise, he muttered, "I'll be waiting, Jinsang." The scene shifted to the Grand Magic Guild headquarters. Sharan walked through the large hall, her voice echoing with authority. Prioritize sending aid to the hospitals on the west side. Make sure the refugees from North Myra have enough supplies. She paused for a second, then added, "The rest, we'll deal with tomorrow." Good work, everyone. The mage standing opposite her gave a respectful nod. Understood, Sharan. You two get some rest. Once the others had left, Sharan finally let her exhaustion show. She leaned against the wall, muttering under her breath, "I haven't rested since the whole Azalea incident." A bitter sigh escaped her lips as she complained quietly. Of all times, he shows up now. Before she could even finish that thought, a flash of light appeared in front of her, the familiar ripple of a teleportation spell. Jinsang's voice rang out weakly as he stumbled into view, covered in injuries and looking completely wrecked. "You, got any more potions?" And just like that, his legs buckled. He collapsed to the ground right in front of her. Taco let out a series of panicked squeaks nearby. Chit chit. The scene faded to later that evening. Jinsang lay passed out on a large bunk bed inside the massive guild hall, fast asleep, completely drained from everything that had happened. When he finally stirred awake, the unfamiliar ceiling above made him blink in confusion. Huh? Groggily, he looked around, trying to make sense of his surroundings. Where am I? A calm, familiar voice answered. This is the guildmaster's room. Sharan approached, setting down a glass of wine as she glanced over at him, finally awake. Huh? Jinsang's eyes widened when he saw her. Sharan. Remaining perfectly composed, she crossed her arms and asked, "How are you feeling?" "I treated your external wounds." Jinsang let out a sheepish laugh, rubbing the back of his head. "Thanks, but my body still feels stiff as hell." Sharan simply shrugged, not surprising. Then, casually but firmly, she dropped the bombshell. "You've been unconscious for a week." The words hit Jinsang like a slap. He bolted upright, wide-eyed. A week. Panic immediately set in as he fired off questions in a rush. "Wait, what about the storyline? Where are the adventurers? I was supposed to follow them. And my clothes, where the hell are my clothes? Where's my gear?" Sharan rolled her eyes in exasperation, clearly unimpressed by his frantic energy. "Calm down. If you're looking for your equipment, I've got it." Relief washed over Jinsang's face as he slumped back down. "Thank God. You scared the crap out of me." But before he could get too comfortable, Sharan's tone shifted sharp, cold. "Don't misunderstand. I've got no intention of giving it back." The room suddenly pulsed with an unsettling energy. A pinkish glow filled the space as Sharan's magic enveloped them both. Her expression hardened with authority as she pointed toward the glowing fragment beside them. "Best you answer my questions honestly." Her eyes narrowed, her voice dead serious. "What exactly were you planning, bringing a fragment of Delezia into the city?" Jinsang stayed silent, his mind racing. Sharan pressed on. "Do you have any idea how dangerous this is? Depending on your answer, I'll report you to the authorities without hesitation." Right now, Jinsang couldn't come up with a single reasonable excuse. His eyes gradually filled with despair as one thought echoed in his head: I can't lie my way out of this. In the end, he could only speak the truth, his voice steady but strained. "I fought Delezia." Sharan's eyes widened in shock, her entire demeanor shifting. "What?" Jinsang wasted no time. He quickly laid everything out. "When you were tracking the 3 adventurers McCully's group, I figured it out. I was forced to contaminate that land using Lungel's power, the plague he carries. Someone's attacking Arad." His voice grew sharper, more urgent. In that situation, Delezia had no choice but to defend himself. The moment those words left his mouth, Sharan's expression hardened with anger. She cut him off, her voice filled with frustration. "Hold on, are you seriously defending Delezia right now? Do you have any idea how many people died because of him? And you're acting like it's nothing." Jinsang stepped forward, reaching out to touch the Black Plague fragment resting nearby. His voice was calm but firm. When a crime is committed, people don't blame the gun, they blame the one who pulled the trigger. He met her eyes with unwavering resolve. That's why we made a deal. In exchange for helping him get revenge, he gave me the sun. His expression darkened as the memory replayed in his mind. That's the same deal you made with the Black Plague. That fragment is his way of keeping me in check, making sure I follow through. Sharan exhaled a deep, exhausted sigh. She ran a hand through her hair, her voice low with disbelief. You made a deal with a tainted apostle? But why? Jinsang's eyes locked onto hers, his expression burning with quiet determination. Sharan, please. Help me control his power. His request left her completely stunned. Her hands trembled slightly as she clutched her head, struggling to process it all. You want to bring Delazia into the city. Do you even understand what that means? Jinsang panicked, quickly trying to explain himself. I wouldn't be saying this if I didn't have a plan. I heard about a type of armor, something similar to what I'm trying to do now. His eyes held nothing but raw, desperate resolve as he bowed his head. Please, trust me. Flashes of Azalea's smiling face, the people living peacefully inside the city, flooded his mind. His voice wavered with emotion. I don't want that plague spreading through the city either. But Sharan's cold, bitter gaze didn't soften. She stared at him, her voice sharp with pain and frustration. Do you have any idea what we've already suffered through? She turned away without waiting for his answer, walking off as her voice echoed back. I'm going to pretend I never heard any of this. Her hands moved in front of her, and with a flick of magic, the protective chains around the Black Plague fragment shattered. She paused, her voice carrying a quiet warning. And I'll pretend this doesn't concern me. Relief washed over Jinsang as he called out after her, Thank you, Sharan. But her expression remained cold and unwavering as she replied, Don't get me wrong, Jinsang. I don't believe you're doing the right thing. Her next words hit him harder than he expected. I'm only doing this because you saved my homeland. A brief memory flickered of a young boy gratefully accepting medicine from her. Her eyes drifted back to the Black Plague fragment resting on the table. With a heavy sigh, she muttered to herself, Let's see. If we're trying to extract the Apostle's power while purifying the plague, this is going to take a while. Meanwhile, Jinsang noticed something missing. He looked around, confused. Wait, where's my equipment? Sharan glanced at him, puzzled. Jinsang's eyes landed on his weapon lying nearby, completely neglected, filthy, covered in flies. His jaw clenched in frustration as he muttered under his breath, God damn it, Sharan had no words. She could only sigh and think to herself, I sealed it along with the armor. And the damn plague still managed to spread. Meanwhile, Jinsang had already set off on his next adventure with Tako by his side. As they walked, he muttered under his breath, lost in thought. What now? Even if I get to Lenny, I don't have the materials I need. But then he tried to shake off the worry. No, come on, do I really want to rely on that giant tentacle? His eyes drifted to the system screen. Level 40. A wide grin spread across his face. Nice. Leveled up. Time to buy something cool. Jinsang couldn't help but chuckle as he thought of the mountain of gold he'd hoarded. Man, I've got 100 million gold sitting there. Guess I'm officially rich. The sheer thought of his soon-to-be loaded future made him practically skip with joy. But as he walked, a pleasant scent drifted by, catching him completely off guard. He froze in place, sniffing the air like a curious kid. Huh, what's that smell? Smells amazing. Suddenly, a teasing voice whispered near his ear. Damn, you're looking fine today. But don't you think that outfit's a little much? Jinsang instinctively turned around, his face shifting into full serious mode. Standing behind him was the player My Fist Talk for Me. She looked like some overly muscular wrestler stuffed into a ridiculously provocative outfit, strutting around without a care. She looked proud, way too proud of her fashion disaster. Next to her, another player, Let's Talk Out, looked tall, completely mortified. They sighed deeply. Where the hell did you even find that cursed avatar, My Fist Talk form? Jinsang just stood there frozen in horror, eyes wide. Oh my god, My Fist Talk for Me threw her hands on her hips, and declared loudly. I dropped some cash on it. Jinsang could only stare, utterly speechless. His brain refused to process her fashion choices. Honestly, this might be worse than Delazia's plague. But then a light bulb flicked on in his mind. His eyes lit up. Wait, avatar. His thoughts raced. Avatars, cosmetic gear that changes your appearance. But it's not just for looks, these things boost your stats too. Unlike weapon skins, avatars are actual gear. Some even enhance skills or give stat bonuses. He glanced over at My Fist Talk form, analyzing her character. God Slayer Hunter Hair Type B, Stat Boost Intelligence. The pieces clicked together. These are critical for boosting your overall build. Curiosity sparked in him. He tilted his head, gazing up at the sky as his thoughts wandered. I wonder if I can pull it off too. Guess there's only one way to find out. Before long he arrived at a high-end shop deep inside the city. A cheerful voice greeted him. Welcome. A group of brightly dressed NPCs approached, smiling brightly. Welcome to Boutique Hills. Jinsang couldn't help but marvel at the extravagant place. One of the NPCs, grinning ear to ear, gestured towards the racks and displays. Please, take a look around. We've got everything from the latest collections to classic styles. Boutique Hills has it all. All around him, other players were browsing and shopping. From a corner, Hills, the smug-looking boutique owner, watched Jinsang with a sneer. His thoughts were crystal clear. Looks like a clueless rich noob to me. Let's squeeze him dry. Next to him, Dalvi chuckled darkly, giving a knowing nod. Leave it to me. Meanwhile, Jinsang kept walking, sighing with relief. Thank God the auction house isn't unlocked for me yet. His mind drifted back to the frustrating memory of desperately hunting for decent gear. Damn mini-map auction houses, completely useless. Thinking about it, Jinsang felt a bit excited. Looks like I can still use the avatar marketplace. But right at that moment, his body started to change. His hair suddenly grew ridiculously long. He looked down at himself, completely confused. Wait, what the hell? My hair. Hill strolled over with a proud grin. So, not bad, right? This is this week's hottest new look. Before Jinsang could even react, Hill snapped his fingers, swapping him into another style, or maybe this one. Total badass vibes. But hey, if you want something softer, we've got that too. Jinsang caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror and froze. He was completely speechless. Dalvi, standing nearby, was having the time of her life watching him squirm. She kept pushing him to buy more, practically bouncing with excitement. Meanwhile, Jinsang looked down at the outfits plastered onto him, his face full of disbelief. This is interesting. So this is what it feels like to wear an avatar. But it's basically tight spandex. This feels awful. Before he could escape, they threw a massive pair of wings onto him, proudly announcing, every main character needs these bad boys. Jinsang practically screamed in agony. No. I didn't come here for fashion accessories. I'm looking for rare clone avatars. Dalvi froze mid-pose, finally processing what he'd actually said. With a sigh, she stripped the ridiculous gear off him, returning him to his normal self. She took a few slow steps toward him, looking for something a little more exclusive. She handed him a thick catalog, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Rare stuff's over here. Jinsang's lit up as he flipped through it. A catalog? Feels just like browsing the search function in the game. Determined, he looked up at her. Got any full body sets? Dalvi hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. Nothing like that listed in the catalog. Unfazed, Jinsang pressed on. Can you get them though? With a knowing smirk, she pulled out several more thick catalogs, laying them in front of him. He started flipping through the pages, scanning each item carefully. After a while he frowned, unimpressed. None of these options stand out. What kind of skill boosts do these avatars even give? Jinsang kept rattling off item names and customization questions, practically running Dalvi in circles. Can you sort these by price? I'll take that one, and that one. Can I mix and match? Like just the hair and belt from this set. Hours later, Dalvi was practically collapsing, exhausted and trembling from all his requests. But Jinsang still wasn't done. Hey, can you show me the first one you brought out again? Completely drained, Dalvi sighed in defeat. How about now, sir? Jinsang stood tall, now decked out in shiny, rare clone avatars. His strength had skyrocketed. 20 strength, 20 intelligence, 20 spirit, 20 stamina, 1.5% axe speed, 1.5% movement speed, 1.5% cast speed, bonus town movement speed, 3% physical crit chance, 8 strength, max hep memp boost, and 10 to all resistances. Seeing all the stat boosts, Jinsang practically sparkled with joy. This is it. The perfect avatar set. Rare clone avatar's subtle look, but flawless stat boosts. Beaming, he turned to Dalvi. Perfect. So how much for the whole set? Dalvi, finally sensing her victory, gleefully whipped out a mountain of receipts. All of it. That'll be 200 million gold. Jinsang's smile shattered. His eyes twitched. Without hesitation, he stripped the avatar gear right off himself, leaving Dalvi utterly confused. With the most awkward expression, he explained, "Yeah, I'll come back next time." Dalvi's face twisted with fury as she shouted after him, "Where the hell do you think you're going, you little cheapskate?" The scene shifted to the Mage Guild, inside the guildmaster's office. Sharan slammed a note down on the table, frustration written all over her face. But even that wasn't enough to calm her nerves. She raised her hand, summoning a glowing magic seal in midair, powerful and sturdy. Clearly things weren't going well. Her eyes narrowed as anxiety gnawed at her. What is happening? Not only can't I purify it, it's draining my mana. Right in front of her was the source of her frustration, the Black Plague, still absorbing everything. Her face darkened in anger. That thing's eating my magic. You've got some nerve. With a snap of her wrist, Sharan unleashed a fierce blast of power straight at it, her thoughts razor sharp. Fine. I'll make sure you get more than your fill. A brilliant burst of light filled the room as the magic clashed violently. After a long, draining battle, Sharan stumbled, clutching her arm, gasping for breath. Just when it looked like things had settled, the air cracked. The space around her shattered like glass, fragments floating toward her. Sharan's heart sank. Her mind screamed no. It was all happening too fast. She didn't know how to react. But at the last possible second, Jinsang swooped in, grabbing her and pulling her out of harm's way. They landed safely on the floor away from the danger. Jinsang exhaled deeply. Whew, that was close. Sharan stared at him, surprised Jinsang. Before they could say more, dark energy swirled in the air above them, drawing both their attention. Jinsang's eyes lit up with excitement as he noticed his armor glowing with power. He laughed. You did it, Sharan. Thank you. A system notification popped up. Plague Wolf Armor of the Black Disease, Unique Adventurer Reputation, 23 Physical Defense, 1135 Attic Power, 131.2% Level Requirement. 71. Jinsang practically beamed as he stared at the rare gear. The Plague Wolf Armor of the Black Disease. Looks a little different from what I remember, but the stats are perfect. But then, a thought hit him like a truck. His eyes widened in panic. Wait, crap. I didn't even think about the level requirement. I can't use this yet. Sharan, still catching her breath beside him, tilted her head. First, thanks for saving me, but how did you see the future again? Jinsang scratched the back of his head, ready to explain. About that. Before he could get the words out, a loud voice echoed from below. Customer. Sharan's head snapped toward the window, confused. Down on the street stood Delvey, grinning wickedly as she called out, You still owe me 100 million gold. Pay up already. Sharan turned her glare toward Jinsang, her eyes practically promising death. Cold sweat poured down his face as he nervously laughed. So, would it be possible to borrow another 50 million? Before he could even finish, Sharan's palm smacked across his face with the force of a freight train. A moment later, Jinsang trudged forward, clutching the blood-stained receipt Sharan had slapped into his hand, his cheek swollen and red. Sighing, he muttered to himself, Better head to the Golden Tunnel soon. Well, at least we managed to buy the Avatar set. Taco scurried along beside Jinsang, squeaking softly to comfort him. Chit chit. Jinsang glanced at his little companion and smiled. Looks like we finally got our armor situation sorted out. Huh, Taco? A system notification appeared right in front of him. Equipped. Artie Mapisa Upper Armor Adventurer Reputation, 3 Physical Defense, 686 Level Requirement, 45. Jinsang chuckled with satisfaction. Artie Mapisa. Man, it's been a while since I've seen this set. Another description popped up. Armor crafted from the corpses of giant spiders dwelling in Azalea. Seeing that, Jinsang burst out laughing. All thanks to your weird, useless little habit, we ended up getting this, Taco. Taco squeaked proudly. Chit chit. Jinsang looked ahead, his mind already drifting to his next objective. Now I just need a good weapon, preferably something unique. But NPC vendors never sell anything worthwhile. The crowd bustled around him as he sank into thought. Guess I'll have to hit up the auction house to get something decent. The scene shifted to a bustling grand city. Jinsang's voice rang out. Seriously? He stood among groups of players, putting on his best charming smile. Like I've said, maybe it's lag. Maybe it's a bug. But I can't access the auction house. Could you guys buy something for me? I'll pay you well. But the response wasn't exactly warm. One player just glanced at him coldly, turned around, and walked off. Nope. The next player tilted his head. Excuse me? A girl beside him frowned suspiciously. Why would we do that? Sounds sketchy. After what felt like hours of trying, Jinsang collapsed dramatically onto the ground, sighing in defeat. Out of desperation, he pulled out his megaphone, calling out to every player in the vicinity. Fine, screw it. You there, answer me. The nearby players paused, startled. He kept going. If you're around, please come to Hendenmire. One player stopped in his tracks, eyes widening in recognition. He's looking for the guild leader? Jinsang gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, I can't find him. I can't even message him, and I gotta move to the next area soon. After racking his brain, he finally sighed. No choice, I'm moving on. The scene quickly shifted to a vast, frozen mountain range. A fierce snowstorm raged across the landscape of Blizzard Pass. The caves were sealed in thick ice, the frigid temperature biting through everything. Just looking at it made Jinsang shiver. Deep inside the frozen cavern, a massive, terrifying creature lay dormant. It was the area boss of Storm Alley Skasa, the ice dragon. Its eyes were tightly shut, lost in a deep slumber, oblivious to everything happening around it. Echoing through the cave came the whisper Skasa. Moments later, smaller dragons appeared, slithering and crawling across the icy ground. A figure approached them, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he spoke Hismar Spira. The man's voice was eerie, filled with an unsettling confidence as he commanded, "Go, my legion, unleash chaos." His voice echoed like a dark prophecy, spread fear across Arad. "It will sharpen your resolve. I know you won't disappoint me." At his words, the young dragons rose to their feet, roaring and screeching with wild, frenzied energy. What followed was nothing short of a massacre. Blood splattered across the frozen cave as Hismar wielded his terrifying power, turning the entire place into a scene of carnage. But his victory wasn't without cost. Dozens of swords and weapons stuck out from his back, a testament to the brutal battle. Skasa, witnessing the horrifying scene, trembled, confusion flashing in his eyes. "My brothers?" A voice like thunder rumbled behind him, dark and filled with resentment. "Why did you sleep through all of this, Skasa?" Standing behind him was Bakken, his expression twisted with fury, blood-red tears staining his face. His words were filled with betrayal. "I trusted you." The scene shifted to a frozen dragon's lair, a safe haven for the remaining dragons. Skasa stood at the center of the cave, roaring in frustration and despair. His cries echoed painfully through the cavern. "Lord Bacon, I will." His eyes glazed over, his mind slipping under the influence of manipulation, his voice rising in madness and hatred. "I will kill them all those worthless humans." His enraged cries rang out through the cavern, "For Lord Bacon." A blood-red glow awakened in his eyes, a hatred so intense, it radiated from his gaze alone. As the snowstorm raged on outside, they stood still, frozen by their doubts. Skasa's voice quivered with confusion. "Lord Bacon." Time passed, and eventually, the raging blizzard subsided. Sunlight broke through the clouds, bathing the mountains in a rare, peaceful glow. Jinsang had finally arrived. His eyes widened in confusion as he took in the bizarre scene in front of him. People dressed in ridiculous rabbit costumes, hopping and dancing around the snowy clearing. Jinsang stared in disbelief. The mountain tribes. The Bantu clan. Still baffled, he muttered to himself, "What is happening here?" Something felt off. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. "They're still here. That's weird. It's been a week since the incident in North Mire." The story should have progressed by now. Just as he was lost in thought, a sharp voice called out behind him, "Hey, outsider." Jinsang's eyes widened in surprise as he turned around, confused. Standing on a rocky ledge above him was a young man, arms crossed, watching him with a stern gaze. The man called down, "I don't know what business you have here, but this is Bantu territory." Jinsang's expression shifted in realization. "Bantu warriors?" The young man leaped down effortlessly, landing with a heavy thud. His tone grew harsher. "If you understand that, then leave. Now." Jinsang glanced at the two unfamiliar women standing nearby, their sharp, guarded eyes locked onto him. He raised his voice, "Why are you here?" At his question, their expressions twisted in anger. "You really don't get it." Jinsang pressed on, puzzled. "No, I mean, you should be running." It seemed like the language barrier made their conversation clunky, their expressions unreadable. One of the women snapped, "Running from you?" Jinsang shook his head quickly, "No." His next words made both women freeze for a moment, their eyes widening in shock. "Running from Skasa." One of the women took a cautious step forward, eyes narrowing. "Skasa?" Jinsang quickly scanned their surroundings, confusion deepening as he mumbled, "This place, it should have been destroyed by now." Before he could process it, the two women moved swiftly. They hurled strange, glowing restraints toward him and Takao, binding them tightly. Jinsang's eyes darted around in panic. "What the?" One of the women unsheathed the blade, her tone low and threatening. "I was going to let you go, but after hearing what you just said." Both of them stared at him now, their eyes gleaming with a dangerous light, their weapons ready to strike. "Sounds to me like you're asking to die." The scene shifted to the snowy mountains, where icy winds howled relentlessly. A frantic chase broke out across the frozen slopes. Two tribal girls sprinted after Jinsang, their voices sharp with authority as they hurled weapons at him. "Stop right there." Jinsang glanced back, spotting two spinning ice projectiles racing toward him. But fear didn't register on his face. Instead, he clenched his weapon between his teeth, eyes sharp with determination. With a swift spin, he effortlessly deflected their attacks, fending them off with ease. The two girls froze mid-step, eyes wide with disbelief as they processed what they'd just seen. The blonde-haired one blurted out in shock, "A sword." Since when? Jinseong's eyes gleamed with stubborn defiance. He had no intention of letting these two drag him off anywhere. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed through the air, causing everyone to halt. Jinseong's eyes darted around in confusion as he noticed his weapons disappearing into thin air. He grimaced. Man, that hit harder than I thought. Without wasting a second, he took off again, sprinting across the snowy landscape. Between heavy breaths, he muttered, "Thank God I spat that thing out in time," but fate wasn't on his side. In his rush, his foot caught on a hidden rock buried beneath the snow. Both he and Tako tumbled headfirst down the steep mountainside, rolling helplessly toward the bottom in the most humiliating way possible. As he braced for the worst, Jinseong suddenly realized he'd landed on something oddly soft. Groaning, he pushed himself up, only to find a chaotic scene waiting for him. Turns out, he'd fallen smack in the middle of a pack of snowy mountain yetis, massive, muscular beasts staring down at him like he was their next meal. Jinseong chuckled nervously. "Whoa, you guys saved me. Taking a nap or something?" "Guess it's my lucky." Before he could finish, one of the yetis delivered a brutal punch to his face, sending him flying backward into the snow. Wincing in pain, Jinseong groaned, "Yeah, lucky my ass." With the angry yeti now barreling after him, Jinseong scrambled to his feet, bolting across the snow. Okay. I'm sorry. It was a joke. Totally unintentional." As he ran for dear life, a familiar voice called out from nearby, "Jinseong. Looking for me?" Startled, Jinseong quickly summoned an item from his inventory. He grabbed a bottle in his hand, eyes narrowing with confidence, and hurled it straight at the approaching yeti's face. Beside him, his little companion Pure, a cheerful dog, grinned. "Just got a report from a guild member." Still catching his breath, Jinseong glanced at him. "Can we skip the small talk? I need a favor." Moments later, Jinseong explained everything to Pure in rapid detail. The little dog frowned in thought, gripping his weapon as he considered it. After a short pause, he nodded. "A unique tier item? Huh? Well, if you need it, just hunt some mobs and wait for the drop. No biggie. I'll help you look." Jinseong grinned gratefully. "Perfect. Thanks, man." But deep down, unease gnawed at him. He couldn't shake the feeling that things were only going to get worse from here. His thoughts drifted to the snowy peaks, the treacherous storm pass marked by frozen signposts. High above, the ice dragon Skasa lay dormant, for now. The native Bantu tribe called these mountains home, but Jinseong remembered all too well from his previous life as a Shimmer how this story played out. Everything started when Skasa woke from its slumber. To escape the dragon's wrath, the Bantu fled down the slopes, right into the territory of a royal principality. And that's when the real trouble began. A lone figure made his way toward the snowy mountain with quiet but unmistakable pride in his stride. The Bantu tribe refused to explain why they were fleeing, leaving the adventurer with no choice but to climb the mountain himself and uncover the truth. But Jinseong knew this wasn't the end. In fact, the real story hadn't even begun. A hint of fear crept into his eyes as he let out a long sigh. "Wait, you're telling me I have to be the one to wake up Skasa?" Tako, by his side, squeaked nervously, clearly just as scared as he was. Jinseong's face twisted in frustration as the image of the terrifying dragon flashed through his mind. "Yeah, that's on me." While he was still lost in anxious thoughts, Pure, the cheerful dog-like player, strolled up behind him with a playful grin. "Hey, I got something for ya." Jinseong's eyes lit up with curiosity. But when Pure showed him the price tag, the excitement vanished from his face. "It's kinda pricey though, about 10 million gold." Jinseong paused for half a second before casually shrugging it off. 10 mil? That's fine. Just buy it. I've still got, 50 mil lying around. Pure's expression twisted in utter confusion. His mind raced. Where the heck did this guy get 10 million gold from? Before Pure could process it, Jinseong suddenly added, "Oh right. One more thing." Meanwhile, on the other side of the screen, a female player froze at her keyboard, completely dumbfounded by Jinseong's latest request. She read the message over and over, her expression clouded with confusion. Why would he want that? System message: "There are a few on the auction board. But how many do you want?" 100. Her jaw nearly hit the floor. Her mind spun as she tried to wrap her head around his order. He wants 100 of those useless things. What is he planning? Images flooded her thoughts: old sets of armor, outdated items from a decade ago, equipment displays from the market board. Wait, Artie Marpisa. That's the armor set from like 10 years back. First, the giant tentacle. And now he's got a full option avatar set. It finally clicked in her mind, her eyes narrowing with suspicion. This guy, he either owns some ultra-rare legacy items, or he's just some rich role player with too much time and money. Or worse, she scowled at her screen, he's a hacker, Determined not to get tangled up in this mess, she turned away from her PC, muttering to herself with a shake of her head. Whatever, not worth the trouble. Let him play his little game. Meanwhile, back in the snowy mountains, Jinsang casually waved goodbye to Pierre. Thanks, man. Good luck out there. With his friend gone, Jinsang glanced down at his weapon and grinned, sweet. But he wasn't here to admire his gear. He quickly refocused on the mission ahead. His mind pieced together the plan. Skasa's lair is definitely hidden somewhere beyond the Bantu village. The only way I'm getting there without being spotted, he thought back to his inventory teleportation potions in a massive airship, is using the teleport potion. But that only works for towns I've already visited. Margatha's crawling with people, plus the snow makes things way harder. Weighing his options, Jinsang wandered through the village, deep in thought. Unconsciously, he found himself standing outside a familiar building, the Moonlight Tavern. His eyes flickered with recognition. The Moonlight Tavern, maybe I can pick up some intel there. Without hesitation, he pushed open the door. Tavern's always the best place for rumors and information. But just as he stepped inside, a group of men were forcibly shoved out the door, stumbling onto the snowy street. Jinsang raised an eyebrow, watching them groan in pain as they clutched their bruised bodies. He let out a low chuckle under his breath. Looks like the drinks hit harder than expected. A man slowly stepped forward, his eyes sharp as he glared at the two guys who'd just been thrown out of the tavern. His voice cut through the cold air. Hey, talk. The man, Rockius, looked downright terrifying as he questioned them. Who's spreading lies about me? The second Jinsang saw his face, recognition hit him. That rugged look, the sharp eyes unmistakable. Meanwhile, Rockius sighed dramatically. Ah, the rumors again. What's the story this time? The one where I rode a giant mole through underground tunnels. One of the guys, still fuming from being tossed out, turned back, yelling with frustration. Seriously? You expect people to believe you beat a dark mage with nothing but a piece of bread, then escaped on a giant mole underground? You're full of crap. Hearing that, Rockius's expression darkened. His temper flared. Alright, I've heard enough. Time for you to disappear. Huh. The two troublemakers didn't wait for another word. They bolted down the street, tripping over themselves to get away. Jinsang casually strolled up to Rockius, a curious smile on his face. Hey, that story true? Rockius narrowed his eyes. What? You want to find out the hard way? But Jinsang just grinned, pulling out a bottle of liquor from his inventory. Nah. I want to hear all about that mole story, in detail. The scene shifted to the inside of the Moonlight Tavern. Laughter and the clinking of glasses filled the air. Jinsang had successfully bribed Rockius with that bottle of liquor, and the man was practically glowing with joy. Whew, this stuff's amazing. He stared at the label with a mix of awe and confusion. Where the hell did you get Dusk Goblin traditional liquor? As the booze kicked in, Rockius's mouth loosened. His drunken ramblings tumbled out. Why no, you've got that look, seen your share of adventures, haven't ya? Reminds me of that time I wandered into the desert. Jinsang sighed, visibly annoyed as he glanced at the clock. 3 hours, great. Cutting him off, Jinsang leaned in. Enough with the desert stories. Tell me about the mole. Rockius blinked, finally remembering the point of all this. The mole, huh? Look, believe what you want, but I never lie about my adventures. Jinsang forced a half-hearted smile. Sure, I believe you. But hypothetically, could I ride one? The air went still. Rockius chuckled, stepping closer with a sly grin. Why the hell not? Of course you can. Come on, let's go. Jinsang followed him out, raising an eyebrow at how accommodating this guy was. Still, he shrugged it off. Well, guess this'll work out. Sensing the curiosity behind him, Rockius glanced over his shoulder. So, where exactly you looking to go? Without hesitation, Jinsang's expression turned serious. I'm headed for the snowy peaks. Storm Pass. Rockius looked confused for a moment, raising an eyebrow at Jinsang's words. Storm Pass? Why not ask the Bantu tribe for help? Jinsang hesitated, scrambling to explain. I can't risk them finding out. Hearing that, Rockius snorted. Himph, just brushing it off like that, huh? Time skipped ahead. After a long journey through the wilderness, Rockius finally stopped, turning back toward Jinsang. Alright, we're here. Jinsang looked around, his eyes wide with surprise. The clearing in the forest was bigger than he expected. Wow. I didn't think there'd be a place like this so close to Hendenmire. This where the giant moles hang out. But before he could finish that thought, Rockius suddenly kicked him hard. Catching Jinsang completely off guard, the blow sent him stumbling backward. Shocked, Jinsang stared at him. What the hell? Why'd you? Rockius's face darkened, his expression cold and dangerous. His eyes locked onto Jinsang with razor-sharp focus. There's nothing here. This place is so far off the map, if someone died no one would ever know. His voice grew harsh. practically seething with anger. You really think you can mess with the Bantu tribe? Before Jinsang could even react, Caracas lunged at him, fists flying. Their chief's a close friend of mine. Jinsang scrambled to block the incoming blows, frustration and confusion twisting in his gut. Hold up. I'm not trying to hurt them. But Caracas wasn't listening. His fists kept coming, his words sharp as blades. Shut it. I've heard enough excuses. Blocking another strike, Jinsang clenched his jaw, his patience wearing thin. His eyes narrowed, his expression darkening. Listen, I sat through 3 hours of your damn mole story, didn't I? Caracas froze for a brief second, surprised by the sudden shift in Jinsang's demeanor. Jinsang's voice dropped low, filled with restrained fury as he glared at the older man. Now it's your turn. To shut up and listen to me. A roar thundered through the clearing. Suddenly the sky lit up with a blinding golden flash. Before them, the massive figure of a dragon emerged, its scales shimmering with power, its presence undeniable. A deafening explosion rattled the earth, shaking the trees and the ground beneath their feet. A massive explosion erupted in the sky. Just witnessing it was enough to understand how large-scale this battle truly was. Jinsang instinctively stepped back, bracing himself to retaliate. After exchanging a few blows to assert his dominance, Caracas grimaced, clutching both arms. Damn it. His face twisted in fury as he glared at Jinsang. You little bastard. What the hell was that? Without missing a beat, Jinsang quickly pulled out a strange item from his system inventory, the Wrath of Hismar, a small box containing the rage of the Berserk Dragon. Without hesitation, he tossed it straight at Caracas, startling him for a moment. But Caracas wasn't one to back down. He smashed the item apart with ease, shattering it like brittle glass. But the real threat wasn't the item. Before he could react, Jinsang had already closed the distance, his fist rocketing toward Caracas's face. Caracas's eyes widened with panic. Damn it. It was just a distraction. A loud boom echoed as Caracas unleashed his own powerful skill, narrowly forcing Jinsang to stumble backward and dodge in time. The force behind Caracas' attacks was no joke. He immediately launched a relentless barrage of strikes. Jinsang leapt high into the air, dodging the flurry of blows. Hup. Then, unexpectedly, Caracas shouted something strange. I told you not to come out until I called. Confused, Jinsang's eyes followed Caracas's gaze. Behind him, a giant mole emerged. Caracas turned to the massive creature more. The mole let out a deep grunt. Gyu. Jinsang stared blankly, at a loss for words. A giant mole? Caracas faced him again with a wicked grin. Alright, let's keep going. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Caracas was overwhelmingly strong. His side had a massive advantage. Jinsang quickly raised his hand, his expression serious. Wait. This is all a misunderstanding. Maintaining a calm but firm tone, Jinsang continued. I get that you don't trust me. Meanwhile, Jinsang's mind raced. Caracas. He built his character as the guild master of an adventurer faction. Playing along with that, Jinsang took a confident step forward, bowing slightly as he introduced himself. Allow me to properly apologize. I'm currently on a top-secret mission. The name's Jinsang. He pulled out a formal-looking document, his demeanor commanding as he declared, I'm the chairman of the Emergency Response Committee for Anomalous Phenomena under the Mage Association. Caracas's expression was filled with suspicion as he stepped closer to examine the document. But as he read it, a hint of surprise flickered across his face. The Mage Association? You mean Sharan's group? He paused. Clearly sensing the lingering traces of mana on the document. Himp seems legit. Doesn't feel like a fake. Sensing the shift in Caracas's attitude, Jinsang pressed his advantage. I didn't come here to harm the Bantu tribe. I came to save them. His expression turned grave as he pleaded with sincerity. I'm acting under direct orders from Sharan. Of course, deep down, Jinsang was mentally apologizing to her. Sorry Sharan, I'm borrowing your name for this one. But Caracas remained cautious, his eyes sharp and calculating, still far from convinced. A wave of anxiety washed over Jinsang as he caught the sharp look in Caracas' eyes. He swallowed hard, forcing himself to stay calm. But thankfully, after a brief pause, Caracas' expression eased as he finally spoke. Why the hell didn't you say that sooner? Without waiting for a response, Caracas turned to his giant pet mole. More, think you can get this guy up to the top of Storm Pass? Jinsang's face lit up with relief. Thank you. Caracas waved him off. Hop on More and head to the summit. As Jinsang climbed onto the mole's back, still fumbling with the odd situation, Caracas casually added, but hey, I'm not doing this for free. Consider this a business deal. I'll just charge your boss for it, yeah. The blood drained from Jinsang's face in an instant. Panic-stricken, he pleaded, please don't. If I show up with more debt, Sharan's gonna kill me. Caracas burst out laughing. Fine, then I'll just bill it under your name. Jinseong's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Wait a second. I bought you drinks, didn't I? That counts for something. Before he could finish, more had already tunneled straight into the ground, the earth parting beneath them with incredible speed. Jinseong could barely react as the mole expertly carved a tunnel at a pace that was downright ridiculous. Within seconds, they had traveled hundreds of meters underground. Rockius stood at the surface, arms crossed, watching Jinseong disappear into the distance. A faint, sly smile crept across his lips as he muttered to himself, Jinseong, from the Mage Association. The scene shifted. Deep underground, the tunnel was pitch black and endless. More tirelessly burrowed forward, weaving through the earth with practiced ease. The pathways it left behind twisted and branched, creating a vast network of tunnels. Jinseong, clinging to Moore's back, looked downright miserable as he groaned. I feel sick. Lifting his head, he called out weakly, how long have we been going? I hope we're close. Suddenly Moore froze. Jinseong frowned, confused. He followed Moore's gaze and noticed strange wisps of glowing green mist drifting through the air ahead. Moore sniffed the air cautiously, its sensitive nose twitching in alarm. It let out a nervous grunt. Goo. In the blink of an eye, the mist took shape, forming the terrifying image of a dragon coiled in the darkness. Moore recoiled, its entire body trembling. It let out a sharp warning cry. Goo. Jinseong furrowed his brows. What's going on? Why'd you stop? Before he could finish, Moore spun around in fear and bolted in the opposite direction, leaping upward with incredible force. The sudden burst of speed launched Jinseong off Moore's back, sending him tumbling helplessly toward the ground below. The next thing he knew, both he and Moore had crashed down into a cold, cavernous space. Jinseong groaned, pushing himself up as his eyes adjusted to the surroundings. It was a vast ice cave, freezing and eerily silent. Glancing around at the frost-covered walls, Jinseong sighed. Hey, this definitely isn't the summit. Moore remained frozen in place, refusing to move. Jinseong called out again. Moore. Receiving no response, he sighed heavily and began walking deeper into the frigid cavern alone, his breath visible in the icy air. Muttering under his breath, Jinseong trudged forward. Damn mole, damn Rockius, damn this whole trip. He ran away the moment he sensed Skasa's presence. Trying to calm himself down, Jinseong muttered, at least we made it to the ice cave inside the mountain, but his whole body was already starting to shiver from the cold. Dressed in nothing but thin clothes, he could barely stop himself from trembling. His eyes landed on the tattered tent in front of him, and he frowned, thinking to himself, if I remember right, Skasa's lair should be somewhere inside this cave. The tent stood there, surprisingly well organized, with supplies neatly arranged, yet there wasn't a single soul in sight. It was clearly a tent from the Bantu tribe. Jinseong cautiously walked toward the remains of an old campfire, his brows furrowing as he wondered. They camped here. A signal tent, and some dry straw. Oh, looks like this was a forward outpost to keep track of Skasa's movements. Realizing that made him feel slightly relieved, he quickly turned to Tako and said, Phew, looks like Skasa's lair isn't far from here. But where are the Bantu tribe members? Suddenly, Tako sensed something was wrong. Without warning, 2 sharp ice arrows shot straight toward Jinseong. Thankfully, Tako reacted just in time. Using his tentacle, he shoved Jinseong aside, helping him narrowly dodge the arrows. Still processing what had just happened, Jinseong froze as 2 figures slowly stepped out from the shadows, glaring at him with hostility. Who are you? One of them barked aggressively. Jinseong immediately recognized them, and was about to explain. The Bantu tribe? But before he could finish, their eyes gleamed with a terrifying crimson glow. They looked him up and down with malicious interest and burst out laughing. You're gonna have fun getting your ass kicked, huh? Jinseong's gaze swept over them quickly, this time noticing something unsettling. Their skin was tinted a strange shade of icy blue. His mind raced as an alarming thought crept in. Blue, frozen skin. No way. Before he could even react, the 2 lunged at him, ready to attack without saying another word. Realizing there was no way he could win against them, Jinseong grabbed Tako and bolted in the opposite direction, desperate to get away. Crap, run, Tako, he yelled. Behind them, the 2 corrupted tribe members laughed mockingly. Sure, run all you want. Hearing the arrogant tone in their voices sent chills down Jinseong's spine. He glanced back nervously, his thoughts spiraling. The way they're talking, no doubt about it. A terrifying image flashed through his mind of a man curled up, fast asleep. But when he woke, all reason was gone. Only the raw, destructive instinct remained. A curse that stripped away sanity, leaving nothing but chaos in its wake, the Black Nightmare. The eyes of the Bantu tribe members glowed with unmistakable madness. They charged at him relentlessly. They were infected with the Black Nightmare. Jinseong had no choice but to keep running, shouting desperately as he fled, calm down. I didn't come here to hurt you. You're not yourselves right now." But it was useless. They weren't listening. They only shouted back, "Shut up and die." As they prepared to chase him down, Jinxiang's eyes suddenly widened in horror. Towering in front of them was a monstrous creature made entirely of ice, a colossal ice gorilla, its crimson eyes blazing with fury. It stared directly at Jinxiang, its enormous fists clenched, radiating overwhelming strength. Jinxiang froze, fear flooding through him. An ice gorilla? Great. As if this place wasn't hard enough already. The Bantu tribesmen were furious, relentlessly attacking the ice gorilla while shouting curses, "Damn monster." The ice gorilla quickly noticed the two tribesmen and, without hesitation, charged straight at them. Both sides clashed fiercely in a brutal fight. Seeing that they were too busy battling each other to pay him any attention, Jinsang seized the opportunity and bolted to the back. Perfect. Now's my chance to escape, he thought. But in his moment of carelessness, a voice suddenly echoed above him, "Look up, idiot." Startled, Jinsang glanced upward with a confused expression. A loud crash roared through the cave as smoke and debris filled the air. Another ice gorilla came crashing down toward him. Luckily, Jinxiang managed to dodge to the side just in time. That unsettling voice echoed in his mind again. "You almost got flattened, huh? Hilder isn't even the real problem. If a dumb monkey is enough to put you in danger," Jinsang blinked, still processing the voice. "What the hell?" he muttered, glancing over his shoulder in confusion. The voice spoke again. What's with that surprised look? Standing behind him, watching everything unfold, was none other than the Black Plague de Ledzia. His eyes glinted with anger as he declared, "I told you, I've been keeping an eye on you, Jinxiang." Jinxiang's jaw dropped in shock as he stared at the Black Plague de Ledzia. The figure clarified coldly, just a clone of him. Before Jinxiang could even react, the ice gorilla lunged toward him, ready to strike. Knowing full well he couldn't take the beast head-on, Jinsang sprinted forward without hesitation. Meanwhile, de Ledzia kept bombarding him with questions. "What is this cave? Where's Hilder?" When Jinxiang didn't answer, he pressed further, "Answer me." But Jinsang had only one priority, his life. He shouted back mid-sprint, "Sorry. I'll explain later." The ice gorilla, growing more enraged by Jinsang's constant fleeing, raised its massive fist to strike. Thankfully, Jinxiang quickly unsheathed his sword, eyes locking onto the creature. With swift, precise strikes, slashes of energy tore through the air. The ice gorilla roared in pain as the cuts landed, severely wounding it. Thanks to his exceptional skills, Jinxiang managed to bring down the beast in mere moments. Finally able to catch his breath, he exhaled in relief. De Ledzia, still watching from behind, scoffed in frustration. "How dare you? Don't touch my body anymore." Jinsang shot back smugly, "Your body? Right now it's basically my storage space." Before they could exchange more words, yet another ice gorilla came charging toward Jinxiang, its grotesque mouth wide open, roaring furiously as it lunged at him, clearly ready to rip him to pieces. Even de Ledzia seemed mildly impressed. "Damn, there are a lot of them. You think you can handle all this on your own?" Gripping his weapon tightly, Jinxiang replied with complete confidence, "No." A cocky grin spread across his face as he added, "I'm leaving some for the other adventurers." Inside the cold, dark ice cave, the voice of the Black Plague de Ledzia echoed eerily. "The Dark Nightmare." His words drifted through the cave as he asked, "Are you the corruption you mentioned before?" Jinxiang kept walking forward, patiently explaining, "No. Those are two completely different things." As he spoke, flashes of memories filled his mind, moments spent with the Bantu natives, their stories, their fears. Jinxiang's thoughts raced. The disease that drives people insane, turns them into monsters. The Dark Nightmare. In the original storyline, that disease was supposed to spread across the entire region. While Jinxiang was still lost in thought, Taco suddenly came darting toward him at full speed, calling out in panic. Jinxiang looked up in surprise. "You found me already?" he asked. Seeing Taco, de Ledzia burst into laughter, mocking, "Behemoth, what? You failed at conquering the world and ended up as some pet." Taco tilted his head, clearly confused by the remark. Jinxiang quickly clarified, "That's not Behemoth." Without paying the banter any more attention, he pressed forward. After walking for a while longer, Jinsang finally stumbled upon what he had been searching for, an enormous ice dragon sleeping peacefully within its lair. His eyes widened as he whispered, "Skasa's lair." Even de Ledzia, observing the scene, couldn't believe what he was seeing. His voice was filled with shock as he muttered, "Impossible. A creature of Bakken showing up here." Watching Jinxiang fumble around, de Ledzia couldn't help but frown in confusion. "What exactly are you looking for, Jinxiang?" Suddenly, the artifact in Jinsang's hand began to glow a strange, radiant light so intense it seemed capable of stirring even the deepest slumber. The entire frozen mountain range began to shift. A deafening roar split the silence as the ground shook violently beneath their feet. One quake after another rippled through the landscape as, at long last, the monstrous dragon Skasa awakened from its ancient sleep. The moment Skasa opened its eyes, chaos erupted across the icy cavern. Even Jinsang lost his footing, falling backward in panic. The first thing Skasa did upon waking was unleash a furious thunderous roar. "Who dares?" The dragon's voice boomed with rage. "Who dares awaken me from my eternal slumber? Show yourselves. I'll make you pay for this." Jinsang stood frozen, hearing every word loud and clear. Delizia, witnessing the entire scene, was visibly furious. His voice thundered across the cave, "You idiot. If you were going to do this, you could have at least given me a heads up." Jinsang's eyes widened as a terrible realization hit him. Wait, something's not right. His gaze locked onto the dragon's eyes, searching for the telltale signs of infection. But what he saw only deepened his fear. "That dragon, it's not infected with the dark nightmare," Jinsang whispered, his voice tight with unease. For a moment, even he didn't know what to do next. I wasn't expecting this." But before he could finish his thought, Delizia cut him off coldly. "What the hell are you talking about? I can feel it clearly." Delizia's expression shifted as he suddenly recalled something. "Those ice apes kept charging forward. I can sense the same kind of energy coming from that dragon." His eyes narrowed as he pieced everything together in his mind. "But there's something suppressing it deep inside." Hearing that, Jinsang couldn't help but look at him with curiosity. "You can sense stuff like that?" Delizia chuckled smugly, then added with confidence, "It smells just like a disease." Those words clicked something in Jinsang's mind. Slowly he reached behind his back, preparing to make his next move. At the same time, he muttered something cryptic under his breath, "Something suppressing it. That's the corruption. The corruption is holding it back, keeping Skasa sane." A vivid image flashed in his mind, the pink energy flowing through the dragon's body. "All we have to do is push him over the edge." As they spoke, Skasa, furious beyond reason, stomped its massive feet onto the frozen ground, each step shaking the cave. Delizia glanced at the dragon's enraged expression, then noticed Jinsang gripping his sword, preparing to provoke it further. That's when it finally clicked for him. "Ah, so that's your plan. You're trying to piss him off even more, aren't you?" Sure enough, Jinsang darted forward, taunting the great ice dragon. With every step, Skasa grew more furious, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp ice shards in Jinsang's direction. Delizia, watching the scene unfold, was completely bewildered. "What the hell are you doing, Jinsang? I thought you had a plan." Jinsang smirked as he teleported mid-run, dodging the ice attacks with ease. "Just wait a little longer," he called back confidently. The more he dodged, the angrier Skasa became. The beast roared with uncontainable fury, "You think you can escape me?" Tired of listening to the dragon's endless screaming, Jinsang raised his weapon high, slamming it into the ground. In an instant, a strange purple barrier formed, crackling with energy. Skasa roared and charged through the blizzard toward him, undeterred by the attack. The storm around them raged uncontrollably. Though the dragon remained physically unharmed, it sneered mockingly, "Foolish little worm." But Jinsang wasn't done yet. This time he unleashed a blinding golden light, striking the dragon head-on. Skasa reeled back, roaring in pain for the first time. Satisfied, Jinsang leapt backward, putting some distance between them and preparing his next move. Even Delizia, who had watched everything, was impressed. "Well, maybe if he were still asleep, that would have worked. But it looks like your alarm clock's a little late now." Jinsang shook his head with confidence, brushing off Delizia's doubts. "No, it's still going to work." Right then, Skasa's eyes widened as realization hit him. Something wasn't right. Jinsang noticed the change in the dragon's expression, a sly smile creeping across his face. "That's right," he whispered, locking eyes with the beast. "Now, do you remember?" Jinsang's voice echoed through the ice cave, sharp and taunting. "It's been a long time since you've heard this voice, hasn't it, Skasa?" His eyes locked onto the dragon's massive claw looming in front of him. "Now tell me, what does this mean to you?" A smug grin spread across Jinsang's face, his plan unfolding exactly as he intended. He raised his voice again, pressing the dragon further. "These are the final words of your brothers, spoken before they were slaughtered. Do you even understand what they were saying? Did they suffer?" In his hand, he held the wrath of Hismar, a small, ancient box containing the unrelenting rage of the mad dragon himself. The moment those words left Jinsang's lips, Skasa let out a furious, deafening roar that shook the cavern walls. "Don't lie to me." The dragon howled, its sharp claws lashing out violently. Its voice was filled with rage and desperation. "There's no way my brothers lost to weak, pathetic humans." Even as the enraged dragon lashed out, Jinsang calmly teleported behind it, his voice low and cutting. "That cold, arrogant attitude of yours. I wonder how your brothers are reacting to it down in the depths of hell. Without wasting a second, Jinsang launched himself toward the dragon, his attacks swift and relentless. And let's not forget your master too. His weapons flashed with dark energy. He unleashed Dark Cross, followed by Black Crucifix, and the devastating Dark Sphere. To top it off, he summoned the Grandway Tidal Surge, a barrage of overwhelming magical force. But Skasa was no ordinary foe. The beast roared, opening its jaws wide in fury. The entire cave trembled as sharp icicles erupted from the ground, firing toward Jinsang like deadly spears. Thankfully, Jinsang narrowly dodged to the side, avoiding the worst of the attack. Skasa's voice boomed with fury. How dare you speak of my brothers and my master with such disrespect? The battle raged on, each exchange more vicious than the last. Jinsang weaved and dodged through the attacks, but his mind was already racing. He's angry. But the dark nightmare, it still hasn't taken hold. Suddenly, Skasa's massive claws came crashing down toward him, snapping him out of his thoughts. Panic flickered in Jinsang's eyes. Looks like words alone aren't going to cut it. Before he could react, Skasa's colossal tail swung violently, smashing him backward. Jinsang tumbled across the icy ground, pain searing through his body as his health plummeted. He gasped for breath, the agony nearly unbearable. Skasa loomed over him, its eyes filled with murderous rage. The dragon's voice was venomous, each word dripping with hatred. Don't die on me yet, worthless insect. I'll make sure your end is slow, excruciating. I'll reduce that village and every living thing on this mountain to nothing but ash. Despite the brutal hit, Jinsang refused to give in. He planted his weapon firmly into the ground, using it for support as he struggled to rise. His chest heaved with every breath, but his eyes remained wide, focused, burning with defiance. He clenched his jaw tightly, forcing his battered body to stay calm. As Jinsang still struggled in pain, Skasa charged straight toward him, roaring wildly as it prepared to strike. That arm of yours, that'll be the first thing I rip apart. But this time Jinsang was ready. With a swift motion, he summoned a series of glowing cubes that shot forward, floating in midair between him and the dragon. Skasa froze for a moment, confused by the strange shapes appearing in front of its eyes. Countless cubes hovered in the air, spinning and shifting, making the dragon visibly uneasy. It growled, narrowing its eyes at Jinsang. What are you doing? Jinsang didn't respond. He clenched his teeth, determination burning in his eyes as he extended his hand toward the space in front of him. It's been centuries since Bacon and the dragons were wiped out. And even now, this isn't enough to trigger him. His gaze flicked to his inventory. His cube count was exactly 1,222. He took a deep breath, mentally preparing himself for what came next. Seconds later, something in his eyes shifted. They darkened, filled with corruption. It was as if his very soul had been consumed by twisted power. This amount of magic, it should be more than enough. The number on his screen rapidly dropped. 47 cubes left. But Jinsang wasn't done. He stared at the system screen, his voice cold and resolute. I'll burn through every last Cooper fragment, every shred of energy, and use them all at once. A blinding white light erupted in the air. Jinsang's plan to take down Skasa was coming together piece by piece. I'll tear through space itself. No, I'll go even further than that. The number of cubes dwindled to 9. His corrupted eyes burned with reckless resolve. Clenching his fist, he reached forward and declared with absolute finality, Iltia open time, I'll tear through time itself. Skasa instinctively backed away as the chaotic energy surged from Jinsang, visibly unsettled. Jinsang smirked, taunting the dragon. What's wrong, freakish unicorn? You still don't believe me, do you? In an instant, the final cube count hit 0. Jinsang's hands trembled from the raw energy coursing through him. He lifted his arm skyward, his voice booming with unshakable confidence. Then see it for yourself. A massive rift cracked open in the space between them, swirling with unstable energy. Skasa's eyes widened, filled with confusion as it stared into the fracture. And within that tear in space, were images, horrifying images playing like a nightmare. It saw the brutal slaughter of its own brother. The ruthless, merciless death, blood staining the ground. Beside him, the mighty Hismar writhed in agony, broken and defeated. Skasa stood frozen in front of the rift, its body trembling as its mind struggled to process what it was seeing. My nightmare. Its clawed hands shook uncontrollably as it reached toward the image, its voice cracking with disbelief. But why? Jinsang's mocking laughter echoed through the cave, sharp and merciless. He sneered down at the dragon, his words dripping with cruelty. A nightmare. How pathetic, Skasa. The images in the rift shifted now, showing its brother's body engulfed in flames, burning beyond recognition. Other dragons screamed as they were reduced to ash, helpless against the destruction. Jinsang's voice cut through the air like a blade as he narrated the tragedy. While your brothers fought for their lives, while they bled and burned, you were hiding here, sleeping soundly, weren't you? A final, haunting image appeared, a dragon falling helplessly into a sea of fire. Jinsang's voice rose to a shout, aiming directly at the dragon's deepest wound. And you still think this is all some dream? His eyes burned with fierce determination as he delivered the final, brutal truth. This is reality. Upon hearing those words, Skasa's eyes widened in shock, disbelief washing over its face. It couldn't accept what it was seeing, what it was hearing. The dragon's voice erupted into a frenzied, desperate roar. No. This can't be happening. The air around them shifted as the entire cavern trembled. Skasa's roars grew more frantic, laced with guilt and confusion. It was my fault. The dragon's body quivered with unrestrained madness. Its massive jaws opened wide as it bellowed in pure desperation. Lord Bakken. The sheer force of Skasa's crazed energy sent shockwaves rippling through the cavern. Even Jinsang stumbled to the ground, unable to withstand the tremors radiating from the furious dragon. Suddenly a glowing card materialized in front of him, floating silently in midair. Jinsang's eyes widened, caught off guard by its appearance. But when he looked closer and realized what it was, his shock quickly turned to excitement. No way. A card, I got a card. Noticing Jinsang's excitement, Hakdailesia's voice rang out with urgency. You got it. Good, then run. But the moment those words left his mouth, Skasa's eyes snapped toward them, burning with feral rage. You think I'll let you leave this place alive? The beast's fury was uncontrollable now. With a thunderous roar, it lunged toward Jinsang, ready to tear him apart. Thankfully, Jinsang barely managed to dodge to the side, narrowly avoiding the devastating blow. But even that wasn't enough. The icy energy from Skasa's attack clung to his arm, rapidly freezing it solid. Jinsang's heart raced as panic crept in. Damn it, my body! Skasa's feral gaze locked onto him, wild and unrelenting, filled with bloodlust. The dragon's roars echoed through the cavern as it screamed with savage rage. I won't let scum like you escape. I'll kill every last one of you. The dragon reared its head back, screaming toward the heavens, its voice cracking with madness. For Lord Bacon. An endless storm of ice arrows exploded from all directions, hurtling straight toward Jinsang. He struggled to steady his breathing, forcing himself to stay calm despite the chaos closing in. Focus, I have to dodge these, but it was too late. Icy energy surged beneath him, freezing his legs to the ground. Jinsang's eyes widened in horror as he looked down. Shit, my legs. The frozen arrows closed in, their deadly tips just inches away. His mind raced, fear tightening his chest. His eyes widened in helpless terror. No, I can't move. But just as the ice projectiles were about to shred him apart, everything stopped. Skasa's massive form stood frozen mid-roar, its color draining away, its body locked in place. The shards of ice floating in the air hovered unnaturally, perfectly still. Jinsang's eyes darted around, confusion written all over his face. The eerie stillness sent a chill down his spine. What? Time stopped? And then, beneath his feet he saw it. The Gear of Fate. It reappeared, spinning unnaturally, its jagged edges grinding forward like a clock ticking toward his doom. Panic gripped Jinsang's chest as he shouted out. Wait, hold on. But it was already too late. The Gear of Fate was turning again, and this time it was ready to decide his destiny once more.